that what it was there for.
All right. We're slightly early. Not very much, though. Go ahead and adjust the camera a little bit here. I think Heidi's trying to get you guys lined up for comments when she wants to put comments in direct. Yeah. Yeah, let me make sure I got the focus about right. Looks like we're a little crooked here, so.
Can you zoom in just a little?
Is that what they say?
No, that's what I said.
Oh.
Just a tiny bit.
Tiny bit of zoom in. Oop, that was crazy. That's a little bit too much, isn't it?
Yeah. That's not bad.
No.
Whoa.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa.
Let me zoom out just a little bit. It keeps on wanting me to.
You're funny. Hi, Tanya.
How about that? That's good,
That's
right?
good right there, yeah.
All right.
That was funny.
Oh, my. It's been a long day of doing nothing. Actually, we went next door. It's crooked. I got you guys crooked. Sorry. Sorry.
Not much.
Yeah, but I can tell. I can tell. How about like right there?
Yeah.
Does that look about right?
You're still moving, so I can't tell.
How about now?
That's pretty good.
Oi! Yeah, that looks pretty good. It's still bumping in and out, though. Not exactly sure why.
I'm eating a piece of candy.
Heidi's eating candy. I'm getting ready to have a little sip on a drink here. We got a lot of questions since our last live chat that we did at the beach. We didn't really plan on that turning into anything. Or I'm sorry, not at the beach. At the when we were doing the laundry. We were doing laundry here. So I told everybody, hey, we'll do a live chat to talk about whatever they want to. So we'll wait until some more people jump on here. Everybody that's on, if you guys want to say hi, where you're at, how long you've been watching us, if you got any questions you want to type in there, we can just add it to our list. We got a few things that I want to talk about. I don't know if Heidi's got anything she wants to talk about. Hey, Jeff, what's up?
He wants to know about Michelin light truck tires to replace.
I don't understand that. I don't understand it. The light truck tires, people use them. A lot of people use them. If you do, get the Michelin LTX MS2. It's a good tire. Buddy he's out in, I don't know, California somewhere now. He's traveled all over. He's got those on his van. I had them on that F-150 that got totaled, that I rebuilt, that dark colored one. I had them on the old body style F-250. And when I got rid of both those trucks, you couldn't even tell there was any mileage on the tires. And they did a lot better in the rain and snow than I ever thought of. But I would prefer, personally, going with, and that's what we did, the Goodyear Endurance. Yeah, Goodyear Endurance. Not Goodyear, what's the other one? That's Exploders. I don't even think they make them anymore. But Goodyear Endurance. And then what we do is we go one rating higher. Because they are rated usually for higher speed. And the only reason is because the trailer tires are, even on the lighter, the lesser class of trailer tire, usually have more sidewall plies than the truck tires do. But I think a light truck tire like a Michelin, you can get up to a 10 ply. But anyways, you need those heavy sidewalls for when you're maneuvering and you're backing in and twisting the trailer real hard, because the sidewalls really just, they really get rolled hard. So I've never put that much stress on the sidewalls of my Michelins. I liked them. And there's people that do that. But I I don't know. I couldn't say as far as a trailer what it actually does on the trailer, how it operates, or how it, you. I'll tell you one thing. I bet you it lasts a long time. I'm sure of that.
We got a question here. Want to purchase a generator for their fifth wheel, Nathan Urick. Can you tell? Give them some advice.
Is your fifth wheel prepped for an onboard generator already? Like up in the front compartment? Is it a metal floor that has holes that are perforated that you can cut out and put in a...
He said no.
Oh, you don't have that. Okay. If you're buying something external, do you have 2 air conditioners? Let's say that. Hey, Gail. Hey, Merle, how you doing? Merle's on board. I'm looking at dual fuel Champion. Yes, I have 2. You won't be able to run both rooftop air conditioners on the Champion. We tried that with ours and it didn't work.
Nope.
I don't know why. It should, in theory.
Even with the soft
Even
starts.
with the micro air soft starts we installed on the 15,000 BTU and the 13,500 BTU, I couldn't run both of them on gasoline with the Champion. The Champion, it kept on overloading. I don't know why. I can't to this day tell you why. Because we had an Atima generator that I tested. And you can go back and look at that video where I was running 2 ACs. I think that was the title of the video, running 2 ACs on a generator. I ran the Atima generator, and that was a 30 amp, like 3,000 watt generator. It was supposed to be technically smaller than the Champion, and it ran them. But as far as the Champion running 1 rooftop air conditioner and being able to do other stuff inside, you should be okay, even without any kind of micro air easy starts installed on the rooftop air conditioners to help out with that initial jolt of it going. The thing is, it all becomes power management at that point. So if you're going to run your hot water tank element, you'll have to turn off.
Only.
Oh, emergency only? Oh, well, if you've got the room, then Champion for sure. Yeah, it's inexpensive. I said I've done videos on it in the past. Just look that up. And I've got links in the description. We always tell everybody, if you could, use the link in the description. It'll take you to the generator. You can, that way it supports the channel. We get a tiny fraction of a percentage of the sale, which on a Champion generator, I think maybe I get $6 possibly. I'm guessing, because they cut it back so far. It's Bezos cut back the percentage hard on us. But anyways, the Champion for a backup to out of the box, it's the best because you can run on propane. You can go and exchange your propane tanks at the local 24-hour convenience store or Walmart or whatever. It's easier to get than gasoline in a lot of cases. I have no problem with that Champion. Was an exceptional generator. It's much more quieter. And I'm hoping that you're talking about the inverter, the dual fuel inverter, not the open frame dual fuel, because that's loud. That one's loud. You'll just annoy everyone that's around you with it. It's just too loud. So yeah, if it's the enclosed one that has that flip up handle and has an electric start on it. Some of them have remote starts. I don't think the dual fuel has a remote start. But anyways, yeah, that was a very good generator, and I highly recommend it. Yes, the inverter. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that decision. You will not be sorry. It's other than the size, and about 100 pounds with the battery and a starter on it because of it being electric start. Other than that, it does really well. We never had an issue. It was just a good generator. It's just we wanted to move into something even smaller, and that's when we got into the Honda, and we put those things on our rooftop airs, and that way we can run 1 rooftop air on our little Honda. Howdy, Illinois.
Hey, he likes your shirts. It's so funny that he says that. Because that happened to you.
Yeah, yeah. Where the place that I get these shirts, I had 4 or 5 of them. I order them. They come in from India. They're really nice. They're 80-degree temperature shirts. That's what these are made for. I mean, they when it's hot out, I don't care if they're black. I can wear them. They're so cool. So if you guys haven't been watching us for a while, in 2017 we started our channel in 2014, right? Or 15.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, somewhere around there. In 2017, I'm sorry, late 2016, Heidi and I went on a diet. And by 2017, I went from 250 whatever I was to 215. Well, of course, those shirts, I mean, they're big on me already. These are just double XLs. Just to give you an idea, I'm 270 now. But I got down to 215, and we had a yard sale, and I put all my shirts out for sale because they were way too big, and I told her, I'm just going to order new ones. So we sold all the ones at the yard sale, and of course, like I said, I'm 270 now, so you get an idea. Our diet only lasted about a year. So then I knew we were, going to be heading south, and I knew that these are the shirts that I wore in the past. So I ordered a whole new set of them from India, and they're not very expensive. They're very lightweight, though. They wear very well. They don't wrinkle. Well, I don't know. Maybe they do, but we always have them hanging up. And yeah, so I had to get right back into them again. They're very comfortable.
So you want to start with your questions? Because
wait a little bit longer.
Okay.
Robert says, I find that 2.5 kilowatt generators are recommended if you want to run the air conditioner and a few other loads at once. Yes. Yeah. With our micro air easy starts, I can run the 15,000 BTU with our 2200, our Honda 2200, but and we can watch TV, and we can have stuff charging, but and we can have the refrigerator running on electric, the compressor. However, if we want to do the microwave, we have to turn off the rooftop air. If we want to run the hot water tank heating element, we have to turn off, the air and not run the microwave. It's just power management. But yeah, I would think that, yeah, that's about right. 2,500, that's about right.
I just learned something.
Can't get the middle jacks down. Any idea? I have no experience with that. We have a gentleman, John Salazzo, just bought a High Country Montana, and the auto jacks, he can't get the middle jacks down. If you guys have any ideas and you've dealt with that, just type it in the comments. I have no experience with that at all. None whatsoever. You guys convinced me to retire. I'm retiring in October and staying in Florida winter 2021. Awesome. That is awesome. Great. Yeah, it's funny. Your shirt is the vacation I need. Yeah, right. That's the truth. Except there's a bunch of little people down here dancing. You have to be these little people dancing down here. But anyways, yeah, it's funny, Mike. I've talked about it in past videos a long time ago. And we were actually thinking about hunting down the guy that I watched a video. It all started, we had bought a travel trailer after we had owned pop-up trailers. We bought a travel trailer, and I was sitting around and I thought, I was literally in the travel trailer on a rainy day out in the driveway, and I kind of just sat on the couch, and it was at this point the RV was working. We fixed everything to at bare minimum. It still had a residential refrigerator in it, and it still had a lot of stuff that we wanted to fix, but nonetheless, it was fixed. We had fixed the roof. We replaced all the wood on the roof, repaired some trusses, put new EPDM on the roof. We did a lot of stuff to it. But anyways, I was sitting in it, and I realized, you know what? I could actually, Heidi and I could actually live in this trailer if we wanted to. And it was just a passing thought. And then I had gone in and I watched a video, and my dream was always, I was from Melbourne, Florida, and moved to Ohio, and I hate the winters. I've always hated the winters. I'm not a cold weather person. I just don't care for it. And I was watching videos, and I always thought that when Heidi and I get old enough, when it's time to retire, it's 60 whatever, that we would try to find a house in Florida that had a swimming pool, that had, the screened in swimming pool, with very little land, that kind of thing. And my mom and my stepdad had actually that type of piece of property in Florida. And I always thought this would be ideal. This would be really awesome. And then we could also have a travel trailer, and we could travel still around if we wanted to, but that would be ideal. And I just happened to stumble across the video that this guy was saying, basically why I'm choosing to sell my house and live in my RV. Now, he wasn't this minimalist or, none of that. He was just some guy that was just talking about it. He was sitting by, which I found out in Florida, they call it a lanai. I don't know why. It's a patio, but I guess, or a porch, but they call it a lanai down here. And he was sitting out on the lanai by the swimming pool, and his trailer was in the background. You can see it in the background. And he was talking about how he was going to just start living in his RV and all this stuff, about new RVers and that. And I was intrigued. Now, he was not pushing the idea of, he never even used the term a full-time RVer or anything. This is back in like 2012, I think. And I was like, why would this guy want to move from his ideal situation that he has and move into an RV? This guy's crazy. And I watched a couple of videos of his, and anyways, it just like clicked. It just all of a sudden clicked. And again, he, not intentionally, but he did the same thing, inspired me to start looking at maybe we could live full time in an RV. And then the big task was me convincing her, because she's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, hey, you could quit your job and we could make it work. And back then we were talking about work camping and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And anyways, that's how I got inspired about the whole thing. And then of course, fast forward, in turn, that one video that I watched from that guy, who has probably no idea whatsoever that because he's got a real small YouTube channel. He hasn't updated it for like 2 years, I think. He's just an old guy that was just kind of documenting what he was doing. And I told her, I said, we need to hunt this guy down. He's in Florida. We weren't that far from him, but I don't know. Something happened to where we couldn't get over there. I'm not sure. And I told her, I said, but we were going to go over, and I was going to tell him, hey, listen, you have no idea how many people have watched us now that we're full-timing and have thought about doing it themselves because we
watched all his videos.
Unintentionally was talking about, living in your RV. So, yeah, I think it's funny. I think it's really, really funny.
Nathan wants to know our exit plan.
Our exit plan? Don't have one.
No.
We know we'll eventually, but I have no idea when. I don't know what, for example, right now I would say after 5 years and we were bored and the truck and trailer starting to get a little old, maybe we would think about settling down and maybe either getting into another truck and trailer or maybe doing it part-time, find a place, because now at that point we've traveled everywhere in the country and we've seen pretty much everything we want to see. Maybe we want to travel abroad. That's with everything, else being status quo. As far as our health and our abilities and income and stuff like that. So the problem is that plan doesn't work if I have a heart attack in a month and I'm laid up because I can't even use the left side of my body. And we're in a campground in Texas and it's time for us to go. So our exit plan at that point is going to be totally different. So we really, it's very fluid. We know that at no point in time that we're going to be able to do this the rest of our lives. I mean, at some point, it's just going to be physically impossible. And I've said it before in previous videos, 8 months, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. I don't know when we're going to decide we want to stop. And I don't even know if we're just going to full blown stop and
Right.
like go to work, start working somewhere, or I don't know. So no, the answer is we don't really have an exit plan. We have the ability to, and somebody had mentioned that on a video the other day. They had said, you just can't stop and quit. We can. We could stop tomorrow. We could
Yeah.
definitely stop tomorrow and get into a house. We can both find jobs immediately. We have the money. We can cash out stuff if we need to. The resale value on our truck and our trailer is fine. I mean, if we really wanted to, we could resell our 1,000 Trails membership. It's got high resale value, especially now because they changed the plans, and ours still have a long stay. But
There's some things that we can do before
Yeah.
we stopped. I mean, because we have the 1,000 Trails,
right.
we could actually set up shop somewhere.
Got to fill the map up. You're right, Gail. That's the truth.
What are our favorite YouTube channels?
What's that?
Pat wants to know.
What are our favorite YouTube channels? Nothing really to do with RVing. The closest one that we watch almost the entire thing all the way through, and we'll watch it pretty much every time it comes up, is Adventure Van Man.
Yeah, we've been watching him for a long time.
And that's about it. Most of the YouTube channels we watch is Mega Driving School, the car crashes, Insta Karma, Road Rage. I love watching those accidents and those idiots. And DDS TV, which is another car crash fail one. React videos. We like to watch some React videos but none of them, I won't watch any of them consistently. We really don't subscribe to anyone for the most part that I can think of. Let me know if we are lagging or stumbling as far as our video. Make sure just let us know if it's pixelated, or if it's slow, if our audio's bad or anything like that. Doug Haas has a great question for Heidi. He says, what do you do for health insurance? Well, for me, I get my health insurance through the VA. However, they don't have health insurance for spouse. I don't have disability or anything like that. So, I mean, I'm just a normal veteran.
I'm living on the edge.
She's got there's a big problem with a lot of the health insurance that's in the U.S., and that is, if you sign up with health insurance, you're usually in some sort of what's that called? PPO? No. What's that? Is it PPO?
Well,
Network. You got to get into a
yeah,
network. The problem is the network is limited to one state. Usually one location, but one state.
yeah.
So,
And even actually, it might even be the county.
video's good. Sounds and looks good. Okay, awesome. So how do you fail a car crash? Wow.
They do.
They do. It's car crash fails. It's just
reason why people quit full time.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It just the way that I phrased this, what I said. Yeah, car fails, I guess you could say. Go back up. Did we miss? I hate to miss anything. Oh, the Karens go crazy. That's a good one. Go up a little bit further. I think a little bit more.
You got to stay up.
Yeah, you know how it is. I got hammered.
You're not.
You're doing good.
Yeah.
Already staying up with everybody.
Yeah. Unless there's something that's...
Hello, how are you doing? We're doing good. What do you do for health? We already said that. Video looks good. Awesome. Health insurance, the biggest reason why people quit full-time RV and don't typically reserve RV parks. You might find your living situation a bit unstable. Right.
Yeah.
Network, yeah, it's a network thing. But Karenapolis. Check out New Smyrna Beach. The next beach we're checking out is north of here. Will be in Ormond Beach. What's your Wi-Fi setup? FYI, if you're just a veteran, you're a hero. Thank you, sir, as are you. Our Wi-Fi links in the description. I've talked about it just a couple videos back. It's through EasyCom, and it's awesome. You are currently seeing, once again, a live stream video and HEIDI's on the computer using the EasyCom, and it's unlimited. There's no caps now. Things have changed a little bit since I first signed up. However, you want to talk to the gentleman that's out there. His name's Jesse. He may be even on here. Jesse, if you're on here, say hey. He's out of Kansas. He has a lot of stuff that he does. He can set you up with not only the router like I have. He'll tell you what network you want to go with. I thought I wanted to go with Verizon, and he told me I don't want to go with Verizon. He told me to go with AT&T. That's what I did. I've been happy ever since. That may change. We may go somewhere and it may not work. Now, we have T-Mobile phones that we can do hotspots if we need to. But he can also set you up with, like we have, or you could check it out in the description of that video that I just talked about. We have a WeBoost antenna that's out. We haven't had to set it up the last 2 campgrounds because the signal's been good enough where we're at.
Which is nice.
Yeah, I just put the little, because we've had high winds here. Our winds,
we would have been, it would have been down.
Yeah. Because you're supposed to take it down over 35-mile-per-hour winds. Well, I don't like it. You get around 25-mile-per-hour winds, and that thing really starts rocking around up there. But, yeah, it's called easycom.llc. That's what it is. But just go back. Matter of fact, in this video, should be in the description, I think, somewhere there. It should talk about EasyCom.
John is texting, or I got text for John again.
Oh, did you now? No, not John on RVDaydream here. Not in the she's.
I got a new phone, and it was the biggest mistake of my life.
Well, she always said, I don't care. I want a new number.
Oh, I got somebody else's number.
Oh, she got a horrible number.
Oh, it's terrible. Have you had any issues with your air conditioner since in your RV since owning it?
No.
We've been lucky.
No. We cleaned the filters. I think at some point we'll have to. I'm telling you guys, man, the pollen down here is so heavy. I had to spray my nose before we even started this. My truck is almost a green color, and we washed it before we got here, or after we got here. We washed it. The pollen is so heavy down here. Juniper, oak, and I can't remember the other, and it's been tearing up my nose.
I'm glad it doesn't bother me.
But anyways, that has a tendency to make it through the air conditioner too. We haven't had to clean the air conditioner up inside yet. What I mean is get on the roof and pull off that housing. We haven't had to do that yet, but nope, not a single problem. Knock on wood, because that'll be something that'll jump up there.
Andrew wants to know if anybody has used the Chemical Happy Camper for their black tank.
Never used it.
Hey, Nick, before you go, let's read your question. Says, how we doing on the road RVing, and do we need more or less storage? He's got to go charge his phone, so he won't be on there.
Oh, okay.
So,
we do need more storage. However, we could probably use the storage we currently have more efficiently. We have a lot of stuff in the back of the truck we don't need. We're finding what you're going to do is you're most likely going to have a bunch of stuff, and then you're going to downsize after you get on the road even more. It's funny because there's smarter ways. For example, we do not use our booth dinette seat that is over against the wall, the other slide wall over there. And we've got a Bigfoot ottoman that we use to put stuff in, but we could build something over there to store that.
I think we might maybe do that in
this
the future.
whole corner of the back. Once I got I know you can barely see it here, or no, you can't see it at all now. I have the recliner. We got rid of both our rockers and got one recliner. And that spot that's opened up over there, we could build over there and put in something for storage also, and we're not. Our cabinets even aren't very well organized. And even in the bedroom, we have lots of room still in the upper cabinets there too. So we could use more storage, but you know what? You need organization more than anything else. We're pretty well organized, believe it or not. It's just, it's not as good as I'd like it. That's all.
So somebody says Happy Camper works great. I read about that. We don't use anything in our black tank right now. Can someone tell me what's going on?
Just got my easy.com TV subscription renewed for another month. Working great.
Oh,
awesome.
Sweet.
Great.
Nice.
That is cool. Did you use our link whenever you signed up for that? I was just curious. We've asked everybody to use their the links for the I was just curious. I don't know how that works. Because there's some kind of a kickback somehow we would be involved with. I just don't know. So South Vero by Fort Pierce. Cool. How do you handle getting mail? Yeah.
Do you see what I...
Yeah.
Oh, can someone tell me what's going on?
I don't understand. What's that finite APR right now on travel trailers? Oh, what's going on with the... I don't know what the APR is on travel trailers.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I know that they're getting increases. The dealers are getting increases on prices. That's all I know. Still, don't be overwhelmed. I mean, the increases that I'm hearing is like $600. So, but they've done that a couple times since the beginning of the year.
Question. If the American-Canadian border is open, would you plan a trip to...
We got our passport.
Yeah.
Just,
we do.
We'd have to leave all our weapons somewhere in the U.S. before we'd stop at a gun shop. You guys can do that. That's what I've been told is most gun shops, almost all the gun shops, if you're going to come out the same way you came in, you can stop and they will hold your guns and ammo and stuff for you so we can get up in Canada. Yeah, I'd like to go up to Canada. The last time I was in Canada, I was a kid, and we went to Peterborough. We saw the lift locks, and we were there for, I think, it was over a week for sure. And we just did muskie fishing. It was nice. I liked it up there. I remember it being pretty nice. Eventually. See you, Taz.
Got a question here. Sorry. What's the absolute freedom feel like, and how do you decide where to go?
We
wing everything.
Yeah, we don't. As far as listen, one of the best things that we did was take a trip again, going back in 2017. We literally left the house with full tank of gas. We had money in our pockets, and HEIDI, for the first time in 24 years, actually, that was 21 years at that time.
Yeah.
For the first time in 21 years, she okayed through her work to get off over 2 weeks straight in a row. That had not happened for 21 years. So
actually ended up having like 3 weeks off because my dad had passed away.
Yeah, right. Which that really put a damper on everything. But
yeah,
we had left the house and we were heading down. We were just getting on 77 South and leaving. And I said, okay, so where do you want? I'm telling her, where do you want to go? We had no reservations at any park anywhere. I said, where do you want to go? And of course, we both wanted to go out west. But at the time, Arizona was having somewhere in Arizona was having a heat wave that they had like 3 days of 120 degrees in a row. And I told her, I said, it's really hot down in Arizona right now. And she says, you know what, let's just go to Florida then. Because I had a lot of relatives we hadn't seen in like 20 years. And when we came down, like when we stayed at Fort Myers, then it was 104 was the heat index. But it was still better than what Arizona was experiencing. So yeah, it was the most awesome trip because it was just, well, first of all, I drove like a maniac for the first 780 miles or whatever. We didn't. I took a nap, and I just said, okay, I'm ready to go, and we just kept on trekking. Just drove straight for 780 miles, I think it was 768 miles maybe. So then we kind of slowed down a little bit once we got into St. Augustine, and it was raining, and it's like, okay, well, it's raining. I guess we're not staying here. Let's go further south, and we just took off. It was really nice. It was off season, so the rates were low. It was easier to get into the parks, and having a smaller RV, we could really sneak it. That was one of the reasons we wanted to stick with a small RV like we have now, because of the experience that we had getting into parks that they wouldn't have let us in because if we were bigger, if we had a bigger unit. So
The Life in the Sad Ending wants to know if we ever watch Matt RV's reviews.
oh, that's a heavy set guy. Nah, not really. He's all right.
We watch Haley.
I'm waiting for him to grab that because, I mean, you see him. I've only seen like 3 videos of his, and he grabs that little skinny ladder in the back, and I'm big, and I know when I grab that ladder in the back, I'm like, oh my god, I don't know, this thing's flexing a lot, and I see him get up there, and he's leaning back when he climbs up. Instead of, like in my case, I put the ladder up close to me and just push myself up the ladder. I don't ever. He kind of, leans back. I thought, oh my god, he's gonna fall for sure. But no, other than that, like I said, it's like 3 videos we watched of his.
I Lick Rocks was talking about the F350 video and looking forward to your review, which you probably need to review.
What's that?
The truck and the bigger.
I summarize
Yeah.
from your F350 video that you chose the one time because of the bigger fuel tanks. Other reasons? Looking forward to your review.
While you talk, can you go turn the air on in the bedroom? Or do you have all the windows open?
I have this window open.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'll tough it out. I'm just having a hot flash.
I can turn on this fan. I'll pull a little bit
No,
more.
it'll make it be noisy.
So the just as a quick one, I wanted that 7.3 engine. Very happy I got it. I wanted the 10-speed transmission. Very happy I got it. And the price between the F350 and the F250, hardly anything at all. And the F250 and the F350 ride very close to each other. I'll be honest, they're very close. With the F250, with this RV, it was, I have about 1,050 tongue weight on this RV. And I noticed the F250, I mean, it squatted it a little bit. So I put those stable loads in there to help level it out. And just so happened that when we went in to look at the truck, it just happened. I mean, the F350, it had better springs on it. Since it's not a dually, it didn't make my tags any more expensive. I just don't see enough difference between the F250 and F350 not to go with the F350. The F350 is, I think it was 500 pounds heavier, 400 or 500 pounds heavier than the F250. And that's between an extended cab F250 and a crew cab F350. So there's a great truck. There's just a great truck. But the F250 that we had with the 6.2, that was a great vehicle also. And of course, they're still making the 6.2 available in the F350s if you want to do it that way. Not only that, but if you get a 6.2 and an F350, you can get that 6.2 with a 10-speed, which would be really cool. And the towing capability of the 6.2, the tow rating is real close to the 7.3. I don't have a problem with what we used to have, except for the smaller gas tank. And it squatted a little bit more than the F350. And I don't have a problem with what we have now, except the length. It's tough getting in some of these spots. I mean, it's a 22-foot truck. It's long. So, an F450, of course, has a tighter turning radius, but you also have those dualies that you got to deal with, those wheels. And in the case of Ohio, they charge more for the tags. But yeah, good all the way around.
So if gas prices get up to $4 a gallon, like they're predicting, how will that?
Same. No,
It
nothing.
won't change anything for
No, not
us.
for Ford. I mean, we pay anywhere from
Yeah, we're
280 to 370 now. I've never put nothing but premium in the truck when we tow. So we're paying decent prices anyways. I would have to see if we get close to 450 or 5 a gallon, maybe around 5 a gallon, we would have to start thinking about it at that point.
even then
But we
though. I mean, if it's that bad, we can still go. We just go to 1,000 trails,
you just
and
stay
that
longer.
you're right.
That's all. You just stay longer
Yeah,
in an area.
and I mean, we were trying to do just a couple hours as it is.
Yeah, I don't think I care about $4 a gallon. I mean, of course, it's
Yeah,
going to be more expensive.
but yeah.
But I don't know how many times. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what the worst part about that is, because I've already experienced it. I cannot stand that my bank or the gas station or whatever shuts
That's
off my card at
silly.
like $75 or $50 or even at $100. Let me fill it up. Let me just fill it up and be done with it. So I'm swiping cards a couple times just to fill up that 48-gallon tank. It's still a far cry better than the old F-250. That was, that had 2 tanks in it, and that was 57 gallons between the two. That that got expensive a couple times, but you go so many miles, it's really nice.
All right, so
Oh, Jeff's talking about Thousand
yeah, but
Trails.
you gotta.
Oh,
I
okay.
need to read this one here. I don't
The
know
lift flocks are still there, but I am sure that you'll find a lot of them to change the fence, especially in the urban city. We've never been in any. I don't remember going through any real city, except to, of course, what we had to travel to get to Peterborough. Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot different, like it is in the U.S. too. You always drive like a maniac. Yeah, maybe I won't drive like a maniac. Maybe that's the answer. We were already. It's funny because the other day I showed Heidi a picture of, I don't know, probably about 30 hand tools, some wrenches, some screwdrivers, some pliers, some cut off, what do they call those? I call them side cutters. Some people call them dikes, wire dikes or whatever. But anyways, I showed her this picture of all these tools. And I said, guess what this is? She goes, what? And I said, well, if you take those tools and add $7,500 to them, I could install a Pro Charger on the truck and get another 200 horsepower and 200 pound-feet of torque out of it.
I didn't say no.
She didn't say
but
no.
I didn't say yes.
She didn't say, which I know that
Traveling
that'd be
wouldn't
fun.
make any sense.
Yeah, right. I mean, I know
Maybe
that
we wouldn't be going very far.
I know I could tune it. I know I could do stuff like that to make it to where it'd be okay. But yeah, maybe I'd just drive a little easier potentially. I mean, the thing is really none of these. I don't hate it because it's always on somebody's mind, but I kind of do whenever say, oh, what kind of gas mileage you get? Nobody's into RVing for gas mileage.
No.
There's on no level is that. So that's like saying, what are you going to do at your house now that heating oil has gone through the roof and so has natural gas prices? What are you going to do now? Well, I don't know. Turn my thermostat down, I guess. I mean, you got to make accommodations. So if the gas prices go up, so they do. I mean, it's just one of those things. I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think that the gas prices, first of all, they always go up in summer, number one. It's always supply and demand. Well, everybody's wanting the country to open up. Texas now has kind of opened the gate for every other citizen in the U.S. to go, oh, what about us? Look at them. Look at them. Well, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do whatever I want. So anyways, of course, they're starting to travel. They're starting to say, screw this. I'm getting on the airplanes now. I'm going to start flying again. I'm going out. I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm going to travel. So demand. I mean, the demand is going up. So for all the northern states, shortly here, they're already starting to ramp up because summer gas is going to come out. Summer gas is more expensive. And of course, you always have a price increase around spring break. There's always a rise in that because everybody's starting to travel again. And you've got everybody saying, hey, we're coming out of this pandemic now. I've got my shot. I'm going to a restaurant. You know, I don't care. I've got my shot. My wife got her shot. We're going out to eat. So you got all that going on. So all this is going to cause, you know, the gas prices go up anyways. So I don't necessarily think it's going to stay at that level. It could. I mean, it could, but it's hard to say.
All right, so Jeff wants to know about Thousand Trails.
Thousand Trails, that's a whole ball of wax. If you're thinking about Thousand Trails, I say the best thing that you could do is get a zone pass.
Yeah, start with that.
Start with a camping pass or zone pass.
It all starts with a camping pass.
Yeah, that's what Jim and Brandy say. It all starts with the camping pass. You have
have to buy them.
When we went in and said, or when we got our PowerPoint presentation, and we said we want to buy it, the very first thing they sent over was a contract for the camping pass, because you have to have the camping pass to upgrade to a membership. So I would say try that first. Definitely try that first. What was Everglades? Oh, I see that. Oh, John says your hair. It's funny. I was just talking to her about her hair being light. Yeah, it's definitely lighter. Definitely because of the sun.
Yeah, it's gray too.
Was your RV inspected at the Canadian border? Never went there.
Not yet.
Yeah, we haven't been there. Hi guys. Any plans to hit the Keys? Yes.
Yes.
We tried to do that. Kind of. We half-assed it. I mean, we didn't really.
Right.
It's like, do you want to go? Do you not want to go? We kind of tried to make plans. We didn't. It was just a half-ass effort. It's on our bucket list. What we did is we decided that we want to come down and try to use our Encore, so we can stay 2 weeks down in the Keys and see if we like it. And
We
then
might
see
go
if we
way south and then slowly work ourselves up north.
Yeah, not this year.
Yeah, no, probably not.
Maybe next winter.
We don't even know.
Yeah, we have no idea what's going on next winter.
We might be. Who knows what we might be doing?
How long is the current RV? It is it's a 2604, but it is 29 feet and like 9 inches or 6 inches. 29 feet, 9 inches from ball to bumper. However, I have a Pro Pride hitch on the front, so that added about that much more. And then I have a utility cargo carrier on the back with the generators and stuff, and that added about 2 foot back there. So whenever the RV, when we go in to make reservations, we just say, if it's going to be a tight situation and we're concerned about getting a site we can't fit in, we tell them that we're 32 feet, but it's a 30-foot RV basically. Go back up a little bit.
I'm sorry. I went the wrong way.
The Pro Pride's holding up good. The only thing I needed to do, and I still need to do, is I should heat up the safety chain. The way it works on the Rockwoods is they weld a loop or a half moon on the bottom of the tongue, and then that's where the chains go through. I need to heat that half moon or just take a hammer and bend it down, because when I'm at an 87 degree, I am bending a couple of spots on the Pro Pride hitch. It's insignificant. It's just cosmetic, but nonetheless, I'm hitting there. I need to bend that out of the way. That's all. Let's see here. Yeah, Columbus, even up by our house, was 66 today, and it's going to be 66 tomorrow. Still a far cry from.
We have a Tim Hortons in Salem.
Yeah, Salem, Ohio has a Tim Hortons.
Yeah.
Nobody goes there.
Yeah,
I don't know one single person that's ever gone to the Tim Hortons in Ohio.
They need to start making Dunkin' Donuts type coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe if we get up there, I'll try them out. Might be different there.
$2.28 in Missouri. Cool.
Oh, that's good.
I smoked 2 minutes. That's you. So,
yeah.
Should I stay away from Camping World? Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Now we bought some stuff from Camping World as far as parts and that, I mean, you can compare that apples to apples. I mean, you just look at Amazon and see what they charge for it. I haven't seen that being a problem there. It's just the RV and buying RVs there, which people do, and servicing RVs there, which people do. I I don't know about that. They do have specials on RV service that sometimes look very enticing, but yeah,
I
I
see
just don't
that
know.
if like you're talking about a battery, everybody should go to Advanced Auto Parts. We always installed them in motorhomes and RVs and trailers and big trucks and little cars.
Yeah.
Anything that if we could get to it, we installed it for free.
Clark says we're great. Thanks, Clark. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Clark.
That term "great" should pretty loosely go there. The last thing I would shop around.
Yeah.
Check to see if qualify for state and national park passes. Veterans can qualify for free parking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to check for that. See you, Jeff. Take it easy. Have a good one.
Just text Jeff. Just text us if you need anything about Thousand Trails. We'll give you.
Well, the number, the information's in
Yeah.
the links too. Call, get it used. Call Kim at CMO.
Scott, so do we like our e-bikes? We do, but our headlights don't work right now. But Rad City, Rad Rover, whatever they're called, they're sending us.
They already did.
Right. We just don't have them.
Yeah, apparently
They're
for
sending us new controllers.
the headlight and the tail light, even though the brake light works, the headlight and the tail light on both our bikes just quit for no reason whatsoever. They just quit. And you turn it on through the controller. It has a built-in micro switch or something. So you hold the button so long on the up and down pad, and anyways, it turns it on. Well, just quit doing it. So they sent us new controllers, and they're paying a dealer, whatever dealer we go to, like an hour's worth of labor to replace them for us if we don't want to replace them, which I would rather have somebody else do it, to tell you the truth. I don't like all that wiring. $3 a gallon, along with the most expensive turnpike in America. Make sure, hey, Alan, make sure you watch our videos on the, what's that thing called we have? Unipass.
Yeah.
I did a video not that long ago on UNI Pass. It's available on Amazon, and it will work on the turnpike in Pennsylvania. It works on all the toll roads in Florida. It works for some airport parking in Florida. It doesn't work for the bridges, from what we can tell.
But it's a discounted rate.
Yes, it's discounted, and it's all the New Jersey, Wisconsin, Ohio, West Virginia, Illinois, North Carolina. I think they've got a couple. Anyways, it's all the East Coast, and they just keep on adding to them. Trash bin at Camping World.
What's RV screen do you recommend that zips onto the awning? I was thinking about the Blue Shade.
Like what RV screen do you recommend that zips on the awning? The screen the one that we have is
Shade Pro?
Shade Pro, I think. Yeah, it's in the. We did a video on it. Yeah, it was good. I didn't have any problems with it. It was pretty good.
No, we didn't buy an extended warranty.
No.
We actually don't do much of the extended warranty. We actually did on the first F-250,
But not on this one.
but then when
We cashed it in.
we cashed it in and got most of our money back.
Because we traded in right away.
I don't know, because he's so handy that it would be really even worth it.
The thing is the
It would be if you got a lemon.
Right. Now, if you had some major problems, with structures falling apart or axles that are bent or something like that, I mean, of course, everybody wants the warranty at that point. But the thing is the majority of the stuff that goes wrong usually not those big things. And the way the RV industry is right now, it's not that great as far as trying to get into a dealer and get your stuff fixed. Waiting list, they hold it forever. So even though they offer the warranty, do you really want to go through all that headache for the warranty to be handled? I guess that'd be my answer there. $4 a gallon. Mm-hmm. Falling the Fitches. Hey, how's it going? Hello again from Alaska. Working in the snow RV. We're supposed to have a storm. 3 to 7 inches. Forget that. All right. So we had a list of questions that we need to answer. So let me get a drink to give you a unbiased, unfiltered answer. We were going to cut this one really short and call an Uber and go to the beach bar, Waldo's, and have drinks and listen to the live band tonight. And I said, nah, we'll just have a little drink here. Just watching you while riding my new Walmart Schwinn comp around the neighborhood. Cool, Jay.
Cool.
Now you just got to put 1,000 watts of battery and motors on there. Make that baby fly. What's been best? Yeah, she gave a good answer there. All right, let me see if we can go through some of this. No plans for a fifth wheel. We're going to stick with our 30-footer. We're finding more and more that the options that are available to get into some of these parks when we're shorter, we already kind of knew that, but we're still seeing that. We're still seeing that we now have the option of maybe 3 sites in the park instead of just one. I kind of like that. I've done so many upgrades to this one already with the Micro Air Easy Starts, the Goodyear Endurance tires that are 1 load rating higher, that whole bumper that's on the back with the generator and this wiring that I did for the Autoformer. There's other stuff I'm just forgetting right now. But with the cable ports and hatches that I've put on the side of the RV for the WeBoost antenna, that we can run the cable without going through a door or the seam of the slide or anything like that. We've already made those modifications. So the thing is we've been living in this. We started in our driveway, obviously, in June or July.
Yes,
June. So we started living in this in our driveway in June. We quit living in the house. We were living in this exclusively. And then, we went full time on the road then in October. Mm-hmm. And it's, of course, certain fifth wheels would work for us and be a little bit better. But we're doing it. We're doing it now. I hate it because everybody does it. We get caught up in the, ooh, you know what would be nice? You know what I would like to have? You know what would work even better? And we got to look at, wait a minute, we're doing fine with what we have. We can't, and I'll tell you what opened my eye about it is when we went RV shopping and we started looking at these smaller RV, we're looking at fifth wheels, obviously, but every once in a while we would step in these little RVs, the smaller than this, and we would kind of reminisce about our old Terry, which was a 24M, which is actually a 22-foot box with no slides. And I was telling her, I said, oh, God, remember how nice it was? And we were in these newer ones that were tiny. And I'm like, oh, look how nice. You remember how nice it was in that Terry, how small it was? And we could just throw it around. It was easy to pull, and it hardly weighed anything. And, well, I'm think that, once we got into this, I was really afraid that I would lose that whole feeling. I did a little bit because it is heavier, but still, it's not a fifth wheel heavy. And It's easy to tow. And we can get it into a lot of these places. You got to remember that a 36-foot fifth wheel, which I talked about a lot, overall length from the front of my truck to the back of the bumper of the fifth wheel on like a 36-foot fifth wheel is about the same as what this is hooked up to the truck, from the bumper of the truck to the back of this travel trailer. But the big difference is once I park this and disconnect it from my truck, I can put this in a 32-ish 30-foot site, a 30-foot site basically. Well, the fifth wheel is still 36 foot. Even though it's shorter when it's hooked up, it's still 36 foot when it's disconnected. So, we have more parking options. The truck, fits on a lot of these lots. We don't have to park it in the overflow. if it's on site. So we're sticking with the travel trailer for now. Now, I'll be the first one to tell you, and if anybody wants to spread the word, if we got contacted by Rockwood and they said, would you like to use our mid-bunk for, a year and give us feedback on it or just promote it? Sure.
Heck
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I would do that. Next one. I just forgot about that. You just put that on there. So November 19th, think about November 19th. Heidi and I left November like 23rd, right? When did we leave? The 20
October 23rd we
No.
left.
Oh,
Yes.
October 23rd.
October 23rd.
I'm sorry, October 23rd.
Yeah.
So we left Ohio, and the weather was pretty decent. And not to burn you guys anymore. My brother was telling me, he said, "Oh, you keep on rubbing it in. Just cut me open and pour the salt in about how cold and how warm you guys are and how cold we are." But we just seen the other day on the news, our local weather guy that we used to subscribe to and watch our weather back home, that the high temperature that was seen on Wednesday, which was 62 degrees, that was the highest temperature that Ohio had seen since November 19th of 2020. It had been 110 days. There's only 365 days in a year. 1/3 the year, it had been below 62 degrees. So it was 60 degrees or lower for 110 days, and they just finally got up over that. Now, of course, it was 62 yesterday. It was 66 today. It's going to be 66 tomorrow, I believe. But then they drop down to like 42, and they hover right around average, which is 40, 45 for about 4 days. But that just like re-energized us of, wow, I can't believe we skirted that. We left at the right time. We didn't pick Texas. We didn't get all that snow. We didn't pick Arizona and get snow and cold and all that crap either out there. We picked the right location at the right time. Man, do we count our blessings on that. I mean, we really feel blessed and lucky that our situation kind of turned out the way that it did when it did.
All right, so somebody has a question. They want to know what you have, 430s or 373 gears.
373. I wanted the 430. Don't be afraid of 430s. I looked everywhere for 430s. I couldn't find them. 373s are just fine. There's nothing wrong with them, but I'm staying a lot of times at about 70 miles an hour, 70, actually a little bit more than that, about 72 miles an hour. I'm staying in ninth gear a lot, especially if I'm pushing wind. If we got a little bit of a headwind, I'll stay in ninth gear a lot. It doesn't hurt it. I mean, that's an overdrive. You got to figure 8th, 9th, and 10th, they're all overdrive gears. So it's not a big deal. It's just the 430 would help out on that low end going. And again, I don't need the help. I'm just talking about squeezing out every bit of performance that you can. And as far as unloaded traveling with 430 gears, it's easy. I mean, I had AODs with 410 gears, and both our Lincoln Town cars had 410s with AODs, and that AOD didn't have 3 overdrives, it just had 1, and the third overdrive that the 10-speed has is far steeper than what the AODs had in the Lincolns, and it's still it's barely, I would think at 75 miles an hour with 430s, you'd probably be at about maybe 2,000 RPMs, maybe in 10th gear. It'd be probably real close to that. 430s are fine. The thing is once you get over 60, basically over 60 miles an hour, your gas mileage, your performance and everything drops drastically because you're pushing so much air with the travel trailer or fifth wheel, whatever you have, and the truck itself. So that 430, you really shouldn't be up there anyways. I've always had, my car's always got better gas mileage with lower gears with a good overdrive that had a steep overdrive. We had 5-liter Mustang with 373s. I should have went to 410s. We had another car that had 373s in it. I wish it had 410s. I've had those Lincolns, like I said, both of them have 410s, and I got great gas mileage in town and on the highway too. You just don't travel as fast, which those town cars that I'm talking about, 88 and 89 Lincoln town cars, they were, they were bricks anyways. They were square. So when we got up around 70, 75 miles an hour, they really hated pushing that air. So I just, hover around 65 miles an hour and set the cruise, and the car loved it. So yeah.
Do you have any more ride products on your trailer?
More ride. Is that who makes our steps?
I'm pretty sure.
We have those, those steps that.
I'm pretty sure they're more ride. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And Scott, while you're here, you're the next question on our phone too. Do we have any easy starts on our air conditioners? Yes, both of them. The 15,000 BTU and the 13,500 BTU. I did a video on that kind of loosely back when we first got the RV, and very happy with it. I can run either one of the air conditioners with our Honda EU 2200 generator, and I can run like the TV, and we can run the compressor on the refrigerator all at the same time with no issues. They work out great. I highly recommend them. Plus now you can buy them with a Bluetooth option of some kind. I think that's kind of cool. Yeah, Bill. He says he got 410 in my gas Chevy. Wouldn't want anything else. Yeah, and that's the other thing. The 430s increase your, maxes out the payload and everything. We can't wait. The campus is starting in May. Yeah, I know. That's
sometimes we get April in, or
we sneak in April. Yeah, but we've had, which I'm sure definitely our latest snowstorm. We've had snow that's actually accumulated on the ground. It wasn't there very long, but we had snow that came down and on the ground to cover May 15th. That was the latest, was May 15th. So we always looked at that in Ohio. Package and bullet.
If Cricket's on here, my mom got your package, so we'll get it soon. Thank you very much.
We hope you're back in your home. Oh, yeah, Jerry, are you on here? I know that you had that fire. We're hoping that everything's back to normal with you. God, this guy had a fire how long ago?
A year?
He's been living in his RV through the winter.
Yeah.
In a winter type
No, he's been
place.
at a hotel.
Oh, a hotel. Yeah, that's right, a hotel.
Yeah.
That's just horrible. Anyways.
Let's see if he's here.
Lynn Pierce. Is Lynn on here? Nope. Lynn Pierce had the question of how fast do you tow on the highway and miles per gallon with towing? I am the worst person to ask on that. Whatever I feel like. I have towed for over 5 and probably there was one time we went probably about 6 miles through Tampa, and I was doing just over 80 miles an hour. I had towed a lot at 75 miles an hour. With that said, I should be towing at 63 miles per hour. I don't care what the speed is. It should be 63. If it's 65, I should be 63. If it's 55, I think I should be doing about 60. But I know 60, 63 is kind of like the sweet spot for everyone. It's about the time that the air really starts becoming an issue that you're pushing. Anything above 60 miles an hour, the air that you're pushing with your truck and trailer really start to take a toll on your gas mileage and everything. Okay, so with that said, me accelerating foot to the, you have no idea how many times I've run out the gears. Whom, whom. I mean, just to the floor with a trailer, without a trailer. We've got about 8,000 miles on the truck, and I'm averaging over all those miles 8.5 miles per gallon. Towing, not towing, whatever. Just running the crap out of it. I have screwed around when we first got the truck and babied it, and I got 17 miles to the gallon on the highway, partially babying it. I still ran at 65 miles an hour. But I was real easy on it getting up to speed. This before it was broken in. It was I think we only had like 600 miles on it when I did this. But I got 17 miles to the gallon on the highway. The truck likes to get about 12 to 14 if you take it easy in the city. But I don't do that. I just run the crap out of it. So, which I love that. I love that truck. Let's
Well, we
see.
need to go back up here
Oh,
a little.
I keep on wanting to.
I know.
We
need
got to get a
it-
touch.
Yeah.
We got to get a tablet or something. I got a tablet over there. Get a keyboard for
What
the tablet.
radar detector do you use?
I put a link in the description on a video on the back. It's a long range something. Uniden long range something. I did it. I put it was in the video in the past. It would be on a video that I was talking about the interior, like a GPS or something like that. Or if I showed the inside of the truck, I always try to put the links to that. I can't remember. It was a long range Uniden R3 or something like that. It's a very good GPS. It does have GPS in it. It does. It has a GPS,
Right.
says, GPS turned on or whatever.
Right.
And it tries to remember speed traps and stuff like that. But anyways, as far as long range, it picks up stuff a long ways.
does.
It's a very good one.
So, have you noticed any excessive wear of any component since going full time versus occasional trips?
Yeah, the friction hinge on the door just quit working.
It's disappointing.
It just quit working. The friction hinge on the door does not work. You open the door and it's windy, that door slams up against the stopper that is now broke because it's been slamming against it.
We had the shower knob come off the other day.
Oh yeah,
It didn't break.
yeah. It just came. The screw came loose.
Yeah.
We've had these little string things.
Yeah, they're
for
starting
the
to-
for the windows here.
'Cause
They've come loose. We've had to tighten those. Let's see.
The door here was you had to pull it shut, but you
I fixed
adjusted that.
Yeah, that was the just.
I
That
can't
wasn't.
think of anything
That wasn't wear though. That wasn't. That was,
actually probably the first thing that's gonna go. Because the mechanisms on them are so chintzy. Is these blinds? They're not.
they're working,
They're working, but
and it's expensive to get those other shades.
yeah.
So if you can get, of course, all the new Rockwoods, they got rid of this and they got roller shades, just regular old pull down roller shades. Yeah, I see why, because these things
Right.
they work okay.
Yeah, they do
it's
the
a,
job.
it's a day shade, and then I can pull it down and. Oh, son of a bitch!
That's because you have to push the.
I wondered why it was. I had this open earlier. When did you hear this fall down? Yeah, neither did I. I was wondering why I couldn't feel any air.
It got a little stuffy in here.
Yeah, you could
Salem
fix it.
says he runs, or they run 2 Predator generators connect together to run the RV and have easy starts. And
Yeah,
they work great.
yeah. The Predators are good. They're obviously noisier than the Hondas, but they're not bad. They're a lot cheaper than the Hondas. You bought 2 Predators for the price of 1 Honda and still had money for gas. I know that they are good. They're nothing bad there.
Well, let's see here. Getting a little behind.
Share this what?
Just to share us. That's what she was saying.
Excuse me. Having 2 overdrive ratios give you peak mile per gallon about 65 mile per hour. We got 3. The 8th, 9th, and 10th are all overdrives.
Oh, Lisa's car's got over 23,000 miles. She said it for a year.
Oh, cool. That sounds like me driving before we hit the road here. All right,
Battery
so
low on device, really enjoy. Okay, Mike 53. Bye. Everybody's phones are just dying.
yeah,
We had to charge ours before we started.
yeah.
Bill Utah said gas just made it to $3 a gallon.
Oh well.
Hey Mike, I'm going to replace tires on the RV. What do you recommend?
Same. I like the Goodyear Endurance tires. I like them a lot. That would be my recommendation. Goodyear Endurance, and go 1 load rate higher if you can. It's a good idea. Thanks for answering the question. God bless. Okay, Scott, take it easy.
Thank you for
Jeff,
stopping.
I'm back. Hey, do you know anything about a GPS, especially for being that you can put your height? Okay, so that RV specific GPS, I did a review on that in the past, or I did a video on that in the past. We have an RV 765 or something like that from Garmin. I love Garmin GPSs. I know other people have other GPS. I've never had a problem with them.
We've had like 3 or 4 of them.
The problem, and I did a video on this in the past, even before that one, the problem with GPS, vehicle-specific GPSs, is that the infrastructure in the U.S. isn't reported enough. For example, that bridge that's down there in Homeworth, Jeff, that those guys are always hitting, I don't think that they come running out and change the height of the bridge when Homeworth puts a new layer of asphalt down. So that takes another inch away from whatever's on the sign. Well, so there's a lot of problems with that. And what we found with our GPS is we typed in our weight and our size and our width and height and all that stuff. And it has routed us off out of round stuff. And for the life of me, I can't figure out why.
I'm going to show everybody my hat, my helmet.
Why?
Because somebody wants to know what I made with it.
Oh.
I don't know if you can see it. Anyway, because our thing's not updating. So anyway.
Here, we'll do this real quick.
But that's what I made.
Yeah, the problem is the infrastructure isn't reported well enough in the U.S., and even if it was, then they've got to get that information to Garmin, or Garmin's got to get that information fast enough. Even if that's done, then you need to be updating your GPS all the time whenever whenever you can, to keep it up to date. I'll still have to say that I love the GPS, and the reason I love it is it has a dash cam built into it. So I use that a lot, which I forgot to include our latest driving antics that have been going on. We ran into some weird problems, just people cutting us off and stuff like that. But it does have a dash cam, and it does there's a lot of features on it. Like you can put your elevation on the trip, so you can see when you're out somewhere and you don't know where you're at, if you're getting ready to come up to a hill, so you need to get a run for it if you want to do that. Or if you're getting ready to go down a big hill, how long the hill is. It'll show you the elevation. It shows you where you're at and what you're coming up to. It shows you on the way features, like as you're driving. If you have to have your phone connected to it so that it can get all these updates and constantly communicate. But it'll tell you if there's traffic, and it'll say you're on the fastest way still. It'll say, hey, you got a 20-minute delay, but even if we rerouted you, it would still shorter just to stay on the path you're currently at. Sometimes it'll reroute you. But on the way, it'll show you what's up ahead. That's it, up ahead. It'll show you like the gas station, how far it is, the next rest area, how far it is. That'll be off to the side of the GPS. So again, I talked about it in the previous video. Go check that one out. I like the GPS, but whatever you do not rely on it to not route you somewhere where you shouldn't go, because it could run you down a road you shouldn't. Just read the signs.
You actually need to.
Yeah, which we do. We run Waze on the trucks. Sync 3 on that Sync 3 screen. We run the Waze on that. With our phone, with one of our extra phone. Actually, the phone that you guys are seeing us on right now, we use that for Waze and streaming music. And then the GPS, we use that also. We use them both in conjunction. Just see which one's telling us to do what. And we, whenever that one says one thing and one says the other, we start looking, why? What's going on here? Why is it telling me to do this? A lot of times we ignore the Waze because it's a car. I can't put in truck information. So it might be trying to route me through a neighborhood or something.
That might change, though.
That might change, yeah.
Hey, Herbie.
But it's very good. It's a very good GPS. I like it a lot. You can, if you're close to Wi-Fi, like at our house, back at our house, I had Wi-Fi at the house. I just turned the GPS. I put that Wi-Fi information in there so the GPS could connect to it, and it would update on its own. It did its own updating all by itself. Same with the truck too, but that's something entirely different. Let's see. Kev Central. Kev, are you on here? Kev Central. I watched a couple of his videos finally. Jay HEIDI mentioned it, and I finally got to see a couple of his videos. He does bike reviews. It's kind of cool. Walmart bike reviews. Why do people keep their slides out when RV not in use? Is there a benefit? No, I would think that having your RV slides in is probably better. I mean, you're not exposing all those seals to anything.
Thanks, Catherine.
wind and... Oh, thank you, Catherine. Appreciate it. You got a super chat. I don't have my thing anymore. I don't know who that is. I don't have my thing anymore. We used to do a thing for the super chats.
Don't you have it on there?
I don't know if I do anymore. I should do that. Wow, we got a bunch of comments on this stuff. Just get it all away. Somewhere. I'm going to find it. That's what you get for the super chat. If I can find it anymore. Like I said, I used to have it on here for just this reason. Oh my word. I don't even know where it is anymore. It was a lot of fun. Oh, there it is. There we go. All that. Kind of ruined the whole effect, huh? So I'm going to go here. You keep this stream for those questions. I'm going to go here because I know it's above that. There's questions above that. Or they talk about the GPS. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kev Central, as far as the slides out, I don't know. I want it. I know that, especially with an awning topper, that awning material is now seeing wind. It's seeing rain. The slide seeing rain. It's the whole thing seeing wind. Yeah, I know that like in the desert, if you got a lot of wind, it'll blow the sand between the seals that seals it off. It'll get inside the RV also. So yeah.
No, we've never been to Disney Campground yet.
We were that
like
close.
Twice.
That close. We had all the reservations and everything, and I'm like, maybe next time. Ed Gray says, what are your likes and dislikes of 360 and editing challenges with large files? Oh, the hardest part about the editing the 360 is I have to use their format, their stuff, and I've got to put it. That's about the only thing. I know that it's a good editing thing, program that they have. The large files aren't too big of a deal. Of course, it's a little bit slower to upload and use more data to upload them, but I like the 360. With that said, I think we might be moving away from the 360 kind of. And
maybe I'll do something with it.
No, it's a pain in the butt.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
I'm the one that talked him into buying it.
Yeah, so the 360, what I think I'm going to end up doing from now on, and maybe we'll start with this park. I think I'm going to go back to the way we did the Yogi Bear Park, Jellystone Park, Yellowstone Park, whatever that's called, in Hartville. Mm-hmm. And that is, it was shot in 360, but you're not going to have control over it. You're not going to be able to scroll and look at what you want to. I'm going to zoom in and zoom out and point to where I want the video to draw your attention to. So, it's easier for me because I can literally hold my tablet and hold my thumb on a button and just move the button back and forth to scroll in and out or zoom in and out. And wherever I point the tablet is what I see. So like when I'm talking and I say, hey, this house over here on the left, I know I got to turn my tablet to the left and maybe I have to zoom in to show you what I'm talking about. And then I can zoom back out and then look ahead. I could just wander all around 360 degrees of what we shot. It's so much more easier for me to edit that way. But I understand. I mean, I like, if I get a 360 video, to kind of scroll around and be able to look at everything. But there's a lot of people that don't. There's a lot of people that just like to sit and watch, which is fine. Oh. So that's pretty much it there.
Somebody's here.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
They're going to do their video.
Awesome. RJ Forsberg. I don't know if he's on here, but he had asked in the one video that we had back home. If you guys remember, when I do a lot of videos in the office, I had that Flying J guitar. That's not a Flying J. You put Flying J. Did he put Flying J?
Where?
No, this.
Oh, I may have
Yeah, it's
made a
Flying
mix.
V.
Yeah,
It's a Flying V guitar. And I said,
You
who's
can
your
tell I
favorite?
don't know anything about guitars. I only
Nope.
bought
Know
them
where the
for
gas
our
station
son.
is. I got a Flying J guitar. That'd be interesting to see what that looks like. But the guitar that I had in the background, it was something that our son got from a friend because he's really into guitars. And then he didn't want it anymore. I think him and his friend had a falling out. And he didn't want it anymore. And I said, well, I'll take it. So I put it in the office. I liked the way it looked. So the guy had asked, who's your favorite band?
Everybody has, there's a couple people on here that have that shirt. I know it ain't my shirt.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Everything by Pat has the shirt.
How cool.
And somebody else up here.
Yeah, this is
Matt and Marianne.
this is it's from Remus. Now, how I got into these shirts a long time ago was we went into Goodwill. And I found a shirt and I told her, I said, boy, feel how light it is. It feels real light. We should buy it. So I did. I bought that shirt. I still have that one shirt. That shirt didn't sell with the rest of them. So I bought the shirt and I wore it, and it was like we would go on summer trips. It'd be 80 degrees out and it's a black shirt and I would be cool as a cucumber. The wind just whips right through it and it's very comfortable. It was nice. So I looked in the tag of that shirt and seen Rima, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what this Rima is. And sure enough, it was still available and still a company and still I could order the same size. So I did. I ordered like 4 or 5 of them. Anyways.
He said he got his on Amazon.
Oh, really? This one's Rima, and they're very light. They're very, very light. It comes straight from India. They come all packaged in this real thin paper package. It's really weird to see it when you get it. You could tell it's I don't know.
It's packaged real funny. You didn't even know what it was.
Yeah.
They're so flat.
Yeah, they're real flat and they're so thin. But yeah, 80 degree, 90 degree, I can wear these all day long. You can't even touch, they're so thin. And I'm so fat, they're a fat man shirt now. I had to go on a diet here. So anyways, getting back to, he's saying, who's your favorite band? So I thought, well, even though the question was about the guitar and who my favorite band was, I had a lot of them. You got to figure that I was 12 years old 13 years old in 81. I can't remember. Something like that. So, of course, the 80s was all music.
Graduated in 85. You should be able to do the math.
I can't do the math because I graduated in 85. They didn't have school testing and stuff back then.
Oh my
Speaking of that, I got a math little
joke?
math thing. No, not a math joke.
That's right.
Yeah. So, my favorite band.
Some days here said you're stud muffin.
Stud muffin. I doubt that. There's a muffin going on. But the favorite band thing, all through the years, it's kind of changed, but Metallica. I've been stuck on Metallica for a while. Prior to that, there was quite a few of them. Yes. The Fix. I don't know. That should answer it though. Metallica. John Hershey. John, what are you asking? Is he on here? Yeah, I seen his name. What's his 12 volt or propane power?
I think that
Heidi abbreviated your question, so now I got to decipher it.
because I think that's all he wrote. It was on our 30 question.
30 questions for what? So what's that cover? What's the question?
If we liked
Some days here weight loss challenge.
yeah, well, we all need that.
Yeah, I
Well,
can do.
at least him and I anyway.
I can draw. Well, if you guys watched us back, like I just mentioned earlier in the video, or in this chat, or whatever you want to call it, it was Thanksgiving's in November, right?
Yes.
It was December 3rd.
Yeah, something like that.
It was like December 3rd.
He's eating his last piece of pumpkin pie.
No, not the last piece. It was the last piece, but it was the whole pie I ate that day. So I ate the last piece, and I told her, I said, I feel so miserable because all I did was eat this pie all day. I'm going on a diet. And that was November 3rd. And by July 4th, I weighed 215 pounds. I went from 257 or 254 to 215 pounds. And then we went on the trip through Florida. I weighed about 220 all through that trip, except everybody said, you're on vacation. They took us out to dinner. We were seeing relatives we hadn't seen before. Everybody was going out to eat, all that stuff. And they're like, you're on vacation. Don't worry about it. You shouldn't have to diet on vacation. Anyways, then we got back home and we just decided not to continue that whole and just not diet. And I put on the weight and then some. So definitely. So
Something
12
makes
volt
yours
power or
better,
propane?
might sound good.
MSB, Brenda.
Yeah.
MSB, yeah.
So sad.
That's so sad. If you guys don't know, for you guys that aren't Ohioans, a band that kind of, I mean, they didn't make it number one in the U.S., but they did make the top 100 chart with a couple of songs, was the Michael Stanley Band. And he just passed away. He had struggled for, I think he was 72, and I think he had lung cancer, and he struggled with it for like 7 months, and he finally passed. But he was a radio DJ in Ohio after his band days, and he always did a lot of stuff for the community. And anyways, it was a good song. It was a good group and everything. So what's this 12 volt or propane power? What's that for?
I don't know.
What's
If
the question?
John's on here, maybe he can question.
Yeah, John. So your question, all Heidi's got is 12 volt or propane power? Question mark. Flow R, bike rack on the front of the truck. I don't know if I want to put those electric bikes on the front of the truck. I just told you the way I drive, and I would love to pit maneuver some of these people that cut in front of me. Hate to do that with our bikes on the front. But also, I don't really want to block and push any more air, and, cooling, of course, cooling's an issue. What in the world is that? Is this somebody we know here? Somebody on here? Oh, sure.
He's not on the chat. Get off there.
That's funny. I catch your and Heidi video.
Oh, is he on
funny.
there? No. Oh, he's watching.
Hey, Kenny, we're currently on a live chat on YouTube. We'll have to chat later. Unless you want to... Unless you want to jump on here and say, hey. Unless you want to jump on YouTube and say, hey, question mark. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. It was a high school buddy of mine. So front bike rack, I don't know. I need a bike rack on the back. I need to figure it out. And
Well, she asked twice.
yeah.
And so on the front of the truck, yeah.
I mean, it could work. You know, they make hitches for the front of a lot of those trucks. They make a hitch that goes on the front, but I don't know. I'm thinking no. And on the back, I got to figure it out. Gunter Hobb, do we have a CB? Yes, of course we have a CB. Gunter Hobb asked, do we have a CB? Yep. I've had a CB for a long time. I think I always want a CB. It's nice. I know it's old school, but if more people would have them, it would just be nice. If you were driving down the road and you're doing 70 miles an hour and you hear a trucker come on there and say, shut it down, eastbound, shut it down, shut it down, you know something serious is up ahead and you need to be paying attention right now. Because that means he's telling all the other trucks, you got to stop your rig. Let's see. How are we doing on the road with RV? Do we need more or less storage? Oh,
we already did that one.
Yeah, we already did that one.
For Nick.
Yeah, that's right.
How to do the back of the truck.
Is that all of them?
Yep, that's it.
Oh, good. We're finished there. Now we can go to you guys exclusively. Let's see what Kenny says here. I will. And see if I can figure it out. Like a caveman with some technology. That's easy.
All right. Know if I'm making stuff on my Cricut. I showed my helmet. I think maybe I offended somebody earlier.
Her Cricut's in my recliner right now.
Pat, we're not getting a fifth wheel. You missed out on that.
Yeah, we've been doing this for long enough in the and these campgrounds been really accommodating, more accommodating if you have a shorter RV. Like the place we're in now. He had about 3 different places he could put us at, and when he heard that we were 30 foot, he's like, "Oh no, I got a good place for you." So he says, "Yes, you are." Maybe not any. We still have to travel, and maybe out west. It all depends. We don't want to. We don't want to, but we'll never say never. Rockwood has a short fit. Oh no, they've had that little 33. I don't want that one. That's too short. That one that just has that one seat and like a one dinette and then a bar. There's like a bar right inside the door.
We need the one with the mid bunk.
Yeah, if we would get one, it'd be the 36 footer. There's 2 36 footers we would think about either one of them, but the mid bunk would probably be the one. I don't know about the other one. I kind of like the other one, but there were some things that now I don't even remember what we didn't care for to make it 100%. We kept on coming back to that mid bunk, and it's only one specific mid bunk. They have 2 mid bunks that are out there, and I don't want the other one. I didn't like the other one. Well, the mid bunk's only 36 foot.
Yeah, it's not just, it's an extra room.
Yeah, it's just, there's 2 mid bunks actually. Get a dually diesel. No dually diesel. That ain't happening. If I got a dually diesel, then I'd be into a bigger RV yet, and then everything just is different. Everything's different at that point. Stay away from the Badlands in July. Is it just too hot out there? Is that why?
Or is it actual Badlands?
Bad, LOL. Had to pull over.
Oh, jeez.
Did we miss any other questions?
I don't think so.
Okay.
He was keeping up with them. Can have a larger.
Oh no! Here's a question.
What?
Jeffrey Jones.
Oh.
He's wondering why our generator. He's saying, I can't believe your generator hasn't been stolen yet. It's like saying, I can't believe your hitch hasn't been stolen yet. I can't believe your bikes haven't been stolen yet. I can't believe that your wheels and tires haven't been stolen yet. I don't know who's going to steal. That's heavy. That stuff is heavy back there. There's no way that they could take the box off of the back of the RV unless they broke into the box and stole the generator that way. If they broke into the box, they'd have to bust the locking mechanism, the handle, and all that stuff to turn the handle, because it's got a big positive post that comes up and locks it. So that's the only way. That's the only way.
Herbie says that we need the mid bug for his guest, because Mary and him's going to have to move in because they have to
sell your rig. Our daughter, I've always said it, she does really good work, but man, she just rakes us over the coals on the fees. I told her, I said,
of course, we never had a sticker made.
Yeah,
right. We didn't know.
We priced it out, and she sat down and she goes, listen, this is how much time I had in it. This is, she talked about all the programs that she has. She was going over all her program. I mean, because I called her out the first time on it. The very first time she's giving me a price, I'm like, bull, this is I am not paying that. And she laid it all out for me.
She explained everything.
And I'm like, okay, I guess. So then I priced it elsewhere, and it was more expensive. And I'm like, for them to make a design and for me to have the kind of input to where we tweaked it. I mean, just constantly back and forth.
Yeah.
She would send me just take a picture of her screen and say, what about this? And I say, no, I want the letters to do this. I want them to wrap around this way. I want this. And then I was taking and I would draw on her picture. I want this to change to this. I want this on my phone. And then I'd send it back to her. So anyways, I just quit. At that point, whatever she says, I'm like, all right, I just pay it at this point.
Then Robert, Mercedes got his sticker sent out.
Oh, good deal. Awesome. So. Very good. Yeah, she's very, very talented. I'm telling you what she's really good at, but she don't care to do is sculptures. She used to do
Yeah.
sculptures when she was a kid.
But I bet she'll start doing that again with Lincoln,
Yeah, she's really
with our
good with that
grandson.
stuff. I mean, very intricate, and her it's kind of like, if you guys do you guys know who Ed Roth is? Anybody know who Ed Roth is? He was the guy that drew those cartoons back in the 50s, Rat Fink. That got, had this
Mm,
rat look all frizzled out, and he's driving a hot rod, with the ship. That's not the way people drew cars and hot rods back
right.
there. And who would think to put a rat in there shifting it, right? Rat rod, whatever. Well, our daughter, her visions on her stuff is just like, where'd you come up with this? I mean, she'd make these really nice whales with hats, little top hats and stuff. And I'm like, where does that come from? It's not me. I'm not that creative.
I'm gonna have a cigarette.
No, there's no smoking. So,
And does this cause problems if I leave it by this?
no, it'll be all right if you leave it there.
I shall be right back.
Okay. Oh, don't want you to fall. There you go. She almost fell over. She did my t-shirts, banners, and cards. We're happy. Good, good. Yeah, that's the same. She did all our stuff. Yeah. Big Daddy. Did I say Big Daddy? I didn't mean Big Daddy. I meant Ed Roth. Big Daddy, that's Don Garlitis. Big Daddy. Yeah, Big Daddy Don Garlitis. Garlitz. Big Daddy Don Garlitz. Yeah, Ed Roth. Was he Big Daddy also? Big Daddy Ed Roth? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're both Big Daddy. There are lots of Big Daddies out there. Do you make much on selling the merch? No. That's a big no, no, no. We do not. We have. I like the designs that we have in our Teespring account. The shirts and the sweatshirt, they're kind of expensive, though. I mean, even for us to buy them, they're kind of expensive. I still own some. They're good quality. I like the way they look and feel and everything. And I like the designs. I mean, like I said, our daughter came up with all the designs. We gave her an idea, and then she came up with the designs on them. And a lot of them, they're front and back. I don't know if everybody goes and looks. It usually has our logo over the pocket or whatever here. No pocket, and then a big thing on the back. I like the way that they look, but they are kind of expensive. But if you guys haven't looked on our YouTube, we have a Teespring account. I'm sorry, it's now called Spring. They got rid of the word T. Shirts, apparel, mugs. I think we even have a mask that says RVDaydream. If I'm not mistaken, there's a mask. But anyways, worth the time and effort. We had to try it. It's kind of like having the website. We need to make that website work for us and pay us somehow. I don't know exactly how to make that happen. And I don't trust necessarily anybody that says, hey, we take your website and SEO optimization, whatever that is, search engine optimization. We do this and we can do that. We can make that thing work. But it's going to cost you $500 and $200, $500 to start and $200 a month for the first 6 months or something. I don't know if I trust somebody to just start shelling out that money for them to say, oh, sorry, I guess it's not working. A lot of these guys, they're kids. I mean, my daughter's the same way. Like my shirts. I don't know. It's hard to trust people, I guess, when it comes to that. I like to have control over it, but I don't want to put in the extra effort that's involved, because it's really involved to make all that stuff work and add links and have stores and all that stuff on your website and get advertisers to go on your website, and it's tough. And to keep the website updated, which we haven't done. We need to work on that, definitely. Red Snowplow, you sure are awesome and looking good. I sure do like my shirts. Thank you. Well, Heidi's the looking good. She's also the awesome. But I'll take the shirts. Have you had any trouble with your propane detectors under? No. Yes. Sorry. Yes, we have. We had one that went bad. It just would not read. I did everything. I unpaired it. I reset, put in a new battery. I reset everything, and it would not work. I contacted the manufacturer, and they sent me a new one, and then I had to ship back the old one. That was part of the deal. And that worked ever. Then I had one that quit reading. It always read full, and I had to unpair it and put it back, and then that was it. Most of the time, not an issue. I'd have to say that I don't want to say 80. I'd have to say it's higher than that. Maybe 85% of the time that we've had them, they've worked perfectly. So, hi, Savannah, Missouri, or Missouri, depending on, I guess, what part of the state you're at. I know some people call it Missouri. Yeah, Ray had one go out with a circuit board. Like I said, ours quit. One did quit. I don't know why, but they sent us another one. Yeah, the t-shirts, it's tough. I see. Here's the thing with the t-shirts. I liked that it had our logo on it, but then again, some people maybe don't want our logo on it. Maybe they want the sayings that we have. So we thought about that, and then we thought, well, we'd like to have the logo small, and then so some of our shirts have our logo real big on it, which Herbie's got one. That was so awesome. That was the first time that we were at Pirate Land, and here comes Herbie, and he comes walking around the corner. He's got our shirt on. It's like, holy cow, that's weird. It just seemed odd to see that. That was awesome, though. But yeah, like I said, we did our daughter. We sent her a bunch of ideas, and she put them together. We have a few more other shirts that we added then that kind of had like the road crew. We have one that's road crew, which I haven't pushed that idea a lot. You know how everybody. I'm glad you like it, Herbie. You know how everybody has their own. What's that called? They have the Odd Squad, and then you have the Vibe Tribe, and then you have. Anyways, we were going to do road crew, and we never really pushed it. We didn't really push the whole issue of road crew and pushing it more. We should have, but we do have a shirt that says road crew. We have a shirt that says R period O period A period D period, and then it's riding on a daydream. So it's road crew, and it kind of has a U.S. highway shield sort of thing, and I think you can get it in yellow. It'd probably look pretty good in yellow. And it has our little logo on the front. I have one. I think I have one somewhere, don't I? Well, anyways.
Yeah, it's blue.
I'll chat later. Phone's going dead.
Everybody's.
I'm the phone killer. I think that's our next chat. I want to say, try to make your phone last. We're going to kill your phones. Oh, this guy's saying he bought a 34. I didn't see that. Bought a 34-foot toy hauler and put a 16-foot boat in back. Yeah, the boat. We've thought about the boat a couple times, like an inflatable or a porta boat. We've looked at them. We thought about it because that'd be kind of nice. Okay. I'm retired, and my t-shirt says busy doing nothing.
It's me.
One interesting thing is that near Ontario, there's a HEIDI RV superstore.
Sweet.
Pat says, do you have any long-term plans to hit every state on the map or over your shoulder, just like hitting the foot? Oh, no, we'll hit more states. I don't know about every one of them.
We have to scratch off every one of them. Maybe not these two.
Well,
we'll get a.
I think we'll try to get a ferry to Hawaii. Yeah. See how that works. I don't know if that'll work. But Alaska, yeah, well, we thought about maybe renting an RV and taking it to Alaska.
Or buying some.
Or buying a piece of, not a piece of junk, like buying our old RV and taking it to Alaska.
Or getting a truck camper.
Or getting a truck camper and throwing it in the back of the truck and taking it to Alaska. All still up in the air. I just don't want to take this RV through Alaska. I don't know. And the whole thing is even then, the truck, you know, all the rocks and crap that get thrown. But yeah, we'll get to more states for sure. All of them, I don't know. There's a couple of states that we have in mind. There's a LEBO, Kansas. That's our last name. I'd like to go see that place, which I mentioned before, because there's a HEIDI Inn, HEIDI Inn
In Lebo,
in
Kansas.
Lebo, Kansas. Well, Heidi's middle name is Lynn. So I'd like to get a video of Heidi Lynn Lebo in HEIDI Inn in Lebo, Kansas. See if I can get that. I talked about that in the past, and I still want to do that.
Oh, there's even a campground too.
Oh, shit, Heidi, got your own campground. Snap.
That's
The Alaska
cool.
Highway is brutal. I know. I just
I've
can't. I
ugh.
can't imagine. I don't know. Maybe if they make a full, but even then, the windshields. Some of those trucks go in the opposite way. Everybody says just drive slow, but the problem is those trucks that are up there, they're going full speed because they don't care. They're kicking up rocks and crap. So the only way I think I'd do it is, what if they make a full bra for the front of the truck?
It goes up so far.
I do have that big rock shield on the back of the truck already. And then for the windshield, maybe we'll get chicken wire and do Mad Max. Is that a picture? Yeah.
It's before we owned it.
Yeah, it's when her grandparents still owned it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's.
I took it out of a frame, which I don't know why I took it out of the frame. Stuffed it in a box
Found it.
and had Bud send it with
Yeah.
some stuff.
Yeah, he's traveling. He's covered more states than we have.
Yeah, I know. Lucky him. Brat.
All right. So 126, we're down from what we were. And I don't think anybody's on here that was telling this, but you realize when we stay in Thousand Trails Park, I said that on the video, we stay for free. And we had a lot of people that had a problem with free. They're like, oh no, you pay for your membership and you have to pay your yearly dues. And it's not free. So, drive a truck to Alaska, sell the truck and fly back.
Yeah.
Why is, do you get good money up there for that?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what's really, before I go into any further of what I was just talking. Man, did I find something that's a money maker down here. Because up north, I don't think people look at it the same down here. Everybody, I want you to type in right now that's listening. If you think of an old person driving a car in Florida, what kind of car is most likely most senior citizens driving in Florida? I want you to type in what you think. Hauled new research to Anchorage, Alaska. Cool. Challenge to be damage free. If we go to Alaska, maybe we'll catch the ferry. Mercedes. Well, that's the rich people. There's a lot of Mercedes down here, but I'm saying on average. Impala's a little bit closer. Buick. There we go.
Crown Vic.
Crown Vic. You're right though. The Buicks are pretty heavy down here too, by far.
They are.
But Crown Vics and Mercury Grand Marquis.
Yeah.
There you
Yep.
go. There you go. Okay, so here's the problem. Everybody down here they don't want a Crown Vic or Mercury Grand Marquis because they'll look like an old person. So the only people that's buying them down here are the people that are driving them. And the most people that are driving them down here aren't buying them used. They're buying them brand new.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're definitely all Crown Vics and for old people. Don't get me wrong, the Buicks.
We've had
and the
a few
Cadillacs,
of 'em.
right? Yeah, Heidi had a LeSabre. I had a LeSabre.
Yeah.
We had Bonnevilles.
Actually, that
we had a Buick
LeSabre.
Century. I mean, right? But I'm saying we had a Crown Vic, and we had those Lincoln Town cars. But anyways, what I'm saying is these cars down here, I see a lot of Crown Vics, and I'm really good with pricing on cars. I see a lot of really nice rust-free Crown Vics and police cars, police interceptors and stuff like that. You can buy for $3,300 with less than 100,000 miles. I know for a fact a police interceptor in Ohio would sell for $4,500 that's rust-free, that looks like these cars with less than 100,000 miles. I mean, all day long, we could buy 10 cars. You know, so what do we be at? $33,000. We could do it, but we'd have to get them back up north, and I can make probably $2,000 in every one of those cars.
Yeah.
And that's going through like dealers and stuff that are selling them. I don't know what would happen if we could get a middleman. So, anyways, that's what I thought about that. Okay, now let's get back to where we're talking about. That's where Pat says I lost you. So,
He was following.
1,000 Trails is free. You do have your rates, and you do have your fees and stuff like that.
You have your yearly dues, and then you have your initial.
Yeah, right, you have your initial outlay. The thing is if you are going to be on the road, something happens every day. That's what got me thinking I had to look at this picture. So we had to go find this just for this demonstration. This is what happens when I get up in the morning and I have to stay at a campground. Let's pretend the campground's $20 for the day. There we go. Then the next day I get up. Guess what happens? $20. Then the next day I get up. Guess what? $20. And then the next day I get up. Guess what? $20. Every day I stay at the campground, it's another $20. And that's all I'm doing. I'm staying at the campground. Just to stay at the campground. So that's money going out every day. So what if this, no, let's get one that's full. This extra polar ice wasn't extra polar ice, but this was a pass that said anytime that you have this pass and you get up in the morning, you don't have to pay that $20. As long as you have this pass. But this pass costs you that much to start. Okay. So that's it. I pay that and I'm out all this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now the ratio isn't exactly right, but nonetheless, so it cost me, let's say, seven days of paying or more. It cost me quite a bit more for paying for this pass. So I get rid of all that. So now I get up in the morning and nope, I get to keep that. And oh no, I get to keep that again. No, I get to keep that. So how many days at some point the stack that I make here that I get to keep because I'm staying for free covers what I spent over here for this pass to the point where this now no longer costs anything. So now this was paid for by my savings of not putting that money over here. I get to put it here now. So now all this, every time I get up in the morning, I get to take that money and put it in my pocket.
RB, what numbers do you want to hear?
So the whole thing is the if you're staying in campgrounds, it's costing you money every day unless you buy that pass that quits taking that money out of your pocket every day.
Yep.
Now, granted, to buy this pass, you've got to take a lot of money to get the pass. And to keep the pass fresh, you have to throw some money at it once a year. But the money that you throw at it, it's still not even close to what you would be paying if I just sat here every day and kept on stacking, the money that it costs on a daily basis. It's just ridiculous that I get a lot of people say, well, it don't cost free. You had to pay for it. No, that wasn't you, Pat. That wasn't you, Pat. You mentioned it, but that wasn't you. That was somebody else. Somebody else, their answer was finally, well, I agree to disagree. I'm like, well, that's just like you quit the argument. It depends on how willing you have your money to have your money locked in. Yeah. Heidi just typed it in. People always ask that. We covered it in a previous video. We don't hide that information at all. We paid $13,500 for our Ultimate Odyssey plan. We get to stay in any 1,000 Trails park for 28 days. and go park to park to park. We get to stay at Encore Parks for 2 weeks, and we got to stay out a week and then go back. We can go back into an Encore Park after that. And again, that's unlimited. We have an RPI membership that cost us in the off season $5 or $10.
$5 to $20.
5 to 20, right?
But they are cheaper
In off season.
yeah, which is strange to me.
Well,
right.
It makes
Right.
sense to me.
It's like our last park was $20 a night.
Yeah.
It was a pay park.
Right.
Most of them are not.
But the whole thing is everybody says, and you won't find anybody that will argue this point. When you get 1,000 Trails membership, if you use the 1,000 Trail membership exclusively, if you just stay in 1,000 Trail parks and Encore parks, you will get an Elite Connections paid for usually within the first year. So an Elite Connections, I think that membership's like $7,000. You will have that payment of what you paid to get to that $7,000. You will save that much in park stays within the first year. So if I'm going to RV full time for 2 years,
Yep.
why wouldn't I get the next one up? Now I just have to do it for 2 years, and it's going to pay for itself. Not only that, but there's a whole slew of bonuses. We can get free cabin stays. We can stay in hotels for dirt cheap. Condos, 2-bedroom condos in Miami for like $299 for a week. I mean, just these places go for like $1,500 a week. You can do it. You can go to Hawaii or Mexico. You go to Mexico and stay in a 2-bedroom condo that's like $1,500 a day, and you can stay there really cheap. So, anyways,
Someone says that, they don't like the tight spots, and because they don't like their awning hitting the unit beside them. Most of the time, we have a large spot here, and we have only had our awning out one day.
yeah,
It's
depends on where
very
you're at.
windy down here in Florida.
Yeah, there's a lot of wind. We haven't had a lot. When we pull into parks, I'm like, why do these people not have their awnings out? And then we get, I see why. You put your awning out. That's why you see in our videos, a lot of times the awning's out, I got it tied down. It's the only way
Even in Fort Myers,
Yeah.
you had it out, you had it tied down, you put it back. You had
Yeah.
it tied down, you had it out, you put it back.
But the whole thing is those tight spots in that, again, I used that analogy in the video, if you hadn't seen that. If we wanted 16 acres and a cabin with 3,500 square feet, none of us would RV. I mean, the whole idea is that we wanted to get smaller and live smaller so we could go and do things that smaller RV afforded us. So yes, I'm in a smaller confinement, but I'm also in Florida in the winter. I couldn't have been at our house in Ohio and make it 80 degrees in the middle of winter. As much as I wanted that to happen, it wouldn't have happened. I had to get rid of that big house and get into the smaller RV to make that happen. So now that I'm in the park, the first thing you think of is, I wouldn't want to be in that little park. I'd like to be in the big parks. Well, you can do that, but you can't get on your bikes and ride to Fort Myers Beach if you do that. You can't get on your bikes and drive to Vero Beach if you do that. You have to enjoy the big state park or national park that you're at. You can put your awning out all you want and you can enjoy your surroundings, but you're never going to get on your bike and ride to the beach. I mean, it's not going to happen unless you have Lance Armstrong helping you out there. So again, it's those tight little small sites, they come with a price of being tight and confined. However, it gives you the ability to go deal with all the stuff that's around you and go explore a lot more. Of course, I mean, you're never going to find a park that's, in the middle of anywhere that's going to be unbelievably big and huge and have everything. I mean, for example, one of the biggest beach destinations you always hear about is Destin, Florida. Destin. Well, look at those RVs. Boom, 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 boom. Of course. They're going to try to squeeze all of them in that they can so you could be on the beach. Now, down in Texas, you got a whole nother thing going on there. If you go to Padre Island, you can camp on the beach, and you've got a lot of room there. However, you just had people that were murdered not that long ago there too, and a lot of times people are getting stuck with their RVs and their trailers on the beach. You got to watch all that stuff. You got to lower your tire pressures and make bigger footprints, and I mean all that stuff we'll have to explore if we want to do that. But there's exceptions to that, but it's definitely the rule that you're going to, the tighter the park, and when people, and you see people crammed in there, there's a reason they're crammed in there. There's definitely a reason. It's kind of like what you prefer, city versus country, being able to hail Uber. Like tonight, Heidi was supposed to make stuffed peppers. We got busy, and she just went ahead and called Papa John's and had them delivered. I mean, I can't do that at state parks. I mean, half the time they don't come all the way out there. And even if they do, they wouldn't even bother driving through the park to figure out where you're at, because the park's usually too sprawling. So the whole idea is that we stay in these campgrounds for free. Now, not right now. We're still on the upside of still paying for what we had laid out. But nonetheless, at some point, it's going to become free. And you got to remember, there's two other things that a lot of people don't realize. The day we bought our membership, which it should be actually more now because they got rid of the 28-day park to park to park. Now you can only do 21-day park to park to park. There's one thing that you got to realize. The day that we bought our membership, the very day that we bought our membership, that we paid for it, we could have called Campground Membership Outlet and sold it and probably got $9,000 for it. So we always have that. We could always sell it when we're done with it. Or we can will it to our kids. If we find that our kids are, like our son, he's traveling around in a van all the time. If we get so old, and it's 70, and I'm telling her I'm never going to be able to go camping again like I used to, and I'm not going to be using that 1,000 Trails membership, and he's out there in an RV traveling all the time, I can will it to him, and he can use it whenever we're long gone from all that. It's just, there's options there. It really is, like I said in the video, it is right now the best way to do it. There's no other way that even comes close. There's a couple of memberships that are out there. They cost a little bit less money, but they have harder stipulations, and they're in a much smaller geographic location. You can only stay at their parks during certain times of the year and that. So you just gotta, again, I don't know how else to describe it, but that's why it's free. I mean, at some point for us, everything, it will be free, because we will have stayed at so many places that we have not paid, that the amount that we paid initially is such a distant thought.
It should pay for itself in the first year.
No, I don't agree with that. I think it's going to be 1.5 to 2 years.
Well, right.
The way we're doing things.
True. But if you actually, because if you factor in electric.
Yeah, there's the other thing too. We stay 28 days.
And we don't pay, we don't have an electric bill.
Any campground you go to and you pay to stay, if you're there for more than a month or really close to a month, you're going to pay for electricity.
At one place we stayed at for 19 days.
It wasn't 19. It was more than that, wasn't it?
23 days.
Yes, maybe. 23 days.
We paid $99 for our electric.
For 23 days, right.
Crazy.
Yeah. Which they kind of snuck that in. I don't remember that actually being discussed, but maybe I'm getting a little old. Yeah, it's a lifetime membership.
Pat wants to know about Passport America. Is it worth it? I believe it is.
Yeah, it was a nice filler. Some of these places, the thing is with Passport America is they've got very strict guidelines as far as the campgrounds. The campgrounds bought into the Passport America thing, and some of them have been very happy. They love to have extra people because they always have extra spots. And it's not an ideal situation. We were in a mobile home park, flat out, long-term mobile home park that had very few RVs, and the RVs are there, been there forever.
Yeah.
It was $20 for us to stay though.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that.
Up to 4 nights.
Full hookups, yeah, and we can stay up to 4 nights. Laundry, everything.
Yeah.
That was perfect. But some of these Passport Americas, they say The only way you can use it is if it's not the weekend, it's not a holiday, and we only do it on Tuesdays and Thursdays, or you're required to stay for 3 days.
Yeah.
There is a minimum charge for 3 days. I mean, every one of them has weird stipulations, but there are a lot of them out there that don't. Now, as far as a secondary membership to have, and again, the links for all this stuff we always keep down in the description. Just if you could, just please use the links if you decide you want to do that. By far, I think the second best one that you could get is Boondockers Welcome. I love Boondockers Welcome. Now, of course, somebody like Kirby that's driving around with a house, he might have a little bit harder time, but not necessarily, because there's places down in Florida that say, hey, I've got enough room for 3 40-foot rigs on my site, and the Boondockers Welcome, almost all of them are free. Very few of them ask for donations, and they'll put the price of what their donation is. And very few of them, they're all required to say, limit their stay. And like we always limited our stay for 3 days, I think.
Yeah.
But if you want to stay longer, almost all of them, once you get there and they see you're not, your dogs and your kids aren't running around, you don't look like you're going to try to live there, most of them say, oh, just stay as long as you want. Don't worry, just stay. I'm going to be here for the next week and a half. If you want to stay here, you can stay. But Boondockers Welcome, we really like that one. I like that.
RB wants to know the reason why that some people think it's not a good deal.
RB, why do you think the reason is that people think it's not such a good? They don't have the money to buy it outright. They are making payments on it.
Or when they buy it, they expect the Taj Mahal of all campgrounds. You're not getting that.
Yeah, that was the other thing too. A lot of people think it's some kind of exclusive country club thing they're buying into.
That's not.
And it's far from it. You could get awesome campgrounds. You can get crappy campgrounds. You could get RV resorts, and then you could get a real RV park, a real campground. And there's long-term people. Every one of these, other than the 1,000 Trails, the Encore parks, those are run by the individual parks. So however they feel like they want to run them is how they run them and how they set it up. So you're going to get in some of these places that are just, some people are just like, ew, I don't like this at all. And don't get me wrong, some of them we've looked at and said, and I've read, and it's like, this ain't a safe neighborhood. I don't want to be anywhere near this place. But other ones are surprising. They're very nice. And they've, like we had mentioned in the video, they've always been accommodating.
Jerry's here. He's been in this house for 2 hours.
Yes. Woo! Awesome. That is cool. Each site has jacuzzi, Saul.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Squeeze in that casita wet bath. Hello from Kent and Sally in Southern Oregon. You guys, Southern Oregon. No, you're not. Colorado's going to get some snow here, aren't they? They said Colorado might get snow that's measured in feet, not inches.
Oh, my goodness.
Are you in any of that mess? And why does it say Kent and Sally, and the name is Michael Seaspack? Yeah, each site has jacuzzi.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
we wish.
Really, honestly though, that still, I mean,
yeah, they've
listen.
Really well.
We've got our own feelings about this. We went in kind of cautiously. We did a little bit of research, not a ton, but we did do a little bit of research, and I can tell you that there's really nothing better. There's nothing better. Now, does that mean should we just ignore it altogether and say, screw that, I don't want nothing to do with it? That's up to you. But we knew we wanted to get in the situation. I mean, listen, if we run into a problem, God forbid, something happens financially that we get really stuck, something major happens to where we're like nickeling and diming and, mayonnaise sandwich time, that kind of thing. We know that we can get into these parks and we don't have to drive the truck and pay for gas for 28 days. That gives us 28 days to work up some money and get some money together. And we're staying for free for that 28 days. We don't have to pay anything out of our pocket for that 28 days. And let's say that we still don't have the kind of money that we were hoping for. We can now squeak and eke ourselves over to maybe the next 1,000 trails and stay another 28 days and do the same thing again. I mean, especially when people, get paid monthly. Now you've got 2 monthly checks under your belt. Hopefully that gets you a little bit closer to what you need to be, or gets whatever, dilemma that you have fixed. That was our situation. And like in our case, we were concerned about medical. And if we have a doctor's appointment, it's really tough to set up a doctor's appointment, and so you're here for 2 weeks, and then you're going to be here for a week, and then you're going to be here for 2 weeks, and then you can stay 21 days here. You're bouncing around like that, and you're trying to go to the doctor's. Well, it's really nice to know that if I make an appointment in the middle of the month, and I go to a park and I start at the beginning of the month, I can be there the whole month. So in case they got to do some tests, I can wait for a couple of weeks to get the results, that kind of thing. Again, just forward thinking on that.
Sullivan says that my mom has room.
Right. Well, everybody.
Need money, sell a generator.
Yeah, right.
Right on.
Wonder who does that. That's funny. Heidi's mom has room. Yes, she does. Pocono. I have to say that Florida Life is both looking great and well rested. Yeah, we're not actually jumping up in the morning, and yeah, it's a little bit different. I don't know how to describe it still. Could you give me a site where you got your shirts, Mike? Yeah. It's rima.com, I think.
REM.
R-I.
A.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's just rima.com. It's from India. I'm also sure that if you're having health issues, the park will work with you.
Yes, they will.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say.
That's what we were hearing.
Yeah. We heard one the other day, though. I mean, oh, my word. If it wasn't for and if anybody knows this person, don't just take it with a grain of salt. What I'm saying, it's just my own feelings on it. It felt like a very privileged person talking about, and not to be racist, sound like white people problems. Because this lady, she wasn't a millennial because she had a college-aged daughter that was in college in the Florida Keys. So she's in college, Florida Keys. I don't know, maybe she got a full scholarship. I'm not sure. But nonetheless, usually privileged families, their kids get into colleges. And I don't know if there's not a Stanford or, Harvard or anything like that in the Keys. But nonetheless, it's kind of a desirable location. If I went to college, I'd love to go to college in the Keys or the Bahamas or something like that. So anyways, her daughter's there. Now, I don't know what happened, and, I wish all the best. Something happened to her daughter. Daughter got sick. So this lady, wherever she was coming from, she's trying to figure out a way, because her husband's got the RV and he's heading down towards that direction. She says, I guess I have to she flew in, it sounded like. I need to find a place to stay in the Keys. And is there any way that these parks will let us come in without reservations because we have a family emergency? And basically she's trying to stay, what sounded like to me, for free at one of the 1,000 or Encore parks in the Keys because her daughter was sick listen, which I tried to be as soft about it as I could, which I'm not.
Instead of just passing the comment.
But I've got a hammer for a hand whenever I'm typing out the stuff. And I basically said, hey, listen, that's what those empty credit cards you carry for backup for emergencies and rainy day funds are for.
Yeah.
Buckle up, pucker up, and pay. There's campgrounds down there that you can get in. You got to pay to stay in them. But if it is a true family emergency, screw that. Let's try to get in here for free. And is there any way somebody can help us out? Mm-hmm. You know, if she didn't, the only thing is, which I have a problem with, Heidi has even a bigger problem with. The only thing she didn't say, since she said she had a husband, was, "Oh, I'm a single woman and I'm having a hard time." I hate hearing people make excuses. That whole victim mentality thing, I can't stand
I
that.
look at it, he looks at it as the victim. I look at it as you're uneducated.
Yeah.
You sound uneducated when you say that.
Yeah, I really hate, I mean,
You don't need to.
honestly, and again, oh boy, I'm really getting into it now.
After this.
I'm asking for this for sure. I'm asking for trouble, I'm sure, with the whole Me Too movement and women's rights and all that stuff. For you
It's
to have
Women's Month.
yeah, it's Women's Month too. You got a whole Women's Month thing, right? Where's the Men's Month?
We get that every day.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I live that life. So they got. When did it become that these women, I'm empowered, it's me too, you can't do this to me anymore, and I am just as equal as you are, I'm believing all this stuff, 100%. And then you have one in the background going, "Well, I'm a single mom, can you come help me?"
You get help from me.
What happened? Go talk to all those ladies. All those ladies are telling me that you guys are all just like men. I don't know any men saying that, and if they do, they need slapped, because I think that's what would happen. Yeah, I don't like that double standard. I can't stand that double standard. And you've got people that unfortunately that are causing the cause. Is that a phrase? Is that the correct way to say it? They're causing their cause
Right.
to go backwards.
Yeah.
You know, it was horrible whenever and the thing is it's from me selling stuff whenever I used to sell mower outdoor power equipment and work on outdoor power equipment, you have no idea how many women would stop and look at the mowers that I had for sale and talk about how I'm a single mom and I can you, what kind of price, special deal, price, can you deliver it? Can you show me, can you mow my lawn for, I mean, it
Seriously,
just kept
when
on
him and I
rolling.
were divorced,
Oh my.
and I had to go, I went and bought a push mower
Yeah.
all by myself.
Yeah.
I didn't tell him I was a single mom.
Yeah. Right. Right.
I did have my dad work on my tractor, but I helped.
Merle.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I love whenever you've got those ladies that are confident of themselves and like, "Hey, I don't need help. I can do this on my own." I love that. They're not making excuses. They're getting it done.
Canceling culture.
But then you have like two or three other ones that are just, "Oh, what about me?
Okay, enough of that. I'm tired of hearing about it.
Just let me park
Park
at
it
their
there."
house." Solly. Well, Solly, we don't have, you know what? You should try to, you know what? That'd be awesome. Solly, the next time you're heading back towards your house, you should swing by our old house and just pull in and back your rig in, and then you go, "What's up? Where's Mike and Heidi? I stay here every year. They put me up for 2 weeks. They feed me." Should tell them that. See what happens.
Oh, that's funny.
All right. So
enough of
anyways,
that.
yeah. I definitely have strong. You guys have no idea how strong of feelings I have about certain things, because on this platform we just can't say all that.
Yes, we were divorced longer than we were married the first time. We've only been.
It's okay. We're just put it so they understand. That was kind of confusing.
Oh,
We're married for 13 years.
yeah.
We were together. Wait a minute. We dated for a year. We lived together for a year. Then we were married for 13 years.
So there's 15.
We separated. We got divorced. We never were really apart from each other. We lived separately
like 7 months.
for 7 months total. And then next thing you know, I'm living back home again. We just never bothered to get remarried again until a couple years ago, 2019. And we got remarried again. But we'd been together since 90. Yeah, 1990. So even during our divorce, you should have seen it. It was a joke. I don't know what we were thinking, because we went into court together, and the sheriff, I remember asking, you got to put your money, you got to, well, it is your money, but when you got to put your stuff through the little tray to go through the little scanner, and you got to walk through the, at the courthouse, the metal detector, and they're asking her if she's doing all that. what are you here for? And she says, oh, it's a divorce. And they go, okay, that's on such and such third floor on the right, da da da. In the meantime, I'm behind her and I'm putting my stuff in there. He goes, and what are you here for? And he's looking at my name and he sees the same name. I said, the divorce. And he goes, you guys together? And it's like, yeah. And he goes, you're getting divorced? And they're like, yeah. And he goes, holy cow. He says, usually we got to keep the divorced people apart from each other, because they're fighting with each other, even coming into the courthouse. I said, well, I said, I rode down with her. I said, I rode to the courthouse with her. I said, that ain't the case at all. And the same when we really opened our eyes about maybe we shouldn't be getting divorced, was our parenting after divorce classes, which was required by the county.
That we rode together.
We rode together, and we're sitting at the table together doing our worksheets together and everything. But in the meantime, there's a guy on one end of the room, and there's a lady that comes in. And the lady, as soon as she walks to the door, she sees her ex sitting at the table. She goes, oh, hell no. And she just turned around and walked right back out again. And I looked at her, and I'm like, oh, my God, I can't believe these people hate each other this much.
It's crazy.
It just didn't wrap our head, because we didn't hate each other. We kind of mutually agreed maybe we should be doing something different. And
we should have been reeling our relationship in.
yeah, we
should have been not do.
It was weird.
All wrong.
It's just we got on a path, and it just kind of went that way. It's kind of like we went gambling, and it seemed like, oh, if I could just another $200, I might win back all my money.
Right.
Well, it was kind of like with her and I. It's like, well, we need to just keep on going this way and get divorced, because that's what we kind of decided 2 months ago. And here in the meantime, I mean, literally, we're having Christmas together, because we're, still keeping our kids, to where they know everything's okay. And we're going out together. We were just living separately. And I would see her and call her. I don't know how many I would text her. She would text me. And that's when we first had phones that text. I mean, I had a Motorola old flip phone. And anyways, it just was odd. It was a whole odd thing. And then at some point, again, I always want to get to Florida. I worked at a shop in Ohio, but there was a shop in Florida in Tampa. So I had transferred shops, and I was working in Tampa. And at that point, she was saying, because I wasn't in the picture at that point, I was completely out of the picture. And she's like, well, I kind of miss having you around. And I'm like, well, I kind of miss being, this far away. And that was it. I moved back to Ohio, brought my little Isuzu Amigo with my trailer with all my stuff on it. I towed it all back up north, and that was it. So yeah, we told that story, I think, in the past. But so how long have you had a gambling problem? We like to go gambling every once in a while. The most money we've ever lost gambling in one night, how much is that?
1,000?
Yeah, I think $1,000. That was it. It was on her birthday, and she was having fun, so I just kept on giving her money. Other than that, I think we spend maybe
We usually just do
200 each. Yeah, maybe 200 at the most. 100 between each of us. We might. And with that said, we go gambling maybe. Well, we didn't gamble at all last year.
No.
Did we gamble the year? The year before for Mercedes. So maybe 3 times a year at the most.
Yeah, a couple years ago is probably when we spent the most, but yeah. We're not gamblers.
Yeah, it's not a good investment. Bingo.
I like bingo.
My mom loves bingo. She bingos hard. She's a hard bingoer. But she wins. Yeah, it's funny. Paul says we have friends that are married and divorced several times. Now, I don't think we'd be divorced several times. I don't know why we'd get divorced, to tell you the truth, at this point. It doesn't make any sense. But I remember the first time that I met some people that was friends of the family, and they had been married. They got divorced. They had kids. They got divorced. They remarried other people. They divorced them, and then they got back together again. And I thought, that is how could anybody do that? And here we did the same thing. We didn't marry other people, but nonetheless, we we had actually went out in the world and lived on our own separately. It just seemed weird. I won 21,000. That's how I got an RV for my 20th. Awesome. Yeah. That is great. Seems like we had the same type of relationship. We tried playing shuffleboard. No, we haven't. I've looked at it a few times. It looks interesting. That's about it. We supposed to play pickleball at one point. We supposed to play cornhole at one point also. Yeah. That was the other thing. We are currently have our house for sale. Awesome. We have our rig. Cool. Full-time Rving is right around the corner. That is very cool.
How are you?
That's
away from.
Oh, wait, tell her you got your package.
Yeah, I did. I miss my kids and I miss my grandbaby, and they're real supportive of us traveling. They want to come and see us. I know that we are going to go back home this year to see our grandson for sure.
Yeah, we'll make
hopefully
a big loop.
Hopefully we'll get to be there for his 2nd birthday.
Oh man,
I know.
Oh, there's no. We can't do that. Jesus, that's May.
We might be a month late. Sorry, Mercedes.
Ass. There's no way. How? You're telling me that we're gonna leave here in April and go to Alabama,
I know.
Louisiana, Texas, down through Texas, Arizona, California, up through Oregon. Come through like Utah, Wyoming, Utah.
We'll probably be there in June, late June, early July.
There's no way we're doing. Yeah, I don't know. See, this is the first time I heard of any of those plans.
Because he doesn't even care about going home.
All I could think about is, okay, we could get back to Ohio just before it gets real cold.
Maybe
and then head south again.
The communication problem in the divorce years ago was right there. Him not saying shit.
What do you mean? I didn't even hear about this till now.
I didn't tell anything about. I told you before I wanted to be home for Lincoln's birthday.
No.
I know that we're not going to be probably home for Lincoln's birthday.
Now, I have no problem. Listen, I have no problem if you fly home for Lincoln's birthday.
You're coming home with me.
Well,
I'm not going home again by myself.
We'd have to park the RV somewhere just for that. Oh, my God.
My job and drinking messed us up, but we had to reset our really. Yep. Learn how. Yep.
Herbie, you got a lot of ugly to leave at work. It ain't like a little ugly. That's a lot of ugly. I don't think I could deal with. Not at this point. This point in time, it's even worse. It's so stacked ugly now at this point. Oy.
Yeah.
14 days from a house from empty. Ooh, cool. That's good.
We did pretty good on ours too.
Robin and James. April, Florida. May, Ohio. And go to the west. I hate to do that because we're already down south, and then we'd have to head back down south again unless we headed across the north. Well, Bill, you know what, Bill? We might have to think about that. Look at what he says.
What's he say?
Right there.
April, Florida, May, Ohio, and then go to the west. Oh.
We could go to the west going across the top of the U.S.
Yeah.
And then down the coast and through that way.
Yeah.
And that would put us back down south.
Then we could start in Ohio and go.
Bill, you might
you might be onto something.
Yeah. We'll have to get out a dartboard and use the map and see how that works out. Here comes the second divorce. Oh, no.
We're stuck with each other.
Oh, yeah. That's not even a thought. Why don't you go in the opposite direction and end up Florida in the winter? Yeah, see, Robin said the same thing.
Yeah.
See, Robin and Bill, you guys are on the like minds. Yeah, I guess we could. I'll tell you one of the reasons that we wouldn't want to, but we could still do it differently. But one of the reasons I don't want to do it, if I cannot see I-77 again.
Oh, yeah.
I just cannot see that again. And
Thanks, Michael, Mr. Sullivan. Sully.
My former patron. Oh, Sully's got to get the horn in here now. Oh God, I love this thing.
Go to Chicago, hit Tennessee, Georgia, Florida.
There's all kinds of crap
Yeah.
on here. I don't even know what all this stuff is, to tell you the truth.
You're just a noisemaker.
That's Heidi. uh,
Oh, you're funny.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
noisemakers. You used to have a little handheld one. Do you still have that?
no, I gave a few years back. I can't remember how many years ago it was. The Army paid for me to go back to college. I went in and I made the dean's list, and then I quit. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I made the president's list. I had a 4.0, and it's like, why am I in school for this stuff? I chose auto mechanics because I thought it'd be kind of nice to just be taught auto mechanics. I learned all the stuff myself. I learned a little bit of the Army, but almost all that I learned prior to be hands-on. So I went in there, and they're teaching me stuff, and I was like, yeah, I can do this.
You're working on like 80s
right.
vehicles.
So my teacher that I had, the professor that we had, or whatever you want to call him, he had he was kind of a funny guy. So I brought in that noisemaker and I gave it to him. That's where it went. I gave it to him when I left.
I don't know how I got shot.
Have your son come stay in your RV. Oh, our son? No, our son's traveling in his van, and he's in California now or somewhere. I don't even know where he's at.
He can stay the night. That's about it.
Yeah, he's got his own thing going on. He's been traveling all this time. I don't know where he is now. I'll keep that secret in case somebody checks in on the video. Right. Yeah. Forgot about that. Just storm the border. Yeah, they won't shoot. I had a grandkid. I want to see their early birthdays. Most of my daughter's birthdays due to work. Grandkids are going to be the same. Yeah,
that was a lot of parents.
So I think we can wiggle our way up the coast. Never done that. I mean, up the opposite way. We
have to see.
Hello, Myrtle Beach.
No, we're only going to go to places we haven't seen. Can we go this way?
No, to get to Ohio?
Yeah. Why not?
I don't know, because it's the Midwest and there could be snow. Could be snow out there.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing states that, darn it, we've already seen.
Yeah, but we could go up.
I'm not flying home, Brenda, unless he's flying with me.
I don't really care to fly anymore.
Oh, yeah, he didn't do the sugar beets this year.
Oh, I did not watch that movie. Oh, my God, I don't know.
Oh, I just realized what that said.
Yeah, no, man.
Yeah.
I guess if it's promoting the lifestyle to some extent. How do you guys feel about that? Since we got it 140. Cool, 140. How do you guys feel about that? How do you guys feel about the promoting of this lifestyle and how it will affect you guys if you are on the road? I mean, it basically, you're saying, hey, it's really cool out here. Everybody should come check all this stuff out. It's a little crowded, but it's, it's awesome. It's really awesome. And you're just encouraging that many more people to make it even more crowded for you. I mean, I kind of like to share the whole thing. I think there's plenty for everybody. I think I would like to see it there's a part of me that would love to see it so over-flooded that somebody looks at it and says, wait a minute, this is a market that we need to capitalize on, and let's make some of these really cool campgrounds or something.
It's going to be the complete opposite. But I think they're going to start taxing us.
Yeah, I think they're going to find a way to start nailing us for it somehow. Oh. Time for a cigarette.
Time for a smoke break.
They make these things called snow plows. They work great. And they also make this thing called salt that works great on making your metal vehicles go away. Our truck has not seen salt. Our RV has not seen salt. I don't want it to see, either one of them to see salt. We are starting a 9,000 mile trip in late August. Toronto, Vancouver, Arizona, Florida, Toronto. 212 days. Cool. We don't plan ours out that much. If we get to a place we really like, we'll stay a little bit longer. It's not a bad flick. It's not realistic from every type of nomad. Oh, okay. They make this go in the opposite way. You would be in the northwest or in the hotter months, and by the time you get to the southwest, it would be late summer, early fall when it's cooler. Yeah, Yeah, that might be a thing. We might want to do that. It's not for everyone. There's the we'll filter out. Yes, that's a good point, Sully. You're right. And think about it. Even us. I mean, even us. We like it. I don't know how long we're going to do it. I mean, there's life's too short. We might find something else that we'd rather do. Cost of gas will filter a lot out. I don't know. I still don't think gas is really an issue. I mean, we know it's going to cost money to tow the RV. I mean, until they make it to where you can get 30 miles to the gallon with something towing, or driving something big that you feel comfortable in, I don't think anybody. I don't think there's anybody that really considers the gas when they get into this type of life. The gas that's involved. I mean, I guess they should, but I mean, you can either spend money for gas and move around a lot, or you can spend less gas and stay in one place. I mean, like since we got here, we've only been here for, well, I think we're going to be here for a few more days. I don't remember how many days. Heidi keeps me straight on that, but we've been at plenty of places that the truck gets started up and driven. Like, when we were at Fort Myers. When we were at Fort Myers, I think we drove the truck 3 times the entire time we were there. So, I mean, really, you're that point you're not spending any money on gas. So when you do drive it, of course, you're not getting the best gas mileage, and you are spending money on gas, but you're only driving, depending on how far you go. Like in our case, we're usually going about 130 to 200 miles at the most until our next stop. How long before we invest in solar and a pair of lithium batteries? Return on investment. I would have to see a situation, and right now being in all these campgrounds, I don't see any solar in my future because we're in the campgrounds. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. That solar does not, just like the generator on the back of the RV, it does nothing for me back there. That generator is doing nothing for me at all. It's making me carry something, have something on the back of the RV. I've got to exercise it occasionally, make sure everything's okay with it, make sure no snakes or anything have crawled up in that box, or wasps build a nest. So the same with the solar. I mean, it really isn't like our batteries that are on the front of the RV. I have not even looked at them. They might be completely dry. I haven't looked at them at all. We haven't used them. We use them when we tow from, like I said, 130 to like 200 miles to our next destination where we hook up and plug in again. So as far as the solar, if we get out west and we find that we like to BLM boondock out in the middle of nowhere a little bit, we'll have to see. We'll at that point we'll have to see.
We could have done our live chat outside.
Yeah, that should be more. Definitely.
Your nose is stuffy.
Yeah, my nose got stuffy again. Oink.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that's really it. But yeah, it's still in our mind. It's still in the mind. Let's see. We have to be in Canada 150. Mm-hmm. You are kidding me. That's it? 153 days? Out of 365 days, you only have to be... Oh, that's half. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. A little less than half.
Yeah, we see that here, guys. You have no idea how many Canadians are around us right now, and these places are all empty. All the names that are on, a lot of EAU names. There's a lot of that. You can tell they're all Canadians down here, and all these places are shut out. It's kind of like I mentioned in the video. I don't want to call it a ghost town, but it is kind of odd. And we've seen that at a lot of the places we've gone to. I had no clue how many it's got to be thousands, because everywhere we go, these places that are like this park here that's mix
I said the other day
RV park and mobile home park, they're all empty.
yeah, I said the other day that there's probably 50 people in here.
Yeah.
I bet you there's not.
In this whole park,
We've
right.
seen
She
the
kept on
same.
saying that. I'm
We
like,
keep saying the same
I say
6 people every
I
day.
say there's 20 people in this park.
There might be.
I say there's 20 people in this whole park right now, including us. There's not that many. And this park's not, it's not small. It's not big. It's
Yeah.
on the small side for sure.
Yeah.
But everybody we talked to about trying to make reservations next year, they're all holding their breaths. They're like, no, we got a lot of people that are coming back down from Canada next year, and they're going to be filling up these spots. And I'm like, all right, well, how'd that work out for you this year?
Yeah.
Because I'm here now. I could have stayed here.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem with that, except for some of the places. Don't get me wrong, you guys, I don't know what the deal is, and I shouldn't talk very loud, but some of the French Canadian that's down here, there's a place that's down near Miami. They're rude. I've read numerous reviews. They all speak French at the counter, at the desk, all of them. Everybody that's in there, they're all buddies with all the other French Canadians, and they don't like the U.S. people at all. Well, guess what happened this year? They opened that park up to be treated as a Thousand Trails park, meaning that it was usually a 2-week park. One of those encore parks, you can stay 2 weeks, then you have to leave for a week, and then you can go to another encore park for 2 weeks, or you could potentially come back to that one. But because they were so rude to the Americans for so long, and they kept all those Canadians in there for so long,
Nobody
and
wants
that's
to
all they
go
wanted.
there.
And U.S. knows, hey, let's not go there. I mean, we didn't go there. I didn't go there because of the reviews. That was flat out on those reviews. I'm like, I am not going there. There are too many people over too long of a period of time. I'm talking like
Rude
3
for no
months,
reason.
6 months, 1 year, 3 years. The reviews kept on coming back saying the same thing. And they were saying that they don't like the Americans here. If you're French Canadian, you'll get along fine. Well, they opened that park up because they didn't have any of their Canadian friends down here staying. And the rules was, if like our membership would allow us to stay for 28 days, we could have stayed there. This is like in almost Miami. I mean, it's in a nice area.
Mm-hmm.
But you could stay there for, I told her, I said, live by the sword, die by the sword. If they wanted nothing but Canadians in that park and they treated, the Americans real bad because of that, now they can, they made their bed. Let them deal with it. They ain't going to go out of business. Let them suffer. I don't care. It's just the way I feel. There's consequences to actions. That's all I'm saying. So
It's right here. We don't worry about them. They hate everybody outside of Quebec.
there's a lot down. Hey, there's a guy down here. He's got Quebec
Yeah.
plates.
He probably snuck down here.
He's got a BMW convertible that's in one of these places, and it says Quebec on it. He had it shipped here, or
Yeah.
he had it shipped across the border, and he drove down.
No, 153 days minimum in Ontario, 188 days in Canada to keep their free health care and tax situation correct.
So
Wow.
what happens if you? Tell me that. What happens if you leave Canada and you just decide to stay 10 months in the U.S.?
They probably lose their health care.
Okay, so what, for just that year?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Is it just for the year, or do you have to pay? Maybe you got to pay a little bit. Do you got to reinstitute yourself, or what? Reinstitute? No. What's the word I'm thinking about? Restitute. Do you have to can you restitute yourself back into the system? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Not that it really makes it.
Yeah.
Oh, it bit them in the hiney. Imagine. There was a... Hey, it'd be funny, Robert. It says, for a while there was a threat of Quebec wanting to separate from the rest of Canada. You know what? I think that Quebec should be able to leave the rest of Canada as long as they buddy up and Texas leaves the U.S. And now it's in their own country, Quebec and Texas. They'd be their own countries. They can fly back and forth between each other. Hey, Amy.
We can stay 10 months, lose our house care after 6 months, and then we can wait for a period of time to get back.
Oh, well,
6 months.
I don't know. A lot of vitamin C,
Take your
exercise,
vitamins.
exercise,
Be
and
healthy.
take a gamble.
Yeah.
Better yet, come down to the U.S. and just go into the hospital and say, I ain't got health insurance. And then go back home afterwards and not worry about it. There's a lot of people that do that down here. I know lots of people that don't have any money that say, I say, what do you do about health care? And they go, oh, the emergency room usually takes care of us. or what's that other Quick Med, or what's that other place
All
called?
those little places that they go to.
If we stay in the U.S. over 100, we have to pay USA income taxes. Well, okay. Well, how does that work? So, for example, the USA income tax in Florida is 0. So, if you stayed in Florida, do you pay the Florida state income tax? Now, as far as a federal income tax, that's something different. But the state would be 0. I gotta do a nose spray, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, do it off camera.
Well, they're still gonna hear it.
Well,
I got my microphone on. Yeah, I'll do it off camera. Hey, I think I can mute this. Can I mute this? I think there's a way to mute this so you guys don't have to hear it.
yeah, turn it off. Well, pick up from the camera or the phone.
I don't know how to mute this. We're getting ready to get some more wireless microphones, aren't we?
You didn't order them yet.
Yes, I did.
Oh, that's right. But you didn't order what you needed to.
Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
Okay.
All right, that's done. I believe. We'll give it a few minutes and it might start working.
Make a run every month or so. Eat a bunch of junk, nap, and then drive back.
So we have
night.
If you guys are looking for, I don't know how many of you guys are wanting to do YouTube or anything like that. If you're looking for wireless microphones, these ones we have are awesome. The ones that we're currently talking to you on. Now, I don't know how many times that we've done videos in the past, but we've always used these wireless mics during our live chats. And I was always curious why they still have batteries after we've done like a 7-hour chat. And I thought, wouldn't it be kind of cool if we could run these things dead? We talk so long and do a live chat so long that we run them dead. I found out that they last 36 hours. Oh my word, can you imagine that? But these other ones we're getting, they last like 7 hours, I think, and they're very lightweight. But these things work really good. I mean, they go like 300 feet, or they're longer than 300 feet.
Oh, we just watched that video.
Yeah, they go a long ways.
330 or something
Yeah,
like that?
they go a long ways. I mean, I could be quite a ways away and you guys still hear me. We could walk to the park. I could walk quite a ways before you start cutting out. Oh my God, I'm so drunk, Sully says. I didn't, I haven't got drunk in a little bit. We went to Mulligan's in Vero Beach on the beach, which will be on a video. I think I just took a snapshot of it. We rode our bikes down there and locked them up and got reservations. And you sit outside and you basically look down at the beach, all the people sunbathing on the beach and stuff. And I had a couple rum runners. That first one, man, it was gone right away. But still, who knows? I only know the parts that she posts. Oh, you need wireless mics, Herbie? Well, the Rode, R-O-D-E is the brand. If you don't mind carrying around these big ones, they're still kind of expensive. They are, I can't remember how much they are now. This is what they call the Filmmaker Kit series, or Filmmaker Kit, or Filmmaker something. It's Filmmaker though. These I got rechargeable AA's in here. This takes AA's, and then this unit, as big as it is, there's another one, same identical size to it, that's over there by the phone that's plugged in. HEIDI has one also, and there's another one over there for hers. Listen.
Oh, you're telling them.
Yeah, I'm going to tell them this first. This one goes the longest. It's the best. It's the most clear. It's Bluetooth. It's so easy to connect. Everything about it's perfect. Now, the one that we ordered is a real lightweight one that has a built-in microphone, or you can use a lavalier mic like this here. These lav mics, though, I mean, to buy them, God, it's crazy.
That's why we gotta treat them with kindness.
They're $99 for this microphone.
We gotta be careful.
Yeah, but they last long. They're perfect. They do really well.
Yeah.
They come with the dead cat that goes on there to knock down the wind, but we've only used that. Well, we went on the tour, the bike ride tour.
Yeah.
Of 1,000 Trails Orlando. We use these, so they work really well. But anyways, they make like I say, another kit. We ordered the other ones from the same company. They're small. They're little squares. They clip on. They have a built-in microphone, or you can use a wireless mic, which I think we've got some $30 mics that we can use. And they work real well. They do a good job. Sounds like you have a lot to keep up with in order to come to the States. Yeah. Audio's perfect. Awesome. Good deal. Salty. Oh, Salty's funny. Yeah, I don't know why this keeps on flipping over. It's kind of odd.
You got a sheet for a shirt on.
Maybe that's it. There we go. That could be. Don't drink and drive. You'll spill your drink.
Thanks, John.
Appreciate it, John. We got 7 thumbs down. Awesome. We suck. We suck. You know what's my favorite thing ever, guys? We'll post up videos, and you guys know how long our videos are, maybe an hour-long video. And within the first 5 minutes of the video posting, 5 minutes, we get like 2 thumbs down.
It's got to be the same people every time.
Which is fine. We got people that they've done nothing.
Trolls.
They've done nothing but subscribe to us so they can thumbs down every video we do. And I'm talking I could do a DIY video. I could do everything. I'm just telling you, every type of video I've ever done, we just get we'll get thumbs down, which I guess there's something to be said about that. What do they say? Like critics or something. I don't know.
Thumb down or jealous. Yeah, probably.
I would love to, I would love to be able to see who does the thumb. I would like it that if a person gives a channel, like RVDaydream, if they give a channel, they watch 10 videos and they give 8 thumbs down, that their name goes on a list and they have to explain why they gave 8 thumbs down. I would love for that. I'd love to see I'd love to hear what they have to say. And then not only that, but we would have the ability to respond. Because, man, I can argue. Ask Heidi.
Can he argue?
I can really argue. You can pretty much argue about everything. If I feel strongly about it, I guess. There's a lot of things I'm like, I don't know. Could go either way, but there's some things I feel really strongly about, and it's like, man, I don't know. You're going to have a hard time changing my mind. And I've got a pretty good idea of how to change your mind. The thing that I can't stand, I guess, which is a lot of people, I'm sure, is whenever you get the people that are just really ignorant about something, and they don't open their mind because they know that if they open their mind, they might be wrong, and God forbid that be the case.
You're in trouble then.
Yeah. So most channels with more than 100 subscribers get hate. Oh yeah, yeah. I have 700 more people do the same thing on my channel. It's still a view and an audience engagement. Yes, that's true. We've done that in some of the comments too. We answered your question earlier, Kevin, didn't we? Or Kev? Did
Yeah,
we?
but I don't know if he was on
Were you
or
on?
not.
I answered your question. I don't remember what it was, and that's about the
It's
fifth time.
about keeping the slides in.
Oh yeah, I don't see a benefit of keeping the slides out during long-term storage at all. That makes no sense. Oh, I bumped your head. That makes no sense to me at all. All the seals and everything would, of course, they would be compressed, but they'd also be protected from UV and the wind. And of course, your slide, the roof on the slide isn't being exposed to weather and stuff. I don't know. I think that they should be in. I wasn't there then. I see lots of people keeping them out. Just curious. Thanks. Yeah. We'd answer. We went through a list earlier, and I thought we didn't see it. And Jay HEIDI was saying, Jay, you still on here? Jay HEIDI was talking about how he got his new Walmart, whatever that was.
Schwinn.
Schwinn, I know, but he always watches his videos because he does a lot of Walmart bikes. We looked at Walmart bike. I was looking at buying that RV bike, that Walmart bike that was electric. That was like, when it first came out, it was like $400. I thought, shoot, get that. Just try it out. What the hell? How bad could it be? And then it went away. I don't know what happened to it. What's your opinion about the all-electric Mustang coming? I'm partial to the old 5.0. I'm partial to the old 5.0 also. I gotta see its performance. You know, it's just like the diesel guys like to hear the sound of the diesel. The gas guys like to hear the sound of the gas, engine. So the electric, I mean, I find it, for example, when we ride our electric bikes around, I like it. I think it's really cool. It's fun. I also miss my two-stroke moped screaming. I really miss that noise that it made. I really liked hearing it crank out and shift gear and all that stuff. I miss that. So as far as the Mustang, I think that's going to be the hardest thing for it to get around. And it's not just me, obviously, because Ford, look at how long they did with those six-cylinder EcoBoost. They were making the speakers pump out V8 noises that matched what the engine was doing. So it was just a tone that would sound like a V8 engine. I mean, it's because people have their minds wrapped around, what certain things should sound like. And obviously, since 1964, almost every Mustang out there should have sounded like a V8. Until they, of course, they were straight sixes and stuff, but yeah. The Hyperbike you were talking about, mostly, the price went up. It was a Black Friday special at $398. Yeah, I thought it was really cool, and I thought, man, I should get one of these. I don't remember it having suspension or anything like that, but I thought, I'll try it. And then it like disappeared, or I waited too long or something. Yeah, I think all slides should have slide toppers. If you guys are buying an RV,
Yeah.
put a slide topper on top of your slides. I cannot find one reason not to. And our roof, they had a recall on this roof membrane, that it would peel up in really extreme hot or extreme cold. Well, I noticed that our roof membrane is coming up in a couple places, like there's a bubble, sort of. And I can push on it with my hand and it will stick. I'm just talking little areas. But it's nice up there, and we've never cleaned it. We've never scrubbed it or nothing. And the sun, when it's beating down, it keeps us a little bit cooler because it's on that, it hits the awning topper, not that. And when we put it away, we don't have to worry about leaves and sticks and crap up on top of there. They usually fall off of the awning as they're being rolled in. Don't do everything you can to make the dealer include that with the RV. It's just the best way. I didn't know at first. I didn't know how much better it'd be. It's definitely better. Definitely. Hey, Richard. Favorite people on the air. Yeah, we get a lot of that. Alaska's Thunder says, went to dinner and you're still on. Wow. We've had people that have watched some of our other live chats that have gone to work and come back, and we're still on.
Yep.
I don't know. I think at some point in time that we Sullivan is drunk slide lube. I think sometimes we get to the point where our banter and our talk is mundane and it's not doing anything. Rolling Reveler just got here. Awesome, welcome.
Uh-oh.
What?
Somebody's starting
No,
to...
my my ear got plugged up a little bit. Yeah,
did it?
Yeah, a little bit. My
Jeez,
left
you're
ear.
falling apart with the allergies.
Yeah. We got juniper, I think elm, and there I don't know, something else down here that are pollen. We get a pollen alert every day and it's high.
Every day.
Oh, it's horrible. He matches me yap for yap. Yeah, if you guys had just joined on with us, if you had any questions, we went through a whole bunch of questions that we talked about earlier. So afterwards, if you guys want to jump on that and go back and talk about everything. Oak pollen alert. Yeah, it's bad here. There's something else. I think juniper. Why do I keep on thinking juniper?
Because it comes up to
Is that what the
almost
other one
every
is?
day. Yeah.
Yeah, pollen index is 10.3. It's high. Cedar, juniper, oak, and elm.
Yes.
I am telling you guys, I should shoot maybe I'll shoot a picture and when I post the video. The truck, it's like green. It is it's a lot of green on it.
It's not as bad as I've seen on some other cars, but it's getting there.
We just washed the truck 5 days ago. Right?
Yeah.
5 days.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of green out there. Oh, man. Okay, so traveling my dream right now. Can't get my wife off the couch. Richard, you got a lighter? Light that couch. What's your champion generator? Did it run your big AC by itself? Yeah. The champion generator will run the AC for sure, all by itself. I can run on the champion generator.
I thought it wasn't. I thought it didn't run.
Did it run both rooftop?
Okay.
Oh no. Okay, our champion generator did not run our old 1992 Terry 13,500 BTU air conditioner
For whatever
by
reason.
itself. I had to get a hard start for it. I think it's because it was old. It was 1992. It was the original air. Everything in that RV was pretty much original. When we got this RV, that generator ran this 15,000 BTU air conditioner and the 13,500 BTU air conditioner without a problem. Even on propane, it ran them not together, but I could run either or. So it was new. I mean, these were new units, and that one was an old unit. I think the compressor was wore out.
Do we have a jump starter?
Yes.
We got a good one,
I did a
actually.
video on it, and I put a link in the description of the video, and I can't remember what the video was called.
It's a good one because it actually runs the macerator or whatever that thing is.
Yeah, the
called.
macerator. It does. We have a macerator which we used at home. We haven't used it since we hit the road, but it has a macerator that we can run our black tank through and pump it through a garden hose, and it'd run that fine. I can't remember. What was the video that we did on that? Do you remember?
It had to be when we were... It was... August or September? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember either. Our awning's still out halfway. Have to roll that in. Was that a NOCO? No. The NOCO is okay. But no. I actually don't get a NOCO. I had a NOCO isolator, battery isolator, very good product, very, very good. But the jump starters are not that good. The one that we got, we'll find it on here and put the link. You should be able to click the link then. Just go. Okay, she's gonna miss out on these things for a second here, guys. Just go to Amazon and yeah, she's gonna look up the order. It's a very good one. We like it a lot. Now, when I tried to inflate my tire on my truck, I think I ran it for 15 minutes straight. It got hot and it did shut off. But I was trying to get it to like 80 pounds. Yeah, that's it. So get the text. She's going to get the link here and post it in the comments. Copy. Yeah, you're good. There you good. Bing. There you go. There's the link to it. It's a good one. I like it. It's got it was good price. It's got good features. It's just nice. It's a nice unit all the way around. You're talking about a FlowJet. Yes, correct. Yeah, it works. We like the FlowJet. When we used it at the house, I bought from Amazon, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Amazon. Again, that's on that video. I bought 1-inch like fire hose vinyl discharge. It's flat. It's like a fire hose. When you roll it up, it's flat. I bought 3 of them. They were 25 foot each, and they have 1-inch connectors or whatever to connect them all. And we could go 75 feet with no issue whatsoever. Now, people say that they have done 75 feet through a 3/4 inch garden hose. But number one, I didn't want that heavy 3/4 inch garden hose carrying that around, 75 feet of it. And number two, how did that come up? What was that under?
I don't know. I'm looking for the. Did you buy the macerator from? Amazon?
Yeah.
I can't find it.
It's not under macerator. It's under flow. Just type in FLO.
Oh.
Was it that long ago?
Right there. I get it from there.
Text. Hi. She's getting you guys the whatever for that too. The link for the FlowJet. There you go. That was nice. Mine too. I can't get her to go out. Hey, listen, I know that this is...
Can't beg somebody to do something they don't want to do.
I did.
You didn't beg me because we were already wanted to go camping prior to that.
Right.
So.
But the full-time thing, Heidi was not on board with it 100%.
No, but, I mean, maybe they,
She just wasn't sure. She's thinking
Right.
I was pipe dreaming. She's like, I don't know how that would even work. I don't know how we can do it. I don't know how any of that would come out. The thing was, is I just went ahead and started making the plans. And,
It worked out between us. I mean, with us.
yeah. I mean, every time, we talked about it. She would talk about obstacles, and I'd say, well, this is how that gets fixed, and this is how we do this. And it just started working. I can be very convincing.
Salem asked if there's any stink bugs down here, and I just said they never left.
Yeah,
Every day we find at least one.
Yeah. We got a routine. I even have a couple of special cups just for them. We go over and we put the cup on it and just shake it, touch them until they fall in the cup. Shake the cup, go over, and they see our black tank. Wish they would clean our black tank out for us. I have a FlowJet. I've used it with a 5/8 hole of 150 feet. Cool. Yeah, I knew we could get away. We have one. I mean, our discharge line is 1 inch. I knew we could get a lot more than that, but that's all I needed. I mean, we were, limited. I don't want these totes that we have. It's funny because I have totes for freshwater. We have totes for black tank stuff, and then our other totes electrical. That those three tote, and it's funny because being at all these campgrounds, we don't even bother getting out half the totes half the time. It's the same. We always use the same stuff over and over again to the point where my 50 amp cord, sometimes it's in the back of the truck, sometimes it's just thrown in the pass through of the RV. It's before we were rolling it up, putting it in the tote and wrapping it up and coiling it up and everything, and then we get to the next site, later that day. It's like, oh, we're gonna get that stuff out again. So now we just leave most of it out. No, it is not permanently hooked up. No, it's we take it out of the case, you put it on your discharge line, then you go ahead and put your hose for the discharge hose, whatever you want to run, over to wherever you're going to have it dumped into. And then we just use that power pack, that jumper pack, and we just hook it to the leads of the battery, and then just turn on the power pack, and then push the button for the macerator and just open the valve, make sure the valve's open, and just chew all that crap up and put it through the hose and into the thing. Then at that point, we run gray water through it and clean it out real well. And we do it through we have a clear connector that we hook the macerator up to, actually, so we can see how clean it is. Now, on the macerator, then, it does have a freshwater hose hookup to back flush your tank, but we've never used that. We don't really need that.
Ooh, I could do that.
No, it doesn't. All it does is fill it.
Well, that's good.
Well, you can buy, and we have. I think I have a twist.
I'm the black tank cleaner.
Heidi loves doing the tanks.
I mean, I don't have to touch any of it, so.
She don't put away stuff or hook it up or anything. She helps.
I would, but I'm just saying that I'm not obsessed by crap.
Yeah, I'll be sitting in here and she's like, I'm going to have to dump the black tank. Okay.
Meanwhile, I don't think that it's getting cleaned by the cleaner.
We installed a Santicon 600 macerator in our coach. Yeah, I don't want anything that's real permanent on ours. It's just twist on. 3 totes, all that crap. No pun intended. Are you still using the sunshade? Yes. Whenever we get our awning out, which we're finding that, the closer you are, which again we're 3.9 miles from the ocean, and when we were in Fort Myers, we were about the same from the ocean. And we're getting ready to go to Coral Sands, and we're going to be right on the ocean.
Hopefully we can keep it up there.
The awning they don't come out. I mean, it's just, and I'm finding that if you guys haven't ever experienced it, if you guys have newer RVs or have always had new RVs, I don't like these. I mean, I like the convenience of the power awning and, it going out and you just pushing the button and all that. I love that part. But our old awning that we had on our Terry camper, it had a third support arm that was in the middle. And when you locked that thing down, and locked it up and everything, turned everything tight, and you put your tie downs, screwed the tie downs in the soil and run the ratchet straps to it, I'm telling you, that thing, you'd have some serious wind blowing, and that awning would be rock solid. I mean, it would be jerking the whole RV. You'd see the awning billow up and down with the wind. But it was solid. And the other thing about those old Dometic awnings, like we had on that Terry camper, was those arms, those down arms that connect on the low side of the RV. You could push a latch and they'll come out and they'll set up straight up and down, and you can secure them to the ground that way if you want. They're very solid. It was very solid. This awning out here just seems so flimsy. I mean, even when I get it I pull it down to its lowest setting and I lock the arms in so they can't go up. And I put the awning tie downs in with the straps, and we put that solar shade on, and we've got tie down spikes that we tie it down with all the way across. Even with that, the wind get kind of strong and you just like, oh man, I don't know. It just, everything's moving. It don't look like it, looks like it could snap in a second. It just doesn't look that solid. So, anyways.
Ruby wants to know how our water softener is doing and when should he salt recharge.
Just,
we need to be doing that.
yeah, you'll just kind of get a feel for it with the water.
How many gallons? Was it 750?
I don't remember how many they said. But yeah, we can kind of tell the water when we're taking a shower, it just feels a little bit different. And honestly, we don't pay attention to how many gallons we're putting through it. It's just, you can kind of start telling. And when it's in the direct sunlight, we have reflectics that we put over it to cover it. I don't know what happens in the Florida sun direct on all that medium that's inside there, if it's melting it or anything like that. So yeah, that's the only thing that I would say. We just,
I think the guy that's down the street here,
Marcus is here.
Yeah. I think the guy that has one that's the same as ours, he's used his for a while because it's faded.
Yeah. But we love it. It does. We can definitely tell the difference. There's no doubt about that. Mark's Adventures in the house. Howdy. Well, I barely sat up there. Look at that video. You know, this camera lens totally just makes this look like there's a belly here. Yeah, doesn't it?
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, this beach probably should only be 2 palm trees, but I done stretched it out to a forest. This is like beachfront property for miles.
We've actually run into a lot of rigs using water softeners down here.
Oh,
we've seen a lot of them.
There's actually yeah.
Our new water filter system.
I love the Dirt Guard, which I got to put links for that. They finally started showing back up in Amazon there in stock. I love the Dirt Guard, and I love the filter that goes in the Dirt Guard. This thing that's out on the pole. I love that part. The filter that's inside that we use on the sink,
it's just not in a good place.
And I think it would be okay, but we're not drinking direct from it.
We're not drinking direct from it because Florida don't have good water.
Well, that's not... Last place we were at, Fort Myers was pretty good.
Was better than the place before.
And this place isn't bad. It's all right.
And we could probably drink this water, no doubt, but we're water snobs.
So we got that...
So we're still looking.
What's that other thing called?
We have a Zero water pitcher.
So we thought, okay, the Zero water pitcher, that'll be fine. We're no problem there. How much is it for a filter?
It was $27 for 2 filters.
Okay, so we have the filter, and then all of a sudden, our ice maker smelled like fresh sushi. I mean, it was the
gross.
Fishy smell was horrible. And I told her, I said, oh man, I think the Freon might be leaking inside this ice maker or something, because it smells horrible. It's really bad. So we take the ice maker, we drain it out, we put vinegar in it, we run cycles of vinegar through the whole thing, we then put fresh water in there, we run it through there, we wipe it all out. We're like, okay, that should take care of the ice maker. So then we fill it full of water, and it makes its first couple things of ice, and I smell in there, and I go, oh my God, it still smells like...
Oh, it's
so what do you think I did? I ordered a new ice maker on Amazon, and I'm like, oh, we'll just have to order a new one, because I can't handle this. This thing smells. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what possessed me, but I took the Zero pitcher, and I smelled the Zero pitcher, and I go, hey, this water smells like fish.
Our ice smelled like fish in the freezer.
Right. And yeah, the ice that we had already made in the freezer, it smelled like fish. It was real bad. So she got online and read, and just so happened one of the comments said, yeah, one of the signs of your Zero water pitcher needing a new filter is the water will start smelling fishy. So she ordered a new filter, put it in there, and We cleaned out the ice maker again and dumped all our ice, and everything was fine ever since then. So then she started doing the math, and she's like, how long did it last?
It was only two weeks.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks that filter, that basically, she said 27 for 2, right? So almost $15 filter,
Yeah.
$14 filter, 13 and change, lasted 2 weeks. And I told her, said, that math does not work. We cannot. Plus, it's inconvenient. That pitcher, you got to remember that you got to fill the pitcher.
And it's only 6 cup pitcher.
Right. So you got to fill the pitcher. Then you got to pour that water into a jug that's filtered, a filtered jug. And then you got to fill the pitcher again, pour it into the jug again to get enough in the jug. Fill the pitcher again, pour it into the jug. That usually takes care of the jug. Fill the pitcher again. Then you fill the ice maker, fill the pitcher again, and then fill the ice maker. And the ice maker then at that point has plenty of water. Then you fill the pitcher again, and then you put it in the refrigerator. So that's your drinking water in your refrigerator. So then the ice is made, and it's just this routine. It just seems like between her
all
and I,
we're doing all day
is filling.
We drink so much water.
So we think, pretty sure that we have another solution that's we're going to
in the works.
Explore. We'll have to see how that works. But to be fair to the video that we did before, the company Clear 2.0, you can drink the water right from their filter system, right from it. You can definitely. We just didn't. Some of the places we're at, we didn't really care for the way the water tasted. That's all. That's the only reason.
The place that our water got, or our water filter got ruined in 2 weeks, was the same place that they had sewer problems.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
You guys need a Berkey water travel. See, the Berkey, though, even the travel size, I don't think it fits underneath our cabinet. We did measurements, and we just don't have the room for it. I mean, we have a coffee maker over there and an ice maker, and then there's no space.
I just want something that is hooked up to the water source already.
Right.
I don't want to have to be fit. This is it. This is the last time we're filling anything.
Right. So as far as like...
Because we drink a lot of water.
Right. Right. I mean, and then whenever it's travel, it's time to travel. I mean, the ice maker goes in one side of the kitchen sink.
Yeah.
The coffee maker goes, I don't know where you put the coffee maker, in the other side.
Yeah.
She puts that in the other side of the sink in the dish drainer. The filter that's on the counter in the bathroom sits in the bathroom sink. And then we're good to go.
I don't doubt a Berkey.
It's just the size.
It's
just the size.
But the thing is like what we were doing before with the water dispenser, I would do that again. Honestly, if we were stationary somewhere, I would do it again. I was doing it pretty much myself.
What?
I mean, at the end, you were going with me.
What are you talking about?
Getting the water.
I hate getting the water.
I know, that is a pain.
Searching it out, trying to figure it out, going in stores.
I know.
Carrying jugs around. We're still carrying the jugs because we haven't sold them yet.
Cheaper to buy cases of bottled water. Sometimes it is, but we didn't really want... I mean, that's not very environmental friendly, I guess.
Your camper's in the shop?
Yeah, the refrigerator, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I'm telling you, Marcus, the one thing I learned about a lot of this warranty crap, you just better do it yourself. Don't even mess with it. It's such a hassle. But then again, a refrigerator, that's something entirely different. We did have to take our old RV into the shop to get the refrigerator because they wouldn't do it any other way. They wouldn't let me, even though I brought the refrigerator in the back of my truck and said, hey, this thing is bad. It's got a recall. And they said, well, we'll try to get you a new one.
No, both the rigs are in the shop.
Oh, my word.
Good free storage.
Yeah, it is free storage. It's good for that. But for them to install the refrigerator, they said they had to do it themselves. I'm like, all right, whatever. I hated that. We installed a reverse osmosis water system in our coach. I don't think I have the room for that little
What?
pony keg pressurized thing. And that's the other thing too. How does it stay pressurized when you're driving?
Yeah, I don't know how it works.
We had a 5-stage reverse osmosis system in our house for, oh, it must have been 10 years at least. Yeah, about 10 years, I would guess, even more. And we always drank, of course, the well water. We always drank. Never had an issue. The water was fine. And then Heidi decided she wanted to get a water dispenser because she wanted the water to be slightly better, which that reverse osmosis was really good. But the thing is how do you use it? Because I know
It says it's always pressurized.
it's always pressurized.
The
Even
tank would be always pressurized.
no,
Wouldn't
I'm
it?
saying the tank is pressurized on one side with air, but what about on the other side? Whenever you disconnect your water source and there's no longer water pressure on your inlet side of things to the rig, does that back flush? Does that dampener that's got that compressed air that you have compressed with the water pressure, is that push all your water back through the filters the wrong way? Does that cause a problem? And also, what about on the drain side of things? I know that at our house, our reverse osmosis had a line that went to the drain, and it would periodically clean and do its own thing to where in the middle of the night, like 11 o'clock at night, I could hear water running in the drain in our sink. And that was normal. That was normal use. That's how it
Says
worked.
it's in between the tank and the fridge.
It's between the tank and the fridge.
Says it's always pressurized. I'm getting hungry.
Well, we got pizza. It's in between the tank and the fridge. I mean, not as far as the mounting. I'm just talking about like I drilled. Oh, that's a good idea. The drain, I drilled a hole in the floor. That would solve that. I guess they can't say anything about it. It's clean water.
Right?
But then again, what happens when you're boondocking? What happens when you're boondocking and you've got, like in our case, we have a 60-gallon tank? What do you do then?
It's all in the basement of the coach. Yeah. See, we don't have room.
Yeah, we don't have the room.
Yeah.
I mean, I could probably find. I'd have to take the panels off this cabinet, work it that way.
Yeah.
Boondocking, we shut off the drain. Does it still operate correctly? I would think that if it's not draining, it wouldn't be cycling the way that it should. Plus a little bit extra weight. It's kind of the middle of our coach, so I don't think we have to worry about that. Then winterizing. How do you winterize that? How do you winterize it? What do you do with do you pull all that out of there to winterize? I mean, hopefully I don't have to run into that situation, but if we did,
Right.
the water is not perfect when boondocking, but it still goes through the other 9 filters. Because we're 44, we don't care about the weight. Yeah, right. Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Right.
But yeah, what about whenever if you got to winterize it? I mean, don't go where it's cold. Well, it works in theory, but you need to talk to a whole bunch of Texans that went to Texas where it's not supposed to be cold.
Yeah. They got.
That wasn't a funny situation there. It was ideal for us, but not drunk, but Cheeto fingers. Oh my word. That reminds me of a joke, or not a joke, but a saying, and I'm not going to say anything about it. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I can't say it. Well, I guess I could. As long as there's no kids on here. No, it's not crude.
Oh, okay.
It's not crude. It's just something that I remember somebody said. It was an insult. The guy said, "I don't want to hear from you, Mr. Yellow Penis." And he goes, "What are you talking about, yellow penis?" He goes, "You know." And he goes, "No, I don't know what you're talking about. Why you call me Mr. Yellow Penis?" He said, you sit at home watching porn, eating Cheetos.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't even know where I heard that at, to tell you the truth. What are your summer plans? I don't know yet.
We don't have any solid plans yet. And they may change just a little bit if if he takes me home.
Yeah, right. Hanky View water system. Cool. Yeah, we'll have to think about the reverse osmosis. There's other not quite reverse osmosis systems out there that work only under pressure, that are portable, and we're thinking about that potentially. Which, of course, obviously, we'll do a video on it if it flies. But what did I come onto? Yeah, I know. I know you fell into that one. It's just
Right when they...
yeah, right when it got really crude there, all of a sudden you jumped on there. -10, that's where the water line freezes. I can drain it at will. Cool.
Yeah,
There goes the PG rating. Yeah, I know. All of a sudden we went from 126 to 150. Oh, no, 118. We got some people jump back on again.
He didn't mean to offend anybody.
Yeah, I was just telling something I heard. It was locker room talk. Listen.
Yeah, I'm sure you support the... Okay, I won't say anything.
Most of our demographic is the same age as me, and they're male.
Right.
I don't. We look at our demographics every once in a while, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, we lost two.
Oh, we lost two. They got in here and said, "Oh, forget this. We're out of here." Not the reverse system. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because first thing that people think of, if you guys aren't following along with the conversation that's going on here, RV Life is talking about filters and filtering water and using reverse osmosis systems, which if you guys don't know what that is, it's just multiple filters. It does a really good job. It really cleans up the water. First thing you probably think of is, oh my God, filters. Like in this case, just talking about 11 filters. And they're thinking, oh, all these filters. Listen, we used to go a long time before we changed our filters. We could go with a household of 4 people drinking and an ice maker that was hooked into it. We went a pretty darn long time before we changed filters on our 5-stage reverse osmosis. Yeah. So that 11 filter, you don't have to be really worried about that. Those filters go a long time, a lot longer than you think. Drop that a minute. Change venues in the house. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, look, we're back up to 123. That's funny. Oh, yeah, we didn't mean to offend the Cheeto eaters. For you guys that just came on. Doesn't a reverse osmosis use a ton of water, though?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it uses any more than what you need.
It uses 4. It produced 1 gallon.
Yes, right.
That's how.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Speaking of eating, you should go to Roadhouse in Vero Beach. Home cooking, mushroom Swiss burger. Oh, HEIDI would like that. Cool. Change filters once a year, about $80. Yes, that's about that's what we should have done.
Yeah.
But those filters kept on going.
6 months.
We went No.
It was supposed to be changed every 6 months, and I think we did a couple years.
We did 2 years.
Yeah.
They kept on working, and the water came out perfect.
Yep.
We would test it, and it came out perfect. So we're like, hey, we'll just keep on doing it.
And that was just a 3-stage.
That was a 5-stage.
5-stage.
Yeah. We should, for Texas having beach weather, they don't have many beaches. Yeah.
That's disappointing.
Well, you got to go down this Padre Island.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have a lot. Down here, there's lots of beaches.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I've mentioned before in videos, and it's like no mystery. It's not a mystery to HEIDI or anybody else. if anybody said you have to pick one state to live in, what state it's going to be, the answer is Florida immediately for me. There's no doubt about it. There's a lot of there's a lot of things down here that aren't cool, and you rather not. You know, you get a lot of only in Florida, and there is a lot of that going on here. But for me, as far as what it offers, I like the beach.
The
So
weather's
you go to the beach.
nice.
I can't stand the cold weather, snow. Of course, you don't have to worry about that down here, especially once you get so far south. I like the heat. There's a lot of that. I don't mind the humidity at all. I'll tell you one thing I can't stand is the bugs. I got all kinds of scabs on my legs from a little swarm of no-see-ums got me. And of course, depending on the area, the people, you got a lot of mixed bag going on down here when it comes to that. And if you hear about a serial killer, and if you hear that he's from Florida, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's just state does that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it's really nice that, you go to the beach, you could find a cheap house, and it's literally a cheap house. I mean, oh my God, I've never seen so many
Rundown
old,
places.
well, silo spaceships. I've never seen so many 1970 mobile homes that they look fine. They are old, but they look fine. They look fine.
Yeah.
They're not tore up. They're just there. It's like everybody has it would be like if everybody had 1970 cars down here. There's nothing really special about them, but it's all right. And you could get into a lot of these parks for pretty cheap. Florida man. Mark says he'll be a Florida man soon. Sit around sweating all day. You do. There's no doubt about it. You know what's really funny about the whole humidity thing, which we haven't really seen, during the winter here.
I'm taking a break.
Okay. All right, taking a break. Means another cigarette break. You guys counting?
Go ahead and count.
The funny part is we haven't really seen it down here, as much as we did, in the summer when we were down here. And when I was working down here, it's funny how staff information I meant. It's funny how. Oh, hey Bill, take it easy. I just realized he was going. See ya. Adios. He spent 3 hours today at scheduled camping for 2+. Yeah, you gotta do that kind of stuff too. But the one thing I thought I'd miss your live chat. Oh, it's hard to miss our live chat, guys. You have to work hard to miss a live chat. If we started, I don't know. It's only 3 hours. Usually, I think our short ones are about 3 hours. They've gone as long as 7 or 8 hours. I think I've done one as 9. I can't remember. Anyways, you can tell. You can tell why, right? But the funny part is, getting back to Florida, the funny thing is just realizing that you leave your vehicle. When you see people with their clothes on and they're all sweaty, you don't think anything about it after. It's just like seeing somebody walking into a store and they're covered in snow because it's snowing outside. You're just like, yeah, it's snowing out there. That makes sense. But it's the same, seeing somebody that's got a shirt on and it's, they've got sweat. Their shirt is wet from humidity from them sweating. It's just, you just do it. You just know that's a thing that happens, when you're down here. And of course, it's just like everything else. I mean, it's like everybody up north says, well, it ain't cold up here all the time. It gets really hot too. Well, it's the same down here. It ain't hot here all the time. It gets kind of cool here too. I mean, we had a couple 30-degree days, and it was some really cool nights, especially if you get up a little bit further north. But I like the fact that you got all these beaches you can choose from. You got all this recreation. You have all these lakes that are inland. There's so many lakes. And if you get in the center, there's so many rural areas too, farmland, bunch of farmland. I mean, you've got vacation and farmland, right? You don't, where else do you see that? Where else do you see, that you can drive an hour and a half and be in the middle of nowhere with thousands of acres around you and nothing but cows? And, you drive, like I say, that hour and a half, 2 hours at the most. And now all of a sudden you're at the beach and it's nothing but margarita bars, boardwalks, and live bands. I mean, that's a wide variety to be able to experience in a short area. So that's it. 11 hours. Do you like Asdale? Yes, Asdale. If you can get anything with Asdale, there's nothing wrong with it at all. The only thing that they have a problem with is Asdale has different adhering properties as far as the laminate adhering to the Asdale. But the only companies that that have to worry about that are the ones that are starting to integrate Asdale into their RVs that have never used it prior. I say that because that's Rockwood. Rockwood is doing that with a couple of their RVs. Their Mini Light, I think, is now all Asdale, and they've never done that before. And they do a vacuum bonding process. So the glue and the way it connects the fiberglass to the Luan is completely different than the way it would connect to that plastic, that Asdale or whatever, because that material, it doesn't, hold like a wood. Chuckwood. But yeah, Asdale. If you can get something with Asdale, absolutely. It's lighter and it has a little better insulation property. And of course, if for some reason the RV leaks, which most of them don't leak anymore, but if it does leak, you don't have to worry about that wood, which is the Luan. That's an organic material in there. If it gets wet, it's going to fall apart. And of course, that's going to make it delaminate, the fiberglass delaminate on the outside. Luan doesn't do that, but you got to make sure it sticks, of course, in the first place. Can't wait to move there. So close I can taste it. Yeah, Marcus, I mean, of course, I lived here, when I was a kid, and it's one of those places that it's not as on the surface, everybody thinks, oh my God, this would be great to live down here. And then you start getting a lot of people saying, oh, there's got to be, I don't know, there's got to be something wrong. And I don't know. For the most part, I don't see a lot wrong for what you get. For me, I mean, I hate winter that much that there has to be a lot for me to say, forget it. It's not worth it. Yeah, 60. You're 65 there in Maslin. We're 68 here. We're 68 right now. We got our windows open. We got the fan, or we got a good breeze here too. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Maine, I could see that. Of course, Maine and New Hampshire, that window of use is pretty darn small if you like shorts and t-shirt weather. Yes, we will get to Washington State. Absolutely.
I'm back.
Nice. More. For sure. 48 here in San Francisco. 48.
That's cold.
Yeah, that is cold. Our son's out that way somewhere.
Don't say where.
Yeah, I just looked real quick here. He was in San Francisco not the other day, wasn't he?
No, he was in Hollywood.
Okay, so 48 here in San Francisco Bay Area. Rolling Reveler. Where is Lombard Street and Pierce Street?
Is that where he's at, San Francisco?
Yeah, he's right there. So, if you want to go say hi to our son, we can warn him. If you got a driveway for him to stay at for a couple days. He would like to do that, I'm sure, too. Going up to 70 tomorrow. You didn't see him, LOL. Yeah, he's out there. He just he rolled into town today. He's wherever Cow Hollow is. I don't know what that is. North of Pacific Heights, below the Marina District. I don't know. It's right off of 101. I don't know that course area because I've never been there. But it looks like he's... Oh, that's not too... That's all right there. Oh, yeah. He's loving that.
Well,
Yeah, he'll be there a couple days, I think. Knowing our son. No, Tanya, it's me.
they're talking about smoking.
I started smoking, unfortunately, instead of heavy drinking in the job. Windy here also. Cow Hollow, been there. Cool. Yeah, he's out there. He's enjoying himself.
Yep, he said he's having a good time.
Yeah, that's good.
Seeing lots of places.
Yeah, he was heading up. Like I said, he was heading up. He was about that far away from Oregon on the map. I told him, I said, you better not go too far north. We're supposed to get a lot of snow up that way. 74. I'm taking off. No way. I'm wasting that day. Monday is supposed to snow again.
Barf.
Oh my God. I just realized I said the S word.
Yeah, but you're not dealing with it.
I'm not dealing with it. Nope. Heavy winds, hail, and an earthquake. Welcome to California.
They had hail down in, or up in, or down in Daytona Beach, right? Yeah.
No, it's up.
Up's
north.
That's right. I didn't realize
I think
where we were.
She thought we was in Ormond.
We've been to so many different places, I can't. I got to look them up on the map every time.
Yeah, we did. We went to Vero Beach the other day and walked through that area. It's really nice, right?
Oh, Ridge
that area.
Rover. Awesome.
Mooch stock, cool. We'll have to write that. We do have a, believe it or not. There we go. I have
keeping a little list.
I have a list here. Let me see if I can find it. It's under Samsung Notes. Samsung Notes. I have a list here that says mooch stocking. And this list has been going on since September 30th. Oh, no, that's the last I updated it. The last I updated it was September 30th.
Oh, he used to roll on Reveler. Used to live in Daytona.
No kidding. How'd you get out there? Ridge Rover. So, Ridge Rover. Ridge. Oops, I get a right on it, don't I? Boom.
Yeah.
Ridge Roller.
Rover.
Or Rover. What the hell did I say roller for? Where'd I get that at?
He said that he moved from Daytona for work.
Work. Oh, yeah.
Did you make your reservations for next year while at the campground you like? Nope.
Yeah.
They're already taken. We're trying to find something for January, February, March.
You're on the list.
South Florida. So, he says I'm not rich by any means. Well,
Who's that?
Neither are we.
Oh, man, we are far from it. Yeah, it's funny because somebody doing what we're doing still has the enigma that you are retired and you're rich and all that stuff. And
It's just like any other thing, though. There's different levels of.
Yeah, we are not rich by no means. We have a budget. We kind of follow it to some extent.
I think our biggest expense right now is food.
Oh, we eat out so much it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's something I guess if anybody had a question about, I think we've addressed it enough. you know, as far as money and stuff like that. I mean, we've got emergency credit cards in case we run into problems. We have a little bit of emergency money that we have available to us. I think I was more worried about when we first started full time, or let me rephrase that, when we first started realizing that we were going to full time, that we were going to have a problem with being stuck somewhere and the transmission blows out of the truck and we got to pay for it. And I mean, just that crap scares me a lot. I think more that what scares me now is just like a medical emergency, you know, something unknown. I'm starting to lay on HEIDI here. Just realized that. 2 hours south of you in Fort Lauderdale. Cool. I'm the one that called you a generator junkie. Yeah, I remember that. I forgot until you said that. Cool. Yep, we got a lot of generators. Well, not anymore. Just have the one. Fall and head out to Arizona for next winter. You're going to be leaving Florida in a week? So wait a minute. If they leave Florida in a week...
I think George has he's getting his knee replaced.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. No slide. Yeah, we enjoyed not having a slide with the old RV, but well, you see, we're enjoying the slide now.
Somebody's always sitting in it.
Yeah, somebody's always sitting in it. HEIDI's usually sitting here. I'm usually sitting on the
or here. You're sitting here.
Yeah.
You sit here for hours.
Oh yeah, if I'm editing video. Yeah, I'd like to go up the coast at some point, but I know that is some challenging RVing up there as far as travel wise. I mean, you know, low bridges, tunnels, and navigating, and I know it can be kind of tough in some of those situations. Yeah, we're definitely going to do the big tent. I really would love to do the big tent if there was no problems with a COVID issue.
Right.
I would have loved to have done the big tent when it was crowded. Isn't that strange? What do you guys think about that? How many of you feel that way? I'll throw that out there. I remember going to swap meets and car shows and drag races and circle track races and Walt Disney World when I was a kid, SeaWorld, amusement parks, and movie theaters, and being crammed in with people and going, God, this place is crowded. Flea markets. That was it. Flea markets and auctions, and just being crowded in. Lots of people. To know now that until this thing gets straightened out, there is, we have been so distanced from people for so long. Are you like me? I kind of yearn for that again. I kind of yearn for the feeling of going into not a flea market, I guess, but
a restaurant.
Going into like a restaurant,
a bar,
a band, like a concert.
Right.
And everybody being packed in there and the crowd's energy and everything. You can't draw off any of that anymore. You guys do the same thing? No kung flu talk. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. Yeah, I ain't going to talk about that again. But I was just thinking about he set the whole country on fire.
Daryl's going to 16 days in Destin.
Cool.
Brenda said that you just work through the problems. That's true.
Yep.
He's a good person for that.
Yeah, I don't get really flustered too much whenever there's a problem. HEIDI catches the brunt of it because I go into let's get everybody on board and get this problem solved mode. and my please and can you, thank yous, they all go away. And I start barking orders. I turn into the
Asshole.
yeah, I do, because I want it done and I know what needs to be done right now and what I need to get.
But he doesn't always communicate it. He assumes that everybody else
I know.
around him knows what the heck he's thinking.
Yeah, I just start doing it and it drives me crazy. So anyways.
That's why he does a lot of stuff by himself, because he makes me mad.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just sit and watch him.
Yeah.
He deserves it.
That's true. It's a personal choice either way, but I've been in crowded areas, including Universal, felt perfectly okay.
I don't. I'm a germaphobe now.
Concerts and theater shows, the GM sitting next to each other. Yeah. Gotta be safe. We're trying to run our lives, getting back to normalcy. Yeah. I mean, we need, of course, obviously, we're all, I think that the human race is either going to get snuffed out or it's going to correct all these problems, because it's, okay, let me give you a perfect example. Whenever I was a kid, I was diagnosed that I was allergic to chicken. I have a chicken allergy. I love chicken. Chicken made my breathing a little short, made my stomach a little upset. It just, I couldn't handle it when I was a kid. Guess what I did? I ate chicken. And I just kept on eating chicken until it wasn't a problem anymore. Well, I think that's what's going on with the COVID thing. People are going to get to the point where they're just going to, just push it as far as they can, as far as exposing themselves more and more and more, until at some point it all levels out and everything's back to normal. I think that's personally what I think. I don't know if that's the case or not, but yeah, they called, the VA called and said, they called and said, hey, you can go in. This was last week. They sent me a thing, said, you can go in and get your COVID shot now. It's walk-in. Just go to the Akron VA. So I thought, what? I'm going to fly home to get my first shot? Then have to fly back in 30 days to get my second shot? I vote for keeping 360. Heidi, I agree, but there's just too many people that
Cry. I don't sugarcoat it. They cry about it.
Well, I understand why, because they don't have the ability to see it. Some people don't like the way it makes them feel. As far as maybe it makes them a little seasick or something. But I like the ability to give the ability for you guys to see whatever you want to look at while we're doing it. I mean, just because I have the camera doesn't mean I'm pointing it in the direction that you want to see. But I think I'm going to have to go back to shooting in 360, and then I'm going to have to determine how far away, how zoomed in, and where you're actually looking at. It'll still be a really wide angle, but I think I'm going to have to dictate that, because it's not doing any good. I mean, I go back and look at my thumbs down and the percentage of views and watch time and how many people watch and all that stuff on those 360 videos, and it's not good. I don't have any 360 video that has high numbers on across.
Right.
It's always the lowest numbers. So and that's again because of our demographic. Most of the people that watch our videos are slightly younger than us, maybe in their 30s for the majority, and it goes up to like in their 60s and 70s. So 30 to 60, 70 is like in that range.
Yeah,
those people
he likes
aren't
it when he's on his phone, but not when he's watching TV.
Yeah. If it almost freezing. Yeah, you have to have
high speed.
You have to have high speed.
Yeah.
And 5G, for whatever reason, our 5G is not that. Our 4G is a lot better whenever we're in a good area. If we're at the highest, but we're at the highest resolution that I uploaded at, and yeah, it's not always smooth.
See, they just watch it on the TV and they just look in the direction that we're walking.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I see a lot of.
I loved your 360 walking in the campground. See,
yeah.
I don't know. It's so mixed feelings. Like I said, we have internet on the TV. I don't think it likes the 360. Yeah,
It could be.
Oh yes, Ethernet. Yeah, I don't know. I like shooting it because the best part for me, I just hold that stick. I don't have to point at anything. I just walk and talk. I don't have to make any effort. Now, when I get back editing it, it's a little bit tougher. It's in a format that has to be done through their software, their thing, so it can go into my editing program. And it takes a while. I mean, like that last video that we shot, it took 2 hours for it to go from the camera to the computer. No, I'm sorry. It took 1 hour to go from the camera to the computer. It took 2 hours to be converted into a file that my editing software understood.
It was 4K, right?
It was, I don't think it was 4K. It might have been 2K. I can't remember. I don't think I did 4K. I think it was 2K. But anyways,
I think there's actually only a handful of people that don't like the 360.
that's my grandparent. Yeah, we've a lot of these places we've been at, like I think right now even. Yeah, I have 5G right now. We had 5G at Fort Myers, we had 5G in Tampa, and we had 5G somewhere. Orlando, do we have 5G?
Yeah.
It works okay. I just don't.
I think that he should continue the 360.
I don't know. Heidi said she'll start editing. I guess so.
Okay. I'll try. Maybe
Tell me
I
he
can
looks
do
as
that.
bad as mine. Too much eating out. Oh my god, that's an understatement. Blah blah blah.
Ah, Jerry.
Yeah,
I got mine hidden.
I'm at 270. 270.
Well,
That's
we
it.
don't know. We haven't weighed ourselves since.
Hey, I'm at 270 since I got scales. The last input that was done was 270. Now I can't. I have. You guys, it's funny because I I have. You have no idea. I mean, all my life I was a skinny kid, except for a short time in like 5th grade, maybe 6th grade. And I think again briefly in 8th grade. I was always a skinny kid. I was skinny. I was
So was I.
I was always a small. Look at our son. If you guys look at all the videos of our son, that was my build. Even when I went in the service, of course, I muscled up, but I was still a thin frame. My shoulders were always wide and my arms kind of long, and my legs, as far as running, I mean, I had thin ankles, but I mean, track and all the sports that I played in that, I I was always kind of a thin person, kind of an athletic build, I guess you could say. Whenever I started dating her, and I got a desk job. First time I got a desk job, so it was 1991, I think. At that point, I got a desk job, and I remember the guy that was the manager told me, he says, "Man, you got to watch eating those crumb cakes and drinking those pops and eating chips. You're put on weight." And I'm like, please, I've never weighed more than 170 my entire life. I said, I've never weighed more than that, and I can eat a lot. And he's like, I'm telling you, you've never had a job that you sat down before. And when we got married a year later, I weighed 201. And I thought, wow, okay, I'm heavier. I still wasn't uncomfortable or anything. But I think I've got to the point now to where my body can't handle no more weight. It just can't handle it. I mean, everybody, when I'd say, oh my God, I weigh 225, they always say, but you carry it well. And then I'd say, hey, I weigh 235. And they're like, yeah, but you carry it well.
That's what
I've always heard
everybody
that.
says.
Even when I weighed 240.
It's trying to make you feel good.
I don't know if they make you feel good or not, but I mean, I'm not tall. I'm just 6 foot tall. But I think my build and everything, I think with guys, as long as your shoulders are wider than your belly, and your chest is relatively, doesn't still allows your shirt to hang straight. I I think most people think, no, you don't look that bad. Well, I'm past that point by far.
Well,
And
look,
it
we're
doesn't
both
make a difference. It
uncomfortable.
don't makes a difference how much they say, oh, but you carry that weight well. I'm still carrying the weight. And I
It's a
think
lot
about
of
when
weight.
we had our softener at home, and I had those salt bags. And I mean, the salt bags weigh how much?
40
40
pounds.
pounds. So I should weigh around 200 pounds. So I'm basically carrying two salt bags, almost two salt bags with me everywhere I go, every day of the week. I mean, can you imagine that carrying softener bag every time? Every time I go down those steps, every time I get on the bike, every time we walk anywhere, my knees, my feet, everything. My body is carrying those two bags of softener salt, and I just can't eat anymore or get any bigger at this point because my stomach gets really upset. I'm really past a point. So
Diet in our
360.
future.
360, 360,
Yep.
360. All right. Marcus says, I prefer 180. 230 is the goal of my fall this year. You can't be that far away from that, are you, Mark? See,
Herbie says he's like 20 pounds smaller than you. He's tall, though. Is he taller than you?
who, Herbie?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to be taller than me.
Yeah.
He's like 6'1", 6'1". What are you, Herbie? 6'1", almost. You got to be over 6'1", right?
Yeah, he's like 252 or something like that.
Yeah, I'm definitely 270. It's funny part is I remember the kids used to kid around with me when I was younger. And I always say, I can still outrun you. And I could. Well, you should have seen this little sprint I had when I weighed about 230. Well, it was the first time that I ran in a long time when I weighed that much. And I was younger. I don't know. I was probably 30, 33 then, maybe, when we first moved in that house. Yeah, I was probably about 33 years old whenever I told the kids. I said, I can still outrun you kids. And so we had a little sprint. And that was the first time that the acceleration part still felt about the same, a little slower. But what I didn't think about is the deceleration part and actually having to stop all that mass. Boy, I fell. I separated like a rib or something. I had to go into a roll. I started getting one of those flailing arms falling on my face. So I just kind of dove into it and kind of rolled like I would have when I was younger. Anyways, yeah, I hurt my rib. And then I had to bowl. Yeah, it was crazy.
It's funny.
I was 10 pounds from 230 when we were all at Myrtle Beach. I'm 15 pounds heavier now. 360. All right, I guess I have to do the 360 thing. I quit drinking except for the occasional beer. It helped. Now, I don't. Now, that's the good thing. The stuff that I do drink, I mean, the worst part about it, it's got, sugars in it, obviously. But when I was on my diet, like I said, we went from November 3rd, December 3rd or 6th. I can't remember. It was one of those
Yeah,
dates.
it's only 3 days.
It was early in December, and by July 4th, I had lost 50 pounds.
Yeah.
Now, prior to that, when Heidi and I got separated, I weighed 235, I think then. 235 or 240 when we first separated.
Mm-hmm.
And within 7 months' time, not even 7 months' time, I got down to 174 pounds. And the whole time I drank Yukon Jack. That's all, obviously all I drink. So the good news is when I do drink, I don't drink the yeast and the barley and all those carbs. I just drink a drink that does have sugar in it. You're not supposed to drink the alcohol because it messes with your metabolism and stuff, but I never had an issue with it. So, and plus I think it quelches some of the hunger too. But the diet I was on, I was never hungry. Once you get past a certain point, I was never hungry. Anyways, I hate that. Getting me thinking about that. And there's a pizza sitting over there. I blame Paula Dean. No, I don't even watch her. I'd never even seen her. See, I knew it. Herbie's 6'2".
Yeah. Walk every day. Yep. I just told him that.
Heidi's saying, I think we should we need to walk a mile every day. I
Actually,
laughed.
walk 1 mile and then walk back.
Oh my word.
Because I was walking and moving every day, and now I'm mimicking.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, me working out in that shop when I had that small engine business, man, I did a lot of walking, just all around, always on my feet, moving all that equipment. Yeah, I guess. Jerry's back at the house. He's got good internet. That's
Yep.
awesome.
What is your biggest unexpected challenge that you've had since going full time?
Or we're totally unprepared
Unprepared
for.
for. I don't.
Well, we talked about that. Heidi, she was having a hard time not going and doing stuff, just sitting.
Well, yeah, I, and it's not so much of going and spending money. Everybody thinks that, oh, she wants to go spend money, being on vacation. No kidding. Or if I had to hear that we weren't on vacation one more time, I just need to be doing stuff. So, I love when we get on our bikes, and I love to walk. He don't like to walk so much. I'm trying to get him to go to a park and walk, and I'm just used to being busy and on my feet 10, 12 hours a day. That was the biggest thing for me.
Yeah, that was her biggest challenge.
Yeah.
For mine, unprepared for. Wow, that's a tough one. Was there anything we were unprepared for?
I don't think so. I don't think there was anything shocking or maybe some of the parks. Even then, once we got in there, it was okay. The only park that I didn't like, is
Oh,
because it was so far away from everything.
Wildwood.
Was yeah, no, Zephyr
Oh,
Hills.
Zephyr. Oh, see, I didn't mind that one because that panini shop wasn't that far. I have to think that the thing that we were unprepared for was we should have been further south
Right.
at the beginning
That
of
that
the
is
winter.
for sure.
We should have. I knew that northern part of of the state gets cold. I understand that. We're not subtropic until you get like to Fort Myers, you become subtropic. We should have been down there for the coldest times of winter,
Yeah,
for sure. I didn't like that cold at all.
I didn't either.
I mean, it didn't. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't
It
like
wasn't
every day or
terrible,
nothing.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it wasn't horrible. It's just, it was like, wait a minute, we're in Florida for winter and it's 30 tonight. That's horrible. I don't care for that. But as far as that was, we kind of unprepared for that. I was unprepared, I guess, or we didn't, kind of a revelation that we know, especially what happened in Texas and what happened. See, we thought, oh my, we got basically three choices for winter: Florida, Texas, Arizona. What happened in Texas, I knew could happen because I was stationed there, but I thought the chances of that's pretty slim. And then Arizona, as far as them being cold, for any period of time. When I say cold, I'm talking about every night they're down into the lower 40s, that kind of thing, or even the 30s. I don't like that. I don't care for that. I have a problem with that, to be honest. So that's why we said, well, we need to get to Florida. I need to stay. We need to stay in Florida and do that. Now we know that Florida is really the only, especially what happened last year, or last season, winter season. I know that we need to. So now we're in the whole mode, and it's kind of unsuspected, and we've got a revelation of maybe we need to find an RV park that we feel comfortable staying at for 4 months. That gives us stuff to do because it's kind of we're really living in the RV, and part of living in the RV, if we don't need to jump around Florida, I mean, we can always go explore other parts of Florida, but we don't need to be moving our home throughout Florida to do that. I've felt very strong, I think Heidi has too, that there's been places that we've gotten to and we're thinking, and we have. I could see us staying here for 4 to 6 months. Not necessarily 6, but definitely 4. 6 if we had to, if it was part of a lower price or something. And I didn't expect that. I expected that we would still want to move around Florida. And that, I guess that's it. I just thought we'd do the 1,000 trails and the Encore parks, and we would just move around and make it work for the winter. And we could. We haven't had any problems with reservations or anything. It's just some of the places we're going to, it's like, I don't know if I really want to go there. I mean, I'm looking at it on the map and it looks okay, but I don't feel it. I'm not feeling it. You feel me, dog? So anyways, I guess that's it. That's really it. So,
Looks like most of the Southwest got off. Okay
appreciate
this
the
winter,
answer.
though.
Summer of 2022, hitting the road for 3 months. Just trying to be... You're just hitting the road for 3 months?
I just said, yeah.
What's Jerry saying? Oh, because of his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I just said
3 months.
find places that you want to find to stay at and find out the dates that you want to stay as soon as possible and find out what days reservations need to be done, because if it's down here, it's a little rough.
Yeah.
In the winter anyway.
No. Well, you got to rephrase that. To stay down here in ideal locations, we have not checked at some of the parks that are like in the middle of the Florida, out in the middle of nowhere, that are some little tiny. We haven't checked with those. I'm sure there's still openings at those parks.
That's true.
But for 3 months, I say you don't have to really prepare for that at all. I think you'll find yourself being, as long as you have emergency funds available, you'd be surprised how fast 3 months goes by and how easy it becomes after a short period of time. Of course, you're going to run into stuff and you're going to go, oh man, I didn't think of that. But it's going to keep it, you're going to be so busy learning the lifestyle that it's going to keep you so busy. You know how it is when you get at work and it's really busy, the work day just flies by. Well, that's the way that when you're on the road and you're first starting out, we noticed that we're really busy. It's like, oh my God, we're coming up on 28 days. We've been here 28 days already.
It didn't even feel like it.
It really didn't. It was so new, and everything that was going on is like, wow. At no point were at the first sitting up saying, oh my God, I can't believe we're still sitting here. Then when we went to the next place, it got a little bit slower, even though they were only there for 3 weeks. It slowed down a little bit, and there was a little bit less to do, and the novelty started kind of wearing off to some extent, I guess, if you could say there was even a novelty. It started feeling different for us. It just started feeling, it wasn't as new, I guess. Then the next place we went was more ideal. So that opened up something different. Felt like there was more to do. And the time went by really quick because it was the first 2-week stay that we did. Mm-hmm. And then the next place we went after that, we had, the RV show. But after the RV show and everything, it started feeling stale right away. So we cut that short, and that's when we said, screw this, let's go decompress and get out to the country. And that was a pretty good stay. Got in a nice routine. Got to go see some stuff and do stuff. It just felt more comfortable.
Yeah.
So I think in 3 months, though, for just 3 months, I think if you just wing a lot of it, you just make good decisions about it. If you make good decisions normally and you don't get into a lot of trouble as far as oh man, I'm really screwed now. I didn't think about that. My car's broke down on the side of the road. If you're that kind of guy, then you of course plan. But like for us, we do really good. Both her and I do really good when get a task put to us. I mean, something that gets thrown in our face. Say, now here's what you got to do. You
Yeah.
know, this came up. Oh, I didn't even think about it. We work well under that kind of situation to where we feel more comfortable. We make good decisions. We can make snap decisions. We solve the problem. We like solving the problems. We feel accomplished when we do that. And so, seat of the pants, we don't mind that at all. And some of the best experiences we had was seat of the pants. We've gone into places and go, wow, this is a lot better than I thought. This is especially me because she'll do stuff and I'm like giving her control over it and feeling uncomfortable about it. Then I get there and realize that she makes just perfectly fine decisions without me. And it's kind of nice. It's a little bit refreshing. So, yeah, I don't think you'll have a problem. It looks like most of the older people are not interested in Orlando theme parks. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Whenever you get into some of the, it's amazing. Okay. What's the youngest person that's in this park? How old do you think they are?
Maybe me.
You think so? Could be.
I haven't seen anybody.
Yeah,
I mean, it is a 55 plus park.
yeah, right. But there's a lot of 55 plus parks.
I know. All right.
And there's the trick that I found a lot about a lot of 55 plus parks. If you're
Close.
real close, of course, like me, this May will be 54.
Some
but-
people say like 45.
Yes,
They're
and
looking like 45 and no
but
kids.
that's the
and
key. She's
a
telling you
bunch
the
of
keys there.
no baggage.
Yeah, you're not loud,
Yeah.
especially if your RV looks relatively new. It's it's clean, that kind of thing. And if you tell them, like in this place, no pets, they don't want no pets. But if you just let them know, like in our case, it's kind of nice because I think we're refreshing as far as compared to some of the other stuff that some of these parks been exposed to. So when we call in and say, is there any chance we might be able to get in? And they start asking questions and we say, well, listen, we're not 55, but we're close. We don't have kids. We're not partiers. It's not going to be rowdy. Our RV's new, our truck's new. It's clean for the most. We keep our area clean. We're not loud. We don't go in and out of the park all the time driving our loud truck or anything like that. We have a smaller RV. It's not a big monster fifth wheel and a dually diesel. It's a big truck, but it's a shorter RV. When they start hearing all that, they're oh yeah, come on in. I mean, you can tell in their voice. You could just tell when you're talking to them that they're okay with that. So if you guys fall into that category, then you'll be all right. Now, if you say, I don't know, I got 5 kids and 2 dogs and a cat, and my campers.
We definitely couldn't stay in this park.
Yeah, there's no pets. Period.
For sure.
No pets.
Do you miss your F-250? The 97?
As a toy, being able to work on it and screw around with it. But all I think about, honestly, I think about the negatives of that stuff, and all I can think about that truck is the radiator core support showed a little bit of rust, and I think about that. It wasn't bad. It's just I knew it was starting to rust, and the fender started to show rust too.
Yeah.
And that's all I could think about. I liked that it was smaller. I gotta yawn. Oy. I like that it was a smaller vehicle than the one we currently have and the previous Super Duty that we had. I like the simplicity of the engine. It was pretty comfortable.
When we have our first breakdown, I'll tell you.
I don't know. I liked that taller cap for getting stuff in the cap.
Yeah.
I do miss that, and it didn't leak. No, I mean, because of what replaced it, I can't say I missed it. Because what replaced it, I mean, there's so it the it's I mean I said that on my other channel. You know, we got those guys that, oh, that truck will never. You got the word, that thing ain't gonna last for. You know, I get all that, and I've said it on the video. Listen, as much as I love nostalgia and the good old days and how good, you know, the good old days weren't that good a lot of times, and those good old vehicles not necessarily that good when it comes to a lot of things. And that 460 was a great engine. It can't hold a candle to what this one does. I mean, it's just the comparison is so far fetched. You can't even make the comparison. Other than cheap parts and easy to repair, other than that one thing, you can't. This one is just so much more sophisticated. It's got so much more going for it. So it's really hard to miss that. I mean, it's kind of like saying, hey, you upgraded your computer. Do you miss that old, you know, that old Commodore 64 or whatever you used to have? There's some, you know, there's some novelty to that old one that you miss, but yeah, I can't. Again, for a toy though, for screwing around with or something, yeah, that'd be fun. I actually miss, as an everyday driver, I miss the old 302 F-150. Actually, I miss the old 300 straight six F-150 for a daily driver, even though it was a rust bucket, had 256,000 miles on it. I miss that truck more than I miss all the other trucks that I had, because that thing it rode well. It got great gas mileage. It was very reliable. It was good, and I didn't have any money in it. I didn't care about what I put in the bed of it, and roughed it up, and that was a good old truck.
Yeah, let's see what Robert says.
I have read that in popular resort areas in Florida and Arizona, some snobby RV parks strict 10-year rule might be Class A luxury, and for the now there are parks that you have to have motorhome parks. You have to be in Class
I
A's.
emailed a park, and then in the small print after I emailed the park,
It said only.
Class A and fifth wheels only for the winter. And
Get this,
they
here's
didn't say anything
another
about the 10-year rule, but it was probably one right along with it.
level of snobbery that you probably didn't even know existed, which I didn't either. There is one or two parks, one for sure park in the Keys, that your RV can be a travel trailer, but it has to be longer than 30 foot. It's got to be 30 foot or longer. They don't want some little tab camper in there or one of these Bambi Airstreams. Even though as nice as they are and as expensive as they are, they want to make sure that what you bring in there doesn't look like it's a little tiny trailer. They want to have an RV in there. So I didn't even know that existed. I was reading it, I'm like, these people actually want RVs over at least 30 foot or longer. As far as everyone that we've seen that was the 10-year rule, almost all of them said you can submit a photo of your rig. And they can make a decision based on that. So, yeah, the thing is, down here, they can be as picky as they want. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they want nothing but new rigs inside their RV park?
Yeah.
Which, quite honestly, if I ran the park, it sounds like either a bunch of people that got money that have been camping for a long time and like to get, or a bunch of newbies. Can you imagine having a park full of newbies blowing fuses, trying to run stuff that they shouldn't run on their... I don't understand. I tried to turn on both rooftop airs and this 30 amp plug melted. You know, that kind of thing. But, well, like the Wayward Wags. They were talking about a guy that had his brand new RV dropped off for him at the park. And the guy hooked up his freshwater hose to his black water tank flush, turned on the faucet and went away from it, walked away from it, went and checked in. I don't know what he did, but he blew that tank off the bottom of his RV, blew out water everywhere. It billowed out. It blew it up like a big pillow, you know, a big water balloon, and it just pushed out the whole bottom of the RV. and they had to come and take it and haul it away from, to take it back to the dealer to fix it. Newbie mistake, I guess. But yeah, that's expected. I don't have a problem. We'll just leave those. I don't know. There's enough parks out there, but there's so. I mean, it's so desirable to stay down here that you run into these people. It's like, hey, let's set up some more rules. What do we want here?
Yeah.
I mean, there's places that there's mandatory stays. You have to stay 3 months.
Yeah.
There is no weekly or nothing. You have to. The only way you get in there is 3 months. That's it. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we're going to get out to where we're going to find, which, what's funny? Every one of these parks that we've gone to still, they all seem happy to see us. They still all seem very happy that we're there. We haven't had anything
rude.
Right. Yeah, so listen, I'll tell you, Robert, you want to talk about expensive. Listen, I can't believe it. There are people that stay in the Keys for the entire 6 months of winter, and it cost $18,000 to stay there for 6 months. You imagine that? It cost $18,000. That's the reduced rate to stay there for 6 months. I don't know where they made their money, but I know that it's off the back of the working man.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. I enjoyed the RV shows. Yeah, we got to maybe do some more RV stuff. We enjoy doing that too. The problem is once we get in there talking, and then if they get one salesman that's just got the right pitch, we can refuse a lot of that. But if I'm kind of leaning that way anyways, it makes it a little bit harder, that's for sure. If you need to know what goes down, please Vero. Yes, it will only get worse out there.
That's her and Herbie.
Oh, Herbie's talking.
Yeah.
What are they talking about? Crime scene. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Herbie's got the handle on that one.
Here, I find that some places are seasonal.
Seasonal,
yeah. Yep, that's...
Yeah, our I can, like I said, I can see us doing seasonal.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. Money-wise, it even makes sense. I mean, you're not driving as much.
Right.
And you're getting a discount for your stay. Yeah. We'll explore that a little bit later. We actually have to make a phone call beginning of next month. Yep. So April 1st.
Yep.
And then May 1st, we have to make another phone call. That may make some sort of determination.
Yeah.
I still would rather be on this coast. I much prefer, it's just my preference. However, there was nothing wrong with that side over there. Might have to get a job. Just because we're bored. I thought that 3,000 plus electricity was expensive. Oh no, that's not expensive. Not what we've seen.
Yeah.
We were going to go and stay for a month.
It was like $4,500.
It was $4,500 when we looked at a pretty reasonable place in the Keys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's $4,500 for the month. And I talked to her about it, and she goes, I just don't think we need to spend that kind of money to go enjoy that, part of the. And that's when she started saying, well, you realize, out of season, that it'd be a lot cheaper, which it is. And she said that also, we could do the 1,000 Trails thing for a couple weeks,
which are
for free.
Definitely
cut the
cost.
And then we could pay for, a couple weeks a little bit closer, maybe.
Yeah.
So that's why we're not there. 104. We're down to 104 people. Love my 74-pound black lab. Well, you may love them, but
some of the parks are only limited to 25-pound dogs.
Hey, I'll tell you honestly, the problem is not the people that love their pets, take care of their pets, and treat their pet. It's the ones that just tie their pets out and they just bark their ass off. Hey, I can understand a dog barking if another dog had just happened to walk by and for whatever reason the two want to bark at each other. Just briefly. I can understand that. I can't understand the one that the dog just barks and the people just go, be quiet.
Or don't say
Chill.
nothing.
The one guy kept on saying chill. Like the dog understood him. Chill. Chill. And I'm thinking, where's the rolled up paper? I mean, I don't
Spray
say
bottle or
beat the
something.
dog, but I know that we've always had a rolled up paper. You smack the dog in the nose, you tell them quit barking. After a while, I mean, it's an animal. You just train the animal, it quits barking. Get the collar.
Yeah.
No, I think they're $39 on Amazon. They got good reviews. Just put it on.
He's so mad he looked it up.
I did. I looked up how to get a beeper to make him shut up, and you push the button. But it only worked like 15 feet away, and I thought, well, I'm going to look stupid walking over their dog and pushing the button for it to, make the beeping noise. But yeah, I can tolerate the pets. I think it's just the pet owners, the ones that allow their dogs to bark, do things like leave, and their dogs are just sitting all day long in the RV, so they have nothing better to do to bark. And believe it or not, I can't believe it. Tell you the truth, I still can't believe how many people don't clean up after their dogs.
They look around to see if anybody's looking.
You know how many times we've seen that? I have seen so many people that just don't clean up after their dogs. That, like she said, that dog will be doing the business and they'll act like they didn't see their dog do that. They'll all of a sudden look away and be interested in the sky or something. That it has nothing to do with, oh, look at this. Oh, the trees are beautiful. The dog's still crapping. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and look at that RV over there. That's nice. Okay, all right, let's walk a little let's go now. And he sees his dog doing the kick feet thing. He just ignores it. I'm going to get a bullhorn, I think. Hey, a-hole. We all seen your dog crap. Pick it up. It's just crazy. Most of the RV owners I know do the seasonal route, especially when you convert gallons or gas is usually expensive, and new full-size trucks can be expensive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I said the gas. I don't know. I mean, of course it's got to be weighed and measured on some point. Your gas versus the. I'll be honest with you. Our budget we haven't really followed. We haven't looked at. We haven't restructured it. We haven't looked at it. Driving versus not driving, staying longer. We just know. We can tell when we're spending more money. That's all. And right now, everything's okay. I think I would like to see what happens when we travel more. But we'll start utilizing, Encore and Thousand Trails parks more, most likely too. And that's not a definite. Boondocker Welcome, yeah, I love using that. Maybe our Passport America, we might be using that a little bit more. RPI, maybe we'll start using that a little more. I don't know. I think the small ones bark more than the big ones.
Not lately.
I say that there is a lot of that yapping dog stuff, but the ones that unfortunately the big ones, they're just echoing. They echo the whole park. The little ones we can hear yap a little bit, but the big ones, wow. We had a couple of big ones that just when they barked, it's like, is he right next to us or what? Yeah, it's.
Sometimes it's both. The last place it was medium to large dogs that we had around us barking.
But then again, the owners kind of matched their dogs' actions. They're just camping their way. They have a different idea of way camping, and that's it. They were camping. It's tough to determine what's right or wrong. they weren't noisy past the time that you're supposed to be quiet. But up until that point, they made a lot of noise. You know,
Of course, we're a little judgy because we don't have any animals, so I don't understand why we have to listen to yours.
well, right, and the funny part is I mean, I always said this too to Heidi. Why is it that I'm sitting at my campsite, and me and Heidi's been outside conversing with each other on a daily basis? Why do I know each one of the people's across their name, their kid's name, their dog's name, where they live, what they do for a living? Why should I know all that? And I've never left my campsite.
Because they're so loud.
They're so loud, I hear all that. So I think that's kind of funny. I mean, Heidi and we will not, even when we're backing in the RV or something, or like when we're doing the black tank flush or something. I mean, it's just,
yeah, we're not yelling at each other.
we're not yelling, okay, turn it off. I mean, none of that. Heidi knows that if I'm outside and I'm doing something and she's running water inside and I just tap the wall, she knows it's time to stop doing whatever she's doing inside there, because we've
already talked about it.
We already talked about it. We know what we got to do. And it just seems, I mean, even when I'm backing in, very rarely will Heidi go, yo, you know, she'll hardly say anything loud. A lot of times we'll have the radios too, but even the radios, we have them turned down to where we're talking to each other. We don't have them on full blast going, all right, come back another 5 feet. I mean, some of these people are just, it's hilarious. The amount of noise that they make to back in.
We were inside with the air conditioning on and heard it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So if we ever get a fifth wheel, what truck would you consider, gas or diesel?
What's that now?
How come you can't comprehend when I speak?
I didn't hear the question. You said something about a fifth wheel.
I said if you ever got a fifth wheel, what truck would you consider, gas or diesel?
Depends on the fifth wheel.
Depends on the weight of the fifth wheel.
12,000 pounds or under, less than 36 foot. I'd keep what we have. We could probably got away with the other truck that we had too, especially if it had 430 gears.
That was just a question.
Yeah, the diesel, for me personally, the diesel's got to be the last resort. It's got to be something that I'm towing a lot of miles. It's got to be something that's like 40 foot and weighs 12,000 pounds or more. It's got to be heavy. You got to have a reason. Personally, for me, I would have to have a reason to get a diesel, because the diesel has more initial cost. I don't care about the resale. We're not buying stuff to worry about the resale. You're buying it to worry about if it's going to do the job. But the fifth wheel or the diesels, you know, when you get into a dually, because the RV's so tall, it's what they call a full profile, or it's so long. Now you're into a dually. The diesel, just with all the extra cost to buy it, and then the expense to maintain it, and if there's a repair, the only advantage that is across the board for the diesel that without a doubt will never be matched by any gas vehicle is when you're towing your RV. It's so much easier to get fuel when you're going through the Flying J and the Pilot and all that, because you have a nice big straight shot, because almost all those places are fueling up the big trucks. So you've got your big rig, you can get in the line with the other big rigs, and you got a nice easy fuel. With us, we got to pull in the gas pump with all these idiots in their little cars.
Yeah.
You know, we got to go wiggle around and try to get in gas. But we can get gas pretty much anywhere. It's just doing that. And getting a discount on gas is harder. I can't get a discount card for gas.
Read Merle's.
Merle. I know what you mean by unruly pets. Where I go, none of the bears are on a leash and act like the other place. Well, Merle, I tell you, but I think the bears do own the place. I want to do an interview with Mike from my channel. Better bring some extra memory cards.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just remember, chop, chop, chop. over the last century, there seems to be a lot of different camping styles created. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We've that whole van life thing that changed a lot of people. I mean, honest. Let's be honest. Before hashtag van life became popular, that was living in a van down by the river. That guy.
Right.
All of a sudden, now it's a thing because a lot of people are doing it. And the funny part is you've got these different levels. Before, people were doing it real nice and cheap. Now these guys are going out and buying $150,000 Mercedes, Sprinter type vans, and decking them out. And it's like, whoa! I thought you were a van camper. What's the deal? I thought it was supposed to be cheap. But yeah, just to let you know, that is definitely a different category. We first seen it, I think Heidi and I first seen it when we were in Pymatooning, and we had the kids with us, and we had our tent, and there was this old couple. Heidi's saying it's really nice outside. There was an older couple that were. It's the first time I ever seen it. They had a little tiny one of those Shasta tin cans, and don't get me wrong, it was all original. It wasn't like it was mint or restored or nothing. It was just an original. Looked like they'd been using it since the 50s. And they had an old pickup truck, and he was out there cooking on the fire, and they had their water. They had a pan. They were doing their dishes afterwards. And I told Heidi, I said, look at these people out here. I said, they're like actually living in that thing. And it didn't dawn on me that we would ever want to do that or why we would do that. And it looked like they were doing it out of necessity. That's what we thought. Because we thought, well, if you're going to live in it, why don't you get something nice and big? But I think that a lot of this RV stuff falls under the same category of Harleys. I remember back in the mid 90s, the gang that used to be one of the biker gangs that I used to work in North Olmsted, and one of the biker gangs that lived or that gathered across the street from us was Rub. They called Rub, Rich Urban Bikers. They're all doctors and lawyers. Harley guys from the 70s would have never thought that group would have ever existed on any level. Well, it's the same with the RVers. I think the RVers we've transformed into something entirely different now. It's not bad, it's just different. Yeah. And the kids run back and forth in the RV, thump, 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 thump. You know what's funny? Heidi actually walks heavier footed through the RV than I do. Because when I was a kid, my dad would whip the crap out of me if he heard me walking heavy. Like if I stomped my feet because I was ticked off, or I just walked heavy, and if I slammed the door, he'd just go through the roof. So I walk real light footed through the RV. I still move it because I'm so freaking big, but it does a good job. It's pretty. That's something somebody had asked what we were surprised by or kind of unaware of. One of the things is the RVs down here, because we're parked in the grass here. You have to go out and restabilize everything. You got to keep on adjusting your jacks and stuff because the sand when you're moving, it just kind of it just shakes. If you take your foot and you put it at the beach and you just wiggle it, you see it starts going deeper. That's the way the RV does. It starts settling in the sand, which is not too bad because the heavier wheels and stuff have a tendency to level out. So you may start a little unlevel, but after a while you'll start leveling yourself out because you shake down equally into the sand. I was surprised about that. I didn't understand. We'd leveled out and everything, and it's like, I swear this RV's moving more. And then we went out and the steps had changed. We've got those steps that come out, one-piece steps. And all of a sudden I noticed that the steps were a little bit different as far as the way they were sitting on the concrete outside. They weren't on sand. They were on the concrete pad. It was because the RV was settling down in. Yeah, that's funny. How's your son doing with his van life? He's out. He's in Shit, I don't remember where he's at. We was just talking about San Francisco. He's all over the place. He is in, San Francisco right now. He was up closer to Oregon. I don't know. I told him that it's snowing up north. He came back down south. He's out in Arizona for a while. He's in New Mexico for a while. He was in Arkansas for a while. He was in Tennessee for a while. He's been floating around. He's been doing it. He hasn't had one stitch of problem with his van at all, which, knock on wood, I probably jinxed him. The greater availability of turbocharging is the main advantage of using diesels for mountain towing. Well, the same can be said with the greater availability of turbocharged gas engines. I mean, all those EcoBoost are all gas, they're all turbocharged. I mean, of course, it's an atmosphere. The thing is, I don't think that it necessarily, I mean, it does adjust boost to some extent, but here's the thing. It cost $9,000 for me to have gotten a diesel instead of our current truck. If I would have got a diesel engine in that truck instead of the gas that I've got, it'd been $9,000 more. That gas truck performs extremely well, very well. And I don't know head to head to a diesel what it would actually do. Of course, the gas mileage isn't the greatest, but then again, I'm driving it. Even if I spend another $7,000 on that truck, we was just talking about that earlier, $7,500 on that truck, I could put a supercharger on the truck, and now I would put it up against any diesel because it would have a ton of horsepower, and it would run like a high horsepower gas engine, instead of a diesel. Now, of course, it's not going to have 1,000 pound-feet of torque, which we know is what does the towing part of things, but it would have a higher or a longer RPM range because it would still max out at $6,000, and it would have 560, actually over 560 pound-feet of torque. At the flywheel, or I'm sorry, on the dyno, it has about 370 pound-feet of torque on the dyno at the wheels. With a supercharger, it has over 500 on the dyno at the wheels. Well, the truck is rated 470 pound-feet of torque, so you can imagine that you can add about 100 to that five. So it's like 600 rated, at the flywheel horsepower. So, and I got $2,000 for gas, and I can repair all that stuff. I mean, I can pull it into mom and pop shop, and for the most part, they should be able to do most of the work. Of course, there's obviously all these engines have their own specialty stuff on them, but compared to a diesel, it's so much more to repair. It's just a thought. Do you prefer to tow an RV, or would you consider the Class A or Super C? No Super Cs, I don't think. They're okay, but a Class A, if it's big enough, nice enough, and it doesn't make a lot of noise when we're in it. That's the only thing. It'd have to be. I don't want to hear squeaks. I don't want to hear rattles. I don't want to be driving around hearing all my dishes clanging around behind me, because Heidi would divorce me, because I'd be saying, it's making that noise again. Go back there and figure it out. So that. Yeah, it amazes me how a diesel Class B rigs can be at least as expensive as they currently have for most places. It is way expensive. Way expensive. Yeah. I mean, I understand they have their value, but man, do they ask it. Mike, first time in live chat. Love it. Cool. That's awesome. Live show, I mean. Awesome show. Awesome. Yeah, we try to make this to where you guys we're engaging. I don't like the ones that seem like that they're.
I mean, let me do it. I'm probably the only one that gets up.
Yeah. Yeah, do the live chat
5 times.
Hi, thanks for checking out RV Daydream today. Guess what we're going to talk about today? That's right, cooking on the grill. It just seems, it's like, why do you have a live chat? It's so put on. It's I don't think anybody really gets, I mean, there's value there, obviously. And here's the saddest part about it for me. I've got my own theory about it and the way I want to do it.
And that's
All
how you're
these,
going to do it.
all these other channels that do it differently, they must have always they got more subscribers, they got more views, but the thing is they're just, and I don't have a problem with that because everybody likes that, just sitting and being entertained. They're just like sitting and being entertained. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
There's no necessarily originality to it. It's just they are entertaining. And sure, let's see what they got to say. Oh, that's kind of funny. Oh, look at what they're doing there. A musical montage on their drive. That's nice. Look at that area. That's a beautiful scene. But you don't ever hear, you just don't, I don't think you get involved with it as much. I want to, you know what I want to do? I would love to just grab those people and go, what the hell do you do for a living? How could you be buying, this is like your 5th rig this year. And what do you do? When did you film that segment? How long has it been? Was that 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago? Are you still there? Are you somewhere else now? Where's your kids? What happened to them? I don't understand. It's like, it's very, but we know people like that in real life.
Yeah,
These people that are just, and no offense to anybody who's, or teachers or anything like that. But I used to kid around with a lot of the ladies that we run into that, and I go, oh my God, she's a kindergarten teacher. Just like, oh geez, this is really great. I'm so excited we're going to go to this restaurant. I read that this restaurant has the best tomato soup. I cannot wait. Aren't you excited? Just that type of person. And I only deal with that so long. It's like, man, is this lady for real? Just,
right.
I mean, it just, but that's what you get. A lot of these, and again, they're entertaining. So their views and their subscriptions and everything are through the roof. They're making lots of money doing that. But at no point, I don't think you'll ever see me going, hey, welcome back to RV Daydream. I am so pumped for this episode. We can't wait to show you this new RV. I mean, I could put it on. I could do that, but it's just crazy. No Whipple superchargers for your truck. Sit back and watch the tickets roll. And yeah, that's the truth. Heidi won't let me do it. We talked about it. I didn't talk about it seriously. Listen, if I wanted it, I'd buy it and it'd be here. I can install it.
It makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense. All the more reason to get it. Yes, Heidi will have to drive all the time.
Right. Been there, done that.
Get a vlog edited so I can have something to upload this weekend. So jealous of you guys being in Florida and I'm not. Oh, well, you know that itch is going to be scratched relatively soon. And it'll be submerged once you get down here. Hershey. When is Hershey? Tiffin writes up. Oh yeah. Herbie's is a rig. A Class A for sure. You know what else we learned? There's some shocking, again, revelation, I guess you can say. Wow, I had no idea Class A's had such a tight turning radius.
Oh my God.
We've seen some of these guys back into sites. I'm like, we're going to have to move our truck. And it's like, nope. I mean, those things turn tight.
Oh man.
Wow.
It was awesome to see them.
Yeah, I didn't know Class A's could turn that tight. I guess TV style editing and some drama is probably now how some other channels got popular besides. Yeah. We're very happy to have, granted, would I like to have an audience that was younger? Of course, because obviously that audience, is going to be, hey, let's admit it, my kids, if they watch the channel, they're going to be here a lot longer than I'm going to be doing the channel.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice to have that kind of longevity. And just bring in a different crowd and be able to appeal to a different crowd. But unfortunately, we're those people's parents. and they don't want to sit and listen to their parents, especially when the stuff that we're saying they don't feel comfortable hearing. Like, what do you mean I go to work? Yeah, that's it's a weird time. I think the biggest disadvantage, or sorry, the biggest disappointment that I have with the current, and not saying political, but the current state of the union, and I'm talking about the last 8 years, maybe about the last 8 years. When did consequence to actions not, when did they get separated? when did somebody, when did it happen that somebody does something wrong, and then when they're caught, and everybody knows they're caught, and it's more than obvious they did what everybody thinks they did, that the person will still just scream and yell and say, it wasn't me, that wasn't me, I didn't do that, I didn't say that, that wasn't me. And then whenever it's proven without a doubt that's what happened, and then they get punished, it's a national outcry. Oh my God, well, that's horrible. That's a horrible thing. I cannot believe. I think it's back. It goes. You know, you hear the running joke of, if you guys remember a Liar Liar with Jim Carrey, there was a section. Of course, he was a lawyer, and there was a section that his secretary found out that he could not lie, and she said, "My neighbor had a burglar that fell through the roof while breaking in her house, and when he fell through the roof, he landed on a butcher knife and cut himself, and he sued the neighbor that he was breaking into, sued the neighbor for that butcher knife cutting him as he was breaking into her house, and she had to pay $5,000." And his secretary says, "Now, do you think that was fair?" And Jim Carrey goes, "No, I would have got him 10, $10,000. And back then that was just ridiculous. But now that's like a real thing. I mean, people that are doing something wrong can sue you when things don't go the way they hoped that they should have during their law breaking or the thing that they were. I can't wrap my head around it. And it's probably because when I was a kid, the one thing I learned about people that lied, that's the other thing about lying. When I was a kid, my dad, if I did something wrong, I'm getting punished. I'm getting punished on some level. Maybe even a whipping from it. But if I lied about it and he caught me in the lie and I lied about what happened, I'm getting beat. Not punished. I'm getting beat at that point. So I don't understand it doing the wrong thing in the first place and getting caught and then expecting, well, I shouldn't have to. Oh, that's a little harsh, don't you think? And then the opposite, like I said, and then lying about stuff and not being called out whenever you get caught in the lie. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe I was a little wrong there. Well, no, prior to that, you were just rolling with it. You were living by it 100%. So now you should pay for that. So I don't know. Do a whole video like that. What's that?
Probably like this.
Oh, did I? I kind of did that. I'd be so tired afterwards. I want to be leaving soon as well. I have to do a funeral escort. Oh, man. All right, Herbie, I appreciate it. God, good luck with that. I
Do you still like the
funerals.
8-foot bed?
Yes. No, I do not wish we had a shorter. Is the bed too... it's tight. We've been into a couple tight situations. We still got in there. It's not... So we might have to pull it forward and back up a couple, maybe 2 more times. But no, that was the biggest downfall. Now, of course, we only have a 30-foot RV. If I had a 34-foot RV, it might be a little bit different. I mean, that's a long beast at that point. I only want old fart for subscribers. I don't care what happens to me after I'm gone.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true, too. Best example of that is rich Americans often escape prosecution for fraud. Oh, that's an understatement.
Yeah.
You get treated so differently. How's he supposed to get his money? Quote from relative about a criminal that was shot by homeowner was shot. The criminal was burglarized. Yeah. How's he supposed to get his money? You know what that reminds me of? A joke that a comedian did years ago. It's really funny. And he was talking about, he goes, boy, he goes, you ever notice the difference between the inner city McDonald's and the suburban or the suburb, real nice McDonald's? He says in the really nice, affluent neighborhoods. He says you go into those nice neighborhoods, and he says you got the people that come flying up to the counter for you and say, "How are you today, sir? What can I get for you?" And man, the first thing out of my mind is, "Holy cow, you are way too happy for minimum wage." Obviously, you got everything paid for that you need paid for. He says, now you go to the inner city, and he says, you walk in, it's a whole different atmosphere. He said, you got the guy behind the counter walking back and forth saying, man, don't put me on no fries. Don't put me on no fries, man. How can I make any money if I ain't on the register? Oh, my God. I love that. That was a good skit. I don't remember who did it, but that was a really good one. Yeah. How can I make any money if I'm not on the register? Heidi loved fast change artists, didn't you? Did you ever get caught?
No.
Yeah, you Heidi's really good with counting money.
No.
She can count cash back. Really, I can't do that. I
Yeah,
am
you
not.
know, I remember I was 16 years old, and I yelled across the store that this lady was shortchanging me. It was my first job, and obviously, I was onto her pretty quick. It wouldn't happen. Yeah, we used to have stuff in cages too. It ended up being cages behind the counter. They got them in those little walk things now. Drugs.
I think
People were stealing.
I think that's the problem that we have. I think that we all got comfortable enough that if somebody has done something wrong, if they tell a story that seems a little sad, then at some point they'll appeal to your side saying, well, listen, what if it was you? What if it was you were in their shoes? Would you do the same thing? And, now with that known, would you punish them in the manner that you think they should be punished? And I think that the more comfortable we got, the more lenient we became with wanting to punish. I mean, we even did it with our kids. I mean,
Yeah.
I really came down on my kids a lot. But I don't know, as we got older and the more, it's like, okay, listen, I'll go ahead and buy you that. Because we had the money. Even though I had told him prior, you do that with your chore money. You got chores to do and you get money for that. And I'm not going to, you don't get action. And it's just like the more comfortable we got, the more money that we had available, the more likely we wouldn't make them necessarily follow the rules. So we're just as guilty as everybody else when it comes to that. But as a society, I think that's the way too. I mean, a lot of these people that have done crimes, they go in and they tell their story to the point, and they do truly expect that they're not going to get in trouble because they shouldn't. It's what they had to do. They didn't have another choice necessarily. I think that's why a lot of the laws which I'm not getting into politics with immigration, that's a thing to where everybody's like, oh, we should need to reform and all listen, we have laws on the book. We just need to follow those laws. The problem is some of those laws seemed a little bit harsh. Us as Americans, we had all this opportunity just laying around, and sure, they should follow the rules, but really, is it going to make a difference to me in the end of the day? All right, let's go ahead and let them slide. You know what? Let's change the law and let's make it this instead. And things got a little bit lax. So I think that's why you have this whole group of people that have been trained inadvertently to expect that they shouldn't get in trouble for doing stuff that's wrong. Oh, I was only having fun, or Oh, I was just, I mean, it just the severity of stuff. But then again, there's other stuff that got real. I mean, can you imagine? Like we had a kid that only incident that I can ever remember in our school that was really serious. We had a kid that brought a gun to school and asked his best friend to shoot him. He was obviously a little on the disturbed side. That didn't even they didn't even call the police. That didn't make the newspaper. That was nothing. That was like, hey, we need to get his parents down here and we need to talk to them. We need to all sit down and talk to them about what's going on here.
Yep.
I mean, now that would have been on the news.
Felony.
Oh, been a felon. He would have been arrested. I mean, all that stuff. He was a senior in school, so he was, definitely 17 or older. Just, it's just, so we're in a different, on some aspects, we're in a different era. How did we get talking about this? How did that start?
Who knows? Anyway.
Walgreens is closing a lot of stores.
Yeah.
Because DA's not pursuing. Yep.
Some micros.
Yes. Not only, I talk about that micro air soft start. Not only is it worth it because if you're running a generator, it's going to help your generator. You can get a lesser generator to do the same job, and that lesser generator will save you money on gas. But also, if you're in a campground and you have to pay for electricity, that spike that happens during the initial startup is so much less, it might not run the electricity as hard. So, and it saves, it just saves on everything. It's not hurting the air conditioner. So, yeah. And plus the new ones, and again, use the links in the description. It was on the last video. Use the links in the description. That micro air easy start, I think it's a Bluetooth now. I think you can look at how much something your draw. I don't even know what it's got. All I know is it's better than the one I currently have up in the both rooftop air conditioners now. Oh, and that's something else. If you have two air conditioners and you have a true 30 amp plug and the campground says, hey, all we got is 30 amp, but it's hot, you can run both rooftop air still. Of course, you can't run your microwave or your electric hot water element too. You'll have to turn off one of them to do that. But yes, they're definitely worth it.
Alaskan Thunder said, wow, I went to work and you're still here.
Oh, yeah. See, I mentioned that in the video earlier. So lots of people said, I went to work, come home, and you're still there. My boys knew mom knows where to put the bodies. They ever did anything stupid.
Like an email server in your bathroom.
You're right. I'll run your playlist tomorrow. Cool. All right. You sold your home. Wait a minute. What's that? What's it? Rving. Oh, I just saw it.
All right, there.
Oh, okay. I see. Let's talk about Heidi did. Did we put that on video? Didn't we?
I don't know if we did or not, but I ended up traveling all over the camper. I was so
word.
mad.
Yeah, she's sliding around out there in it. Old Jerry Lewis telethons. Let's go to the big board. We're still short. When I was in high school, someone brought a paintball.
Jeez,
a few years later, someone brought a World War II hand grenade. Wow. Yeah, our school was very, even the pranks that were played and stuff, it was very, even the teachers could enjoy it. I mean, it was, we had there were some good pranks. Not my class, but a couple classes before. I never would have thought of this. This is great. So we have the flagpole out in front of the school, right? And the flagpole, of course, is pretty tall. And it's taller than most of the school. It's a one-level school. It wasn't a three-story school. It's a one-level school, except for the gym. Of course, the gym is very tall. So what these guys did is, I never would have thought of this still. They went and got a whole bunch of used tires, a whole bunch of them. Of course, you can get those free anywhere, right? And they climbed that flagpole, and they tied off a rope to the top of the flagpole. And then they threw the rope on the roof of the gym. And then they took those used tires and they'd put it on the rope, and like four of them would hold that rope tight, and they would shake the tire until it worked its way all the way over to the flagpole, and then slid down the flagpole.
Oh my God.
And they stacked that pole more than halfway with used tires. Now think about that. This thing was bolted to the ground. It's a big flagpole. That was really cool. That was a great prank. It was like, that's some ingenuity. A couple years prior to that, somebody took a shelled out, no engine, no transmission, but wheels and tires. And I don't think it had seats in it. But anyways, they got a VW bug on the roof of the skull.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was kind of cool too.
So how many hours you plan on doing?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any plans. It's just like everything else.
No, I don't have any plans either, but I have a hard time sitting here.
You haven't. You've been getting up.
I
been
know.
over there.
About to get up again.
All right, so we got 105. I guess we can start slowing this down. Is there anybody else have any questions, any ideas about any questions about our ideas and our plans? Everybody pretty much clear about that? We may change now. That we may not head out west right away since Heidi wants to go back home. Run home to mama.
I didn't say mama.
I know, but yeah, we might head up the coast.
We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, we're not.
Jesus,
we're not pressed.
Can you start from the beginning? Oh no, that would make it 10 hours.
So, our first RV we had. Well, actually, we started tent camping first.
That's too funny.
That's why we got to replay. That's why you can always replay it. We appreciate everybody checking in with us. I know sometimes, like I said, these things can get a little bit stale, and it happens. But we wanted to answer the questions that we had. And that all stemmed from that live...
That 30 question.
The 30 question and answer that we did. And I felt bad because all of a sudden we had... How many people? It jumped up like
75 or something.
Yeah,
like
it's like 75 people.
Yeah.
And in
the middle of the day.
I'm like, oh man, I didn't plan on this happening. I just wanted to... I'll tell you what I wanted to do. I wanted to do that question and answer without having to edit video. And I thought, if I do a live, I can just throw it on there. And I can answer questions from the hip. I don't need to talk it over with committee or nothing. I mean, I got answers.
He has answers.
I don't know if they're right answers. They're wrong. It's like the military, right way, wrong way, military way, Army way. That's the same with my answers.
That's funny.
I thought I could do this, so we can answer it. And then, like I said, like she had just mentioned, we had like 75 people, and I'm like, oh man, I feel so bad. These people think we're actually doing a live chat, which we kind of were,
just for different reason,
right? But no, we're enjoying ourselves down here. We're into the 70s pretty much every day, upper 70s. We haven't really looked at Ormond. I think the weather's relatively the same up there. We are going to be moving up the coast through Daytona, and unfortunately Daytona Bike Week is still going on. Daytona Bike Week, of course, is packed and crowded and everything else, so we got to kind of go through that area sort of to get to Ormond Beach. And we'll be on the beach, guys. We'll be really on the beach. It's a nice place. If you haven't seen it, you can kind of get an idea. Back in 2017, we stayed there for 2 nights or 3 nights. I can't remember. Maybe just 2 nights.
Where?
Coral Sands.
Oh.
Really nice.
Just 2 nights, because I remember you talking about how expensive it was.
Yeah. Not stale. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Nobody. There's a lot of things that I've done wrong, and I mean, when I was younger, I'd kind of skate it, hope that I didn't get the finger pointed at me. But I mean, a lot of times I just like, yeah, that was me. I mean, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be doing it, but I kind of do. I mean, it's...
All your driving infractions?
Oh, my word. You guys think I drive crazy now. I should have seen when I was younger. Man. Oh, my. I had 10 to 13 moving violations before I was 21. Good news was when I was in the Army, it was across different states. Some of it was on post. And they didn't have computers talking to each other like they do now, so... I never had my license suspended until I got busted for drag racing and fleeing and eluding. Then I got my license taken
Rebel.
away. Yeah. Yeah, that was, I've talked about that in the past. Yeah, I've definitely slowed down quite a bit, but man, did I drive. Looking, you always look back, it's like, how am I still alive?
The way you drove.
Yeah, I got a lot of friends that, how in the world, I can't
Well,
believe
some
you.
of your friends aren't alive because
Right,
they
that guy,
drove like
yeah,
buttholes.
Steve Myers in our car club, they had this thing, they loved to race this 5-corner thing, and I don't know, drinking was involved, I think, but yeah, man, I hear the story of the guy that survived that was in the passenger side that had to have his spleen removed or whatever. Or he has half a spleen now. I don't even know how all that works. Man, he tells a story. He told me the story of what happened, and God, he gave me some graphic details. It's like, Jesus, I didn't have to hear that. I mean, I could just picture it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me go back a minute. And oh my God! Now, I never drove drunk. That's one thing I'll say. I never did that. I mean, the way I used to street race and run around, God forbid if I had alcohol on me. Which I wasn't a big drinker back then. But back when we used to, race the strip, we'd all park off the side of the road and BS with each other. Well, a lot of the guys would have beers and coolers, and they'd break out their beer and start drinking. The cops would show up to kick us out. They'd search the cars real quick. They seen coolers. They'd find the beer. They make you pour all your beer out, and then they say you had to leave. That was on a Friday. Saturday, you're back. It was just that night you'd had to leave. That's all there was to it. Nobody got DUIs or none of that
Get
stuff.
away with it. Now he just give me a pep talk.
Yeah. I don't know how many times the cops, after they, what are you doing out here? Right, where are you headed to? Home. You're darn right you're headed home, or if you said, well, I'm just going up to McDonald's. Nope, you're leaving. You're going home. Okay, I'm going home. It's that would be it. After they kind of look over your car and everything, make sure you weren't doing anything illegal. Yeah.
Jerry says he's in the better end of Columbus.
Oh, that's good. Trying to think. Isn't Bobby in Columbus?
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother's in Columbus.
I don't know where.
I don't either. He does some kind of mental health stuff. He's
Counseling.
He's
It's a counselor of some type.
I don't know why he just don't. All you gotta do is just go do his test. He could be a doctor, but I'm sure he makes good enough money doing what he's doing now. But he's down in Columbus. I have a high school friend that's in Columbus, or just outside of Columbus. Love your channel. Hope to meet you if you get this way. My driveway's always open to you. Cool. It's nice you got a driveway. All right. So everybody's signing off with us. So glad, so happy. Appreciate it. How did we lose a thumbs down?
They changed their mind after they listened.
Somebody changed their mind. They thought that we suck. Now they just kind of think we suck. I'm kidding. Oh, somebody just gave us thumbs up. Awesome. Well, I appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Whoever took their thumbs down away, I appreciate it. I know we're not overly entertaining or anything like that. We're just.
Have you had any previous experience or training in public speaking? You're natural.
No. We, in high school we had speech and theater and, debate, stuff like that. But no, I always talked a lot. Our daughter's the same. Oh, man. Our daughter, she's the same way. She talks a lot. Our son, forget it. Our son talks less than her. You'll hardly get.
I have to have a reason. I mean,
So does he.
I know this is a reason, but like my job,
Yeah.
I could out-talk him
Yes.
at my job.
But
But he actually talks for me.
I worked, I think it's when I started working on the phone when I was at Summit Racing. I was in sales and it was over the phone. So it was I had to quickly analyze and kind of make the people feel comfortable, even though the product I was selling, everybody wanted to buy anyways. People love buying hot rod parts for their car, but to make them feel a little bit more comfortable about it, and I would explain to them, I'd go into detail and explain to them what they needed and everything. And I felt pretty comfortable doing that. The first time that I really got forced into talking in public and I didn't feel necessarily comfortable, not in school, but when I was in the service and just going and working up, at headquarters, when I had to pull duty at headquarters and I had to answer the phone and say, HHB, 2nd of the 5th, 2nd Armored Division, this is Private LEBO speaking, may I help you, sir, ma'am, and just realize I might be talking to an officer. This line is unsecure, that's it. And it just, at some point I started realizing that as long as you talk clearly and explained yourself, then people would listen for the most part, unless they got tired of listening. But then telling stories, I'd like to be very clear about it. But no, I don't. Obviously, I could pretty much talk about a lot of stuff that I think a lot of people like to keep themselves guarded. So they don't like to be necessarily honest with who they're talking with. I don't know why, unless they're embarrassed about something, or maybe they don't know how to talk about it. Maybe it provokes an emotion, and that emotion doesn't allow them to speak about it because they'll get emotional about the situation. I don't know. I've never really analyzed why people don't like to talk about themselves, what they're doing, the money they make, how much they spend, how much something costs. They're embarrassing stuff that's embarrassing to them. I'm not sure why they don't. I think it's just emotion, and I think I try to keep emotion out of a lot of stuff that I do, to some extent, or at least I have pretty good control over it. What's that?
I said everything emotion.
Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up again. Yeah, I think emotion has a lot. That's one thing that I've always, and this will be record of it when I'm, if anything ever happens like that. I've always feared that if something happens and that I'm guilty of something severe, or I am going to court and I'm being judged by something that happened, that I wouldn't be able to, because I don't necessarily get real emotional about things necessarily. If a tragedy happened, I would feel a lot of emotions, but I don't know if I necessarily show them to any extent. Like, bad or good, either way. If I'm really excited about something, I don't necessarily come across as really excited. If I'm really saddened by something, I don't necessarily come across as being really sad. The extremes, so if I ever got in front of a jury and they're looking for a sign of remorse or something like that, I dread that, because I don't know if I could relay that, because a lot of people want to see, a bawling mess, a person that's just sobbing uncontrollably or something. And I don't, that's not me. I don't even know what would put me in that frame of mind. So yeah. Were you in headquarters battery in an armored battalion? No, I was in headquarters and headquarters battery, 2nd of the 5th Air Defense Artillery, 2nd Armored Division. Yeah, I was in HHB. But it was nice. I liked being in headquarters. We always get how it is. If you were in that, you get the party with all the, all the cooks, all the medics, all the supply guys. So your stuff was always a little bit better than the rest of the battalions or the rest of the batteries. That was nice. What do you guys say? Safe till Mike can help him with the electric bike rack for the truck. Yeah, I got to figure that out. I did most of the crying a few days later. Yeah, my problem is fear of disinterest. I don't have a problem with that. That's a good one. I mean, there's a lot of times I'm talking and it's like this person just don't give a shit about what I'm saying at this point. But I don't fear it. Hey, I get it. Yeah. I tell you which one people I have the hardest time with is the people that are sitting across from me that are being so polite, and I don't realize that they're wanting to leave or quit talking. And I just keep on yammering and I keep on telling them stories and stuff.
You won't shut up.
And I don't realize that that's what they're saying in their heads. They're like, "Oh, really? Oh, that's nice." And it's 2 hours later. And then finally they leave. And then you can tell once they're leaving, they're like, "Oh man, I was supposed to be gone an hour and a half ago." It's like, "Oh shit, now I feel bad. I kept them here an hour and a half over."
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Michigan, Scott Dino. We're actually getting ready to sign off, Scott, but glad you checked in. Sorry about that. If you want to go back and check out all the crap we talked about for the last 5 hours. But yeah, that's my father died in December. I did most of crying a few days later. Yeah, I mean, even my dad. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd be saddened about any of my parents, passing away, and I'd feel strongly about it. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that. I hate talking to people who give one-word responses. Oh yeah, so do I. I feel like a talk show host having the poorest interview on there. Heidi does that sometimes.
I do that because
yep.
He cuts me off. So I just give
whatever she says, right?
Yeah, see? He does that. He cuts you off.
Not always.
Most of the time.
Maybe.
70, 80% of the time.
Ooh, that 80 was a little on the high side. I'm thinking on the 60s.
No.
Well, I even lean towards the high 60s.
75.
Oh, okay. I could maybe live with 75. But yeah, that's one-word responses. Very short. I'll tell you the people that I hate the most that I talk with, by far. And Heidi knows this. The people that her dad was this way, that clearly cannot stand that I'm trying to tell the story the way I want to tell it in full-blown detail. The answer is not going to be what happened to your car anyways? My engine blew up. That would be the short, right? That's what they want to hear initially. They want it to be that. That's how much attention they want to give to the answer. What I want to do is tell them how the engine blew up and how bad it blew up and what it's going to take maybe to get it back on the road and why it blew up. The problem is, like, if I was telling her dad that, her dad would so far in start, and her dad was very visible. You can ask Heidi. He didn't care who he's talking to. If he didn't like what you was saying, he'd go, I mean, right in your face. He just like roll his eyes going, like, why are you still talking?
Shut your mouth.
So, here's what I hated about that the most. I got to the point where he would say, well, what happened to your car? And I'd say, my engine blew up. And he would say, well, what do you mean it blew up? What happened to it? What were you doing? No. Because if I was wanting to tell the story the way I wanted to tell you, so you'd know all that stuff, you didn't want to hear it. So that's the answer. Live with it. I couldn't stand somebody that wanted a short answer, but didn't want to hear, and then had all these questions. So that's kind of our video. A lot of people on the videos that say, oh my God, your video could have been a 20-minute video if you just would have got to the point. But the thing is that person, if they watched that whole video, they had no questions. Not a single question, because I covered every single thing that I was supposed to cover. Everything. So that's why I do the videos the way that I do. If you don't like the length or what's being said, fast forward. there's
There's a speed.
there's a speed button. You can change it to 2 times the speed, and you can still hear mostly everything I say, and you can watch the whole video 2 times faster. And
Yep.
again, you can fast forward if you don't even like that speed. You can fast forward through it. If you miss something, too bad. You don't get the answer. You have to go back and look. It's in there. You just have to go look. So that's
This guy was
cool. ADA. Good for you. Thanks for your time. Oh, it's fire support and artillery battalion. Also HHB. Cool. Awesome. Back to you. Thanks for your time. Yeah, one word responses for sure. The one-uppers. Oh, Heidi used to have a one-upper work for her. It was awesome. See you, Avenger RV Adventure. Adios.
not a nut.
But yeah, Heidi had a one-upper. Oh my God, whatever it was so they had it so much better.
I had 2 one-uppers at one time, a girl and a guy.
She used to. Heidi would make stuff up just to see what they would one up. Oh, it was awesome. I think the best part was when when we had the PT Cruiser GT Turbo, and they thought their Dodge Diesel was going to be faster than that. They said, "Oh yeah, Dodge Diesel would be way fast. It'd blow that car away." And I'm thinking, that PT Cruiser GT Turbo, we had done work. I had bypassed the. I had rerouted the bypass valve. I made a mechanical valve controller for it. We gutted the air box. We did something else too. I don't remember what the other thing was. And it was quick. It was a very quick car. I think it was about I don't know, on a nice cool night. I think it was a high 13 or very low 14 on warm days.
I think it was a 13.9 is the best time.
13.9. It was really quick for what it was. I mean, this is full seats, everything, and automatic. It's this little slap shifter. And she's got this old Dodge Cummins that I don't think it had any work done to it. I think it was lifted, and that was it. And they were like, "Oh yeah, this Dodge will blow that car off the road." I'm thinking, I don't know if any stock Dodge Cummins is running 13.9s at the track. I mean, this thing was pretty much stock. I don't even know if they did anything with the exhaust. It was just stock. I'm like, oh my word.
Yeah,
that was a good one. That's nothing. Then make a one-up story. Oh
yeah,
that's nothing.
Take the story over. Yo,
going
more color to the map behind you.
Yes, yeah. We'll get it there.
It's pretty bland.
Yeah, maybe Heidi's right. Maybe we need to go make a left. Try Mississippi, whatever. Alabama, Mississippi, maybe. See, I guess I wanted to do New Orleans, but at that point you're so far down towards Texas that maybe we shouldn't.
And then we can come. Maybe we could do this.
Come back down. Yeah.
Or maybe we could.
No, we'll go across the top.
Maybe
Yeah, because of the temperature.
That's true.
Yeah. Howdy, Gavin Royals.
And Judy.
South Australia.
Awesome.
Well, we've been on for about 5 hours, and we're getting ready to slowly sign off here. I've been telling people bye for the last 30 minutes, but so glad you guys jumped on here.
Thanks,
so
Salem.
you guys are getting ready to go into winter, is that correctly? Yeah, stay away from Hawaii. But yeah, I think isn't Australia getting ready to head into their fall, right?
I think so.
Yeah, because we're heading into spring.
Yeah.
Well, we've been in Florida for the winter, so we haven't really experienced any real cold necessarily. Love to go to Australia. That'd be fun. I always thought if I ever had to move to another country, it would be Australia.
Thanks, Autumn.
You love our show. Awesome.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, my father always wanted to go to Australia.
You never got to go?
He knew a lot about Australian history. My dad's kind of a history guy, and he knew a lot about Australian history. And he always wanted to go, but he never did. I mean, even when he's in the Navy, he was in the Mediterranean almost exclusively that whole time. Yeah, I'd like to go out. I think I'd feel pretty comfortable out that way.
Alaska, snowing.
Oh, snow. It's not. We got the windows. Oh, I got to close this window because the fan is blowing. We got the fan pulling in the cold air, so.
Yeah, it cooled off, but it's really super nice out. It's real calm.
I don't know what the temperature is out there.
60 some. You said it was 68 earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did with my phone. Must have left it somewhere.
Come over when you can. It would be nice.
That would be really cool.
Who says Kangaroo Jack? Oh my word! I forgot all about that movie. That was the worst movie in the world. No, I didn't like that movie at all. I like the actor, that one heavyset guy that's in that. I like him, but that movie, freaking kangaroo wearing a jacket and stuff. Yeah, I'd love to go over and. Oh, excuse me. I'd like to go over there for sure. I don't think I could get used to. You guys drive on the left side of the road also? I think they do, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they drive on the opposite side of the road. I'd have a hard time with that, I think. It's 54 right now in PA. Yeah, there's a warm thing going there. Let me know what it's like. Not tomorrow, the next day though.
Why's that?
Well, I think the high is 42 in Ohio on Thursday.
Wow.
Come to Canada. We could come to Canada also. I wouldn't mind, like I said, I wouldn't mind going back to Canada. I haven't been there since I was a kid.
I think there's one.
There's no Thousand Trails up there.
There's an Encore up there.
There is an Encore?
I'm pretty sure.
Ooh, go to that one Encore park. We just started watching. Darn. Yes, we drive on the left-hand side. Yeah, it's okay. It's a weird. I'm sure. What time is it for you guys? It's
What
getting,
day and time?
Yeah, it's
different.
Yeah, it's Wednesday. For us, it's Wednesday, and it's 11 p.m. at night. Chance of snow this weekend. Yep.
My eyes got watery.
Yeah, Juneau, Alaska. They're getting, or no, Colorado's supposed to get some snow.
Yeah, I heard you say that.
Yeah, you're right. The old diesels didn't make that much horsepower. I just seen what he had said. We were talking about that.
No yawning.
65 tomorrow in Oklahoma. Awesome. I could live, that's all right. I could live with kind of doing that.
It's like jacket weather here, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Who was the guy that was, where were they? Ada, Oklahoma? I keep on forgetting where they're from.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it was Ada. Yeah. 1010. Rural Overlanding Studio. Hey, thanks for the live chat. I've enjoyed it. Awesome. Appreciate it. I love it. It's funny because we know there's a lot of people there that just like to sit in and listen and don't want to necessarily jump in. So thank you. Cool. We got one less thumbs down.
Aww.
That's nice.
That's nice.
People are pulling their thumbs down away from us. That's awesome.
Driving left-hand drive cars here. No problem getting used to it. It's Thursday, the 11th. 2:38 p.m.
Oh, yeah, that's always funny.
Wow.
So it's tomorrow for they've already got to their Thursday. Doing my first camp host gig. What? Free water, power, and sewer.
Ah, cool.
Don't do Ohio state parks.
Because you don't get sewer.
You don't get sewer. Yeah. You gotta do your blue boy yourself.
Oh, okay. There's 1,000 trails in British Columbia.
Canada won't let anyone through Alaska because it's not essential just vacation. Ah, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. We were booked for 28 days in September. Cool. I find that KOA and Yogi Bear are about the only chains we sign. Maybe a few resort operators. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be a little challenging to go up there and do that. Go up there and get all that funny money. Okay. 5 hours. When did we actually start this? What was the time? 5:30?
5:30.
6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30,
Let's
11:30.
do 6.
Oh, should we just do it another 20 minutes?
You can, yeah.
I can. What time is it over there? It is 11:11 p.m.
So we'll be on till 11:30.
Yeah, we'll be on 11:30.
18 more minutes.
It's Wednesday night, so we haven't made it to Thursday yet. Clear Creek Recreation Area, Bank Care National Forest, Jasper, Alabama. It's COVID crap that will end eventually. Yeah, eventually. I don't know. I think cases are flattening. I don't even know. We don't see it. It's not on the news anymore.
Yeah.
It's not being discussed, right? Is it?
No, it still is, but talk is going down. Now they're talking about the vaccines and things like that. But
Yeah, the VA called me for my vaccine, but they said, yeah, you can walk in anytime on this day between this and this, but it's in Akron. I'm gonna have to fly 1,000 miles home just to get a shot. I'm sure if I call up, I can get it probably at one of the VAs down here. So I'm gonna wait till we get to Ormond Beach. That's our next stop in Ormond Beach in a few days.
see if you can.
We'll leave Vero Beach here and go to Ormond
You
Beach.
should actually call now
Possibly, yeah.
and tell them when you'll be there.
Yeah.
Bankhead National Forest. My eyes are watery. I don't know why.
Oh, mine was the other day when I was sitting here. So yeah, the problem is well, I don't know. We got 60. Should have asked this with everybody's on there. 64. So, if you guys had the ability to go get the vaccine, would you? Now, here's the thing I want you to think about and tell me what you think. I take very little medication. All my life, let me rephrase that. I used to take medication for being really hyper when I was a kid, and I took a lot of that. That's why I got to wear glasses. I got an overdose of medicine. But like if I get a headache, I got to have a pretty bad headache for me to want to take a pill. If I get a backache or something like that, it's got to be pretty severe for me to take any kind of a pill. And I've done that all my life. Even if I get a little sore throat or I feel like I got a cold coming on or something, I got to wait until I'm into a full-blown cold before I'm starting taking NyQuil and stuff at night, trying to at least treat the symptoms. So I've always let my body kind of fight whatever I get. Now, with a couple exceptions, which you guys have seen on my videos a little while back, I don't normally get sick. I mean, I did in November, and I did when we went to the Hershey show, right after the Hershey show in November, I think it was. And then I got sick again. I don't remember when that was. Oh, when we went to see the RV getting built. Our RV getting built. We went to the factory tour. I was sick then too. Other than those 2 times, I mean, I don't remember being necessarily really sick. I've never got the flu shot. Because again, I would rather my body try to figure it out and build antibodies on its own to fight whatever I might get. And so far that's worked pretty good for me. So if I've never got the flu shot before, why would I get the flu shot now? I mean, of course, the difference is this flu is, much worse when you get it, from what they say. For not everybody, but, it's hit miss. But, I mean, I've been told for years, people say, oh, you should get the flu shot. It's free. That way, and I'm like, no, I don't normally get the flu. Why would I want to get the flu shot. Let my body figure it out. If I get kind of the flu, let me, so that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with that. I'm not sure about getting the vaccine because I don't normally get the flu. I don't normally get sick. And I don't normally get the flu shot. And I hardly take medication normally to treat what I got. So I think whatever antibodies I have in my system, it's been doing a pretty good job. So other than when I was in the Army, of course, they loaded me up with all kinds of vaccinations so we could go overseas and stuff, and you didn't get sick during war. But I...
Well, why don't they have a vaccine for cancer? How did they make up a COVID vaccine so fast?
I don't know. Maybe can't.
They've been researching cancer for years.
I don't know.
I'm not saying that I'm not getting it, but
Yeah.
I don't know. John Hershey asked
Not
if
a
we
vex.
changed our LEDs to brighter ones.
In here?
They're already too bright.
They're very bright. They're very, very bright.
I wish we could dim them.
Yeah, especially over the bed. These things blind you.
Oh, they're terrible. They're not a bed light, that's for sure.
I feel I need the vaccine. Too many pre-existing conditions. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, overweight. I'm overweight, so there's definitely a pre-existing there.
Me too, and I smoke.
And she smokes. I don't know.
Gavin says that may change seeing you're on the road now.
Yeah.
I think that's why.
But there's the other thing, too.
Some places
I would think that, I mean, don't get me wrong, we're cautious. We're cautious, very cautious.
Right.
Heidi comes back from out of the store. She's usually the only one who goes in the store. Very rarely do I go in. As soon as she comes back out, we've got the hand sanitizer. She's got their mask. If I go in, we're always wearing the mask all the time. If we're going to a restaurant, it's open air restaurants only that we've ever done. We walk to the table with the mask on, and then we take it off then. And then we put it back on when we leave. Unless, like the last time, we kind of wiggled out through the beach. However, we've been exposed to a lot of people from a lot of different states in a short amount of time.
But we haven't been like this.
No, right. We have not been...
We've been cautious.
We've been cautious. And a lot of the people that we've been interacting with, although it's outside, open air...
They're cautious also.
They're cautious, but neither one of them we weren't wearing masks. They weren't wearing masks.
Right.
You would think that we've got it already. I mean, we are cautious, like I said, but still,
right.
It just takes, a second or two. I mean, for example, when we went to look at RVs, when we were in Wildwood, the guy that was showing us the RV told us that he had COVID. He had just got over COVID.
Mm-hmm. And he kept taking his mask down.
Yeah, he kept on pulling his mask down. No, we had our mask, but still, he gave us business cards and we rode in the golf cart with him. Remember? He took us out in the golf cart. So then, who else did we talk with? And they said, yeah, I had the COVID. They were talking about how they had COVID. Remember? It was a guy. It was just recently. And they said they had COVID too.
Yeah.
They got COVID. And then at one point we were hanging out with all those people that had already got their first shot, which of course the vaccine has a little bit of the virus in it. So they're basically on a low level being infected by it. So they were now, they had the COVID. And we were kind of open air there again, but nonetheless, we were all sitting around kind of talking to each other. I would just think that we would have gotten it by now.
I don't get it.
But, yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, Australia, of course. It's nice whenever you have somebody that's...
Absolutely.
Kind of leading the way. I guess a person that would be leading the way would kind of be called a leader. It'd be kind of nice if somebody just would lay down the rule and say, hey, listen, This is what needs to be done. I mean, that we talked about that in the past, and the whole thing that I have a problem with is that what kind of economy do you have when half a million people are dead out of your economy? I mean, there goes 500,000 taxpayers. I just, I just, I don't know. I understand both sides of the coin, but you know what? We could have been more. We could have. I think that we could be
So much better off if
more
somebody was actually in charge.
inventive, or more ingenuity could have been involved with saying, listen, this is what's got to be done. Do it. Just shut up and do it. You know, I don't care about your rights in this case when it affects other people's rights. And that's the right to live. I mean, geez, if you're literally doing something that could cause a problem. But I think that we could have been more inventive and have more ingenuity about changing the way we do things. I mean, if, for example, if you drive to work and you take this one main road to work every day, if an earthquake comes by and the road is destroyed and there's now a 30-foot wide, 100-foot canyon that is where that road used to be, are you just going to say, "Oh well, I don't think that's right and we need to fix it," or something? Or are you going to just start driving another way to work? You still, you know what I'm saying? There was a roadblock that was put in our way. There was something that needed to be done. Everybody was saying that something needed to be done for us to continue to move forward with getting rid of all this stuff. And yes, it's causing this unbelievable inconvenience for everybody, but you need to find another way to do what you want to do, as long as it incorporates the first thing. I just think that wasn't explained well enough or something, because it was like all of a sudden people took it personal. You can't tell me what to do. What are you, my, 3-year-old? You know, 5 year. You ain't the boss of me. You need to wipe your butt when you get done going to the bathroom. You're not the boss of me. Okay, then don't wipe your butt. See what happens. You're going to cause a problem. I mean, it's the same thing. It's like a whole bunch of people all of a sudden, you're not the boss of me. I'm going to do whatever I want to do. And it's like, oh my God, I don't get it. And yes, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, just deal with it. I don't know.
I don't think they were following the advice of experts.
Yeah, right, right. I don't know if they were, and I don't think anybody was an expert on this.
He wasn't an expert.
Well, no, none of them were experts.
No, but
the people,
some people were better than others.
Oh yeah, the people.
But they were told to shut up.
Right. But the people that did have a pretty good handle on at least some medical things were kind of given some advice. It's just, I can't believe that. It just seemed weird. It was like it was so surreal. I mean, if, again, going back to something, it's not like I listen to all the experts and do everything they say.
Right.
I've got to make a decision on my own. Just like this vaccine. I don't think that it's really good for me necessarily to take it. I don't think that's probably something that I would necessarily want to do. And I don't have anybody necessarily telling me strongly that this is what you have to do, because this will definitely be much better than the alternative. I'm not seeing that on any large scale, but it seems like that the people that were talking about the initial precautions on this whole thing, they were saying, we know clearly this is something that we should be doing. We know clearly this is something that is very effective. And it just seems like that it was kind of ignored. It was just like, well, that's what you think. However, I need that money to keep coming in. I'll be honest with you. They needed the drones to continue to work. That's one of the reasons HEIDI got out of there. That's why she retired. They did not care. As long as that machine kept on running and they kept on bringing in money, whatever little money they could, that's all they cared about. Because if they truly cared about her health, they would say, don't come in. Whatever you do, there's a chance you could get it. Don't come in. That's what somebody would have done if they really cared about their health. What they should have said is, we kind of care about your health, but we definitely care about the money. We have to keep the money coming. So I kind of care about what's going on. And we're going to do what we can up to a certain extent, but we can't make that money not come in. And I never liked that.
Well, I think that when they said no masks, and then he said masks, is because there wasn't enough masks to help the medical field. That's just my guess. I'm no expert.
Yeah, I don't know what was. I think that a lot of that that he was talking about, I think that he was being influenced to a certain extent. See, the thing is, we don't know. It's just like whenever people say, if I was president, I would do this and that and that. You don't know. You're not there. You're not in their seat. You don't know what you would do.
All right.
But I know one thing for sure, and that is whenever this thing first onset, that if you interacted with people, you could get it. That's all there was to it. You could get it. And when there wasn't enough PPP and there wasn't enough hand sanitizer, to the point where people in distilleries are making their own hand sanitizer, they should have done everything they could to not allow people to interact with each other. That's all there is to it. I mean, that's the short of it. If the only way you can get it is to interact with somebody that has it, then make it to where you're not interacting with anybody. That's the way that you save lives. Make it to where you don't interact. I mean, it's common sense. To me, that's common sense. And then, of course, it all come down to money, though. It all came down to money. Who would have thought that the government could give out money, just cash payments to people? Just say, here, everybody in America.
When they said they didn't have any.
Everybody in America needs money, so here you go. Everybody take some money.
Yeah.
I mean, we're paying taxes anyways, and our taxes go up anyways. So what difference does it make? Might as well give us some money to help us carry on and get through this stuff. There's some people that really need it bad. I mean, there's some people that are in really tight spots. I mean, we've helped out some people that have gotten some tight spots because we could. I just the greed part of things, I don't get it. The greed part of things are really rough. Yeah, I think that you're right. I think that they have, like Heidi had said, I think there could be a cure for cancer already too. But the money that's involved with cancer,
Yeah.
To all the doctors, all oncology, all the drugs, all the treatments and everything else, that's a huge one. If you're saying welding in a toxic gas environment would you leave off your respirator? Just you don't worry. Just saying. Yeah. One of the reasons that there was not enough PPE, because when was the last large-scale fleet of strike under dynamite? They didn't replenish the PPE.
That's what they said. Anyway.
No, actually, it's funny about that.
Hospitals need to.
You just remember that whenever there was a pandemic team
Yep.
that was in place,
Yep.
that Biden Obama put in play, There was an actual, do you realize there's a national pandemic response team that their whole job was to be ready for a pandemic, to think about a pandemic, to make plans if a pandemic came around, all that stuff.
Those guys got
And
fired, or
they got fired when Trump got in office. He's like, that's
they don't
extra
need 'em.
money we don't need. So he got rid of the team. Go figure that out. Who would have thought we needed a pandemic team? Well, guess what? We had one. Most of the money goes to the rich, anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, that's nothing new. So for me to get any money is a change. That's the difference. For us to get any money at all, and for all these other people that are under a certain income level to get any money at all, that's where for free, that's where the big change came from. That's the big change. Rich people getting money for no apparent reason other than loopholes and them having the tax attorneys that can, manipulate that and make that happen for them. That's been going on forever. That's nothing new. So they've always been giving money to the rich. That's why they're rich. Yeah, that you see that on YouTube occasionally. My grandfather, who lived on the St. Johns River in Palatka or Satsuma area, used to tell me about a guy that we used to drive around the corner, and he said the guy that lived in the house that was on the canal there, he said that guy invented a carburetor that got like 60 miles to the gallon back then or something. And I don't know if it was the guy, and could be old folklore, this could be old wives' tale, this could be the, old stories of past, before the internet and that. But he was telling me that back in the late 70s. He said, yeah, that guy right there, I can't remember what his name was. I thought it ended in an S. He says that guy invented a carburetor that got so many miles to the gallon, but the big corporations shut him down. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like Tucker. Look at that whole story, that Tucker car. Olmsted Falls. Howdy, Ed.
They kill people off like that too.
Yeah, right. Look at Tesla. What happened to Tesla? There's a story. Yeah. Hey, Ed, just to let you know. The writing look familiar?
Thanks so much.
Yes, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, we got our shipment of mail from our daughter. The pharmaceutical industry makes more money of chronic conditions requiring ongoing medication. Yeah, sure. Yeah. There's, nobody wants to be conspiracy theorist or anything like that. That whole Illuminati and all that. However, I learned at a relatively young age. I was in my 20s, I believe. I was in my late 20s. So I've been in my early 30s, I guess. And it was my first experience getting into management. I mean, a higher level of management. I mean, to the point where I'm not just a supervisor. I mean, I'm in charge of a department at that point. And and this was with a Fortune 500 company. And I remember being called in on a meeting. And it was the first time that I was ever told that we were not to relay or acknowledge this negative thing that was going to happen to all the employees. We were going to spin it, and we were going to make it a positive thing, even though it was 100% clearly not a positive thing. And it was the first time that I really got to see that, and I realized that was on such a low level. Can you imagine what happens as you get further up with the people that got even more power, that are privy to information that's just way above anything that we would ever see, in our lifetime normally, most of us. So there are a lot of decisions that are made on such a high level that we don't, we're never going to know about. And unfortunately, we're going to be told one thing and be fed something else. I mean, it's, or fed fed one thing and something else exactly opposite of that will be happen. You know, it's something bad. So I late 30s. Oh, last year. No, that was last year. Yeah, I I don't know. Medical industry is a mess in the US. Are we still going? We're kind of going. Yeah, I think howdy, southern New Mexico. What's the temperature like there? But I just think I would have handled things differently. I feel different about stuff. I I think if somebody is truly wanting, again, if we know something will kill you, why would you want to do anything other than the exact opposite of the action that will kill you? And whenever they said, when you contact people that don't even know they have it, or they have very low, the symptoms are hardly anything. Even people that they may have it and they're immune carriers, or they have it and it's so easy for them, it doesn't really hurt them, but it could kill you. As soon as that's being said, just quit making people interact with other people. Shut it down. At least to get a handle on it, at least to get a plan on it. Something.
It was 82. Very windy and dusty. It was windy here too.
Yeah,
we didn't get the dusty.
We were only 70. What was the 76 today? Yeah, we were only 76 today.
Yeah, it wasn't very warm today. Gavin wants us to do a little video taping in Walmarts and Lowe's.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah. So the camping tools and the auto accessories. Oh, that'd be cool.
The camping section in some Walmarts are better than others.
Yeah.
We've noticed that. I bet you this one's not that good, but the Fort Myers was a pretty good one. That Walmart section had a decent, and they're always the same thing. The stuff you kind of need, like a sewer hose and plug, connectors and.
But the last one that we were both in, that you went in with me, is actually larger than Alliance.
Right.
Had a lot of stuff.
Yeah, people smoke, and we know what it does to us, but we still sell cigarettes, right? Yeah. But the difference is, we're not telling. They're not I'm not being told, hey, you need to go to work and you need to smoke.
Yeah.
I've got the choice not to smoke. I know that the smoke could kill me, and I could do it. I mean, I could leave. I can not smoke.
Yeah, most competent people could have done a better job. Yeah. True.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I had my own thoughts on that in the past. We did a video on it that actually got to where it got taken down, or it got blocked. So we had to, because we said the C19 word too many times. We talked about it too many times, and apparently it turned into something that YouTube didn't like. But I mean, the one thing that I compared it to was, listen, I don't like people telling me what to do. I am not that type of person. Ask HEIDI. I had quite a few jobs. Mm-hmm. I had jobs that were great jobs, and I'm like, I don't know what this joker's talking about, but I'm out of here. I don't care if it paid good money or not. I'm not dealing with it because I don't like what they're saying to me. I don't like the way they're saying it to me. I don't think they're running this very well. and I'm out of there. That's all there was to it.
In 23 years, I changed so many different directions. It was dumb.
Oh
And
yeah,
you would have been gone in the first
yeah,
direction change.
yeah. I told Heidi, I said, you realize
I'm
I
just
would have
like,
quit your job 7 times over. I've had jobs that were far better than hers, and I would have quit them. So the thing is, though, even with that being said, that I don't like people telling me what to do. I got to, unfortunately, and I know that trust is a hard thing to give, but I do have to trust that some of the stuff that's being told to me, it's being told to me for the most part, hopefully for a good reason. You know, it's other than a hidden reason or a hidden agenda. And whenever they were telling us, you gotta wear a mask, everybody, you have to wear a mask. You gotta wear the mask. You gotta distance. You gotta wash your hands. You gotta do that. You have to do that. There's you have to do that. It's the only way to help. You know, other than that, it's just abstinence, staying away from everybody. But yeah, you got to do it. I had a problem with everybody that said, "Oh, I can't breathe. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, and I'm not going to do that. It's my life, and I don't want to do that." I was saying nothing will change, right? But like I had mentioned, the argument that I had with that, which I think is a very good argument. It's a very very good parallel example. And I mentioned it in that video, actually, I believe. You're right. It is called freedom, and that's what I was getting at. Of course, it's freedom. You shouldn't have to wear the mask,
All right.
but it could.
I see you on here for another hour.
No, I'm not. You're.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I almost
okay.
walked away.
Almost.
But the thing is the freedom part of things. At what extent are you allowed to express your freedom? I mean, even if it infringes potentially on else's health to the point where they perish. I mean, should I express my freedom so much that I can actually cause somebody else not only to lose their freedom, but to lose their life? And I'll tell you that everybody here, for the most part, practices doing what the government says, even though they're taking away your freedom. I guarantee everybody here does that. And the example is this. Because I think, even though I'm overweight, I miss people's facial expressions too. You're right, Merle. I kind of usually give a half smirk smile to let somebody know, hey, I acknowledge you and I'm in a good mood. Of course, they don't see that now, so now they just see evil eyes looking over a mask. Politics, I'm going to bed. I'm not talking about politics. We're just talking about livelihood. I don't feel free today, hell. If you don't pay taxes on the land you own each year, they can take it away. Right. If you're taking the science, you'll know they're pushing propaganda. Well, here's the science to that. Let me go on that aspect. And here's the parallel. If I feel relatively healthy. I mean, I'm not a frail 80-year-old guy. But there's a lot of frail people that are out there. If I don't wear my mask and I have the disease and I have said, screw it, I'm free, I'm not wearing a mask, and I go to the grocery store and I give that old man, he could die potentially because he's frail. He's a smaller old guy and a lot of pre-existing conditions. So now I've infringed on and taken away. So here's the thing. The argument is the science is telling us that I could potentially kill that guy if I don't lose my freedom, listen to what the government says, and wear the mask. Well, I'm denouncing that science, and I'm taking off my mask. I'm being free, and maybe I do, maybe I don't get this guy dead. 500,000 people are dying. You know, they're dying of more than just pre-existing conditions. You know, they're dying because directly of this COVID. They're talking the percentage is really high of these people that would normally live, even though they might be overweight. Maybe they smoke. Maybe they have, a slight lung disease. Maybe they might have apnea, something like that. But they're saying that the majority of them don't have those pre-existing, or those pre-existing is not the contributing factor to their death. It's the COVID, right? So the fact that I denounce that science and I say, no, I want to be free. You know what? If it affects him, maybe he dies, maybe he don't, but I don't believe in that science. I don't think that's the case. Even though there seems to be a lot of people dying that you guys, that we know, and people around us are dying, and they were fine before they got it. And once they go into the hospital, they test them and, oh my God, they had COVID and now they're dying because of respiratory problems. Oh, well. Still, let's denounce that science and say, I want to be free. And that's a bunch of bull hockey. So here's the parallel that I'm getting at. I have the big F-350, extended cab, four-wheel drive, crew cab, long bed, right? It's a big, heavy truck. There's a lot of people out there that don't drive that big truck or a truck like that. They drive much smaller vehicles. They drive little Hondas. They drive, little Hyundais, Toyota Priuses. They drive smaller cars. A lot of kids, when they first start driving, they're driving smaller economy cars. Maybe some sporty cars, maybe a convertible. Now, the science says that if I drink alcohol, I can't get in my truck and drive because I'm impaired. The government says that if I drink alcohol and a number comes up on a scale that is point something, that anything above that is totally illegal, and that's bad. That's really bad. And that I could cause an accident if I was to, with my truck, drive in that condition. That's what the government tells me. Even though I paid for the truck, I paid for the alcohol, I paid for the taxes on those items, they're saying that if I drink a certain amount and a number shows up when I blow a tube that comes up and it's above a certain number, that I'm impaired based on their science, and that I can't drive my truck that I bought. I can't drive that if I'm in that condition, because I could potentially cause hit somebody in their little car, and maybe they could die, maybe they don't die. So why don't we all drive drunk? All the people that don't believe in wearing the mask because it's all fake, the science isn't there to support it, it's generated bull hockey, it's not true, the numbers aren't there, they don't support it. Why aren't you driving drunk everywhere you go? if you want to. Why don't you? And I'll be honest with you, 100%. If because I've done this out when we had a big field, we had access to. I lived out in farm country when I was growing up there for a period of time, and we'd go take our cars out and do demolition derby out in the field. Obviously, we had been drinking. I am, at least in that aspect, I was a very good driver when I was hammered, because it's the same even if I was to sit here and drink and get pretty hammered here, and that number would be very high on the scale. I would slur my words a little bit, but as far as my hand and eye, I wouldn't be falling down. I don't think. Have you ever seen me drunk and fall down? Ever?
No.
I mean, as drunk as I've been in my life, I've never fallen down. I've never stumbled, and I've been pretty hammered. I've never stood up and fell backwards. I've never. I don't remember ever bumping into anything or any. I've got pretty good hand-eye coordination,
What the heck is going on here?
even if I'm pretty hammered. So I don't believe the science applies to me. So why do I have to follow those rules? Why are they taking away my freedom to drink and drive? And why are they taking away your freedom? Why are you following their guidelines? Those are numbers that they set, and they didn't necessarily test you in your situation. So that's kind of where the two parallels are there. Right. So Bill's saying that if you're under the influence of alcohol, your depth perception and your motor skills are affected, and everyone's affected. They are, but not equally. Some people are better at. Have you ever seen those videos of drunk people? We watch those videos. It's like fails and stuff, and the people, when they stand up, they lean way back and they walk back, with their backs all arched, like they were Michael Jackson pulling off some kind of a dance move, and they're trying to walk forward. I don't do that. You give me as drunk as you want me to. I won't walk like that. And I don't stumble. So why would the numbers that apply to them and the way they act, why do they get applied to me? Why is my freedom taken away? Because the chances are I could probably get back to where I need to go driving in that condition. I could probably get to where I need without any accidents whatsoever. Sure, there's a possibility I could potentially screw up and hit somebody. And sure, they could potentially be in a small car without airbags maybe, or maybe they're not wearing their seatbelts because they don't want their freedoms infringed. They got to wear a seatbelt. And maybe they get ejected from the vehicle. That could happen, but I don't believe that the science is backing that 100%. I don't believe that. I think that everybody is going to react differently to that same amount of alcohol, even though the number shows up on the scale a certain way. Just like the person that says, hey, I don't believe the COVID would affect the people that I give it to and kill them. They might get it, they might get sick, and maybe they might die, but I think for the most part, I should be able to get away with not wearing a mask because it infringes on my freedom and what I want to do. And I think that I should be okay. I think that I can make it. I think that it would be okay. I don't believe the numbers anyways. I don't think they apply to me. I think it's wrong. So how is it any different? Why isn't everybody driving drunk? I mean, with that thought in mind, I mean, as far as the science that has always been used to show this is the number when you're drunk, and when you're drunk, your motor skills are deteriorated to the point where you could cause an accident, and we don't want you on the road because you could cause an accident. Same with the numbers that we have that show that if you get the COVID, that you need to do these steps. If not, you could cause that to go to somebody else and cause an accident. That COVID's going to cause the COVID accident and cause them to die. If you don't believe those numbers, why do you believe the drinking and driving numbers? Why is it any different? They're taking away your freedom. You should be able to stop at the bar, have 3 beers and a shot, and drive home. if you feel as if you can do that. It's your freedom, it's your right. Yeah, I again, I'm as far as whenever I'm drinking that, I've gone to my own mother's house, totally trashed. You guys, when Heidi and I was dating, sorry, when her and I were married, we had stopped by my mom's because she was going to watch the kids. And of course, my mom, it's my mom. She knows her son. And I stopped by the house, and we picked up the kids. I talked to her for.
I was driving.
She was driving, obviously. I'd been talking to her for about 20 minutes. I talked to my mom about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. And then we got the kids, and then we left. And then it was like 2 or 3 days later, I stopped by the house, and I said, "Oh, my God, I was so trashed." And she goes, "You were?" I said, "You couldn't tell?" She goes, "No, I couldn't tell at all. I mean, I was hammered. I was hammered." And she couldn't tell. And it was my own mother. Like I said, you'll see me. I'll slur my words occasionally. Some of my words will a slur. I'll get a slur going. But as far as like getting up and going to the bathroom and stuff, I'm not gonna pee all over the seat. I'm not gonna fall down the steps if I go outside.
But you're not an alcoholic either.
Well, I don't think
alcoholics do that. They pee themselves.
Right. But I'm saying if I drink as much as my body can drink, I'll start throwing up at some point. But if I drink a whole bunch to where I'm just buzzed to the sky, I've never fallen down. It's just not, like I said. So that's where I find those parallels are really strange. It's tough to say. I only had 2 drinks. I never wore a mask. I've been healthier this year than ever. I'm not sick. So I'm no risk to anyone else. Well, see, what if you're an immune carrier? That's not fake. You can have a disease that does not affect you whatsoever and be a carrier of that disease and transmit it to others and have no clue that you have it whatsoever at all. I mean, hell, I learned about that in 6th grade health. Bless you. She just gave it to me. She gave me the COVID sneeze. She got one more in her. Told you. Ooh, she went for the record there.
We tease each other. We're giving each other COVID.
COVID cough. COVID sneeze. Yeah, that's it's really tough because it's just really tough. So if the reason I don't obviously drive drunk is because the law says that if you drink, you shouldn't drive. So I don't even drive even if I have 1 drink. I mean, as soon as we go somewhere, I said, I think I'm going to have a drink. Heidi gets the keys. That's it.
Yeah.
And she's going to drive. So I don't drive. I never drove drunk except out in the field, like I said, with demolition derby cars just fooling around. But I know my movement, my interaction, everything. Maybe it is slightly slower, but what if it's like a professional football player playing, let's say that's Tom Brady. He's 40 some years old. He's supposed to be over the hill, but he's so good that even his diminished skills as an older person is still better than most of the other quarterbacks that are out there. Plus, of course, we can give an argument of team support and players and all that other stuff. But what if I'm a good enough with my hand-eye coordination reaction that even if I have diminished capacity because of drinking, I'm still above a level of most other drivers that are, you know what I'm saying, in this case, because that's the way it is whenever I'm walking and talking after I've been hammered. I mean, everybody reacts to stuff differently. I mean, I know even different alcohols make people react differently. So, like I said, as far as the whole mask thing, They tell me not to drive drunk. They tell me not to do that. I've never done that. Well, they're telling me not, to wear the mask. I don't want to wear the mask. Just like I would rather just drive drunk if I could. But they tell me not to. Well, they tell me to wear the mask, so I do it. I don't think I'm going to give it to. I don't feel like I have anything. I don't go up and cough on anybody. I'm staying relatively far away from everybody. But they say to wear the mask, so I do. Now, if it was, the situation would be completely different if they said, you won't get it. You don't get it if you wear a mask. You can get it if you don't wear a mask.
I never said that.
Right. If they said that, if they said, if you don't wear a mask, you can definitely get it. But you can't give it to anybody. You can't give it to anybody else. But you can get it if you don't wear a mask. That would be something entirely different. I would say, good, I'm not going to wear a mask because that's... But the fact that I could potentially cause a problem for somebody else, wouldn't you just err on the side of caution? I mean, when
He's nice like that. See, I'm out there protecting myself.
Yeah, she's trying to protect herself.
I'm going to try to protect anybody else. Not to be mean or anything, but...
Flawed silence on not being a non-symptomatic carrier. It's called an immune carrier. I mean, that term's been around for a long time. I mean, I don't know about the flawed silence. I mean, maybe the symptoms are so minor that they're not noticeable in everyday life. I might get up and have an ache in my back, or an ache in my neck. That potentially could be a symptom. You don't know. Again, everybody's affected by it differently. That's why some people die from it right away and other people recover from it. And other people don't even get it. Some people get a little bit of the sniffles.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's midnight here too.
It's
Adios.
after midnight.
Yeah.
You might as well suck it up and do another 30 minutes.
Well, if you have to wear a mask, then others should do a diet and exercise plan along with taking supplements for immune health. If you can prove, without a doubt, again, that's going to cure it, that's going to cause it. Because I see a lot of people that aren't heavy, that are medical professionals, that are in great shape, that have got it and died.
Yep. What about all the nurses that got it?
Yeah.
My cousin got it. He was a nurse. He got it early on.
Yeah.
Why did he get it?
Yeah, he's not out of shape or anything. He's young.
Yeah.
He's younger. This is her cousin's kids.
Yep.
It's her second cousin's.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was bad. He got it bad.
Yeah, and I don't think that there's any point in time that anybody on any side of the argument, on any level, has said, oh, well, listen, if everybody would just lose and get out of the obese category, and if they just took these pills that's supposed to boost their immunity, and if they would exercise regularly, you wouldn't get it. Well, hell, if that's the case, Planet Fitness stock went through the roof. Because everybody and their brother's going to join Planet Fitness. If they tell me all I got to do is go to Planet Fitness and just, take some GNC, and Planet Fitness now have the highest stock in the world, because everybody and their brother's going to run to those places and say, well, shit, all I got to do is take these pills, and I got to exercise and lose a little weight, and I'm not going to get it. I'm there. The thing is nobody does. But everybody keeps on. I mean, it's not just. It's every country in the world is saying, listen, if you wear a mask, guys, we're finding that it's working on a pretty good level, that it's not you're not communicating it because it doesn't go any further than right there. you're not communicating that disease because of that.
All right, so you did like 30 minutes of the C19, 20, and now 21.
Oh,
Change
is
the
it 21?
subject.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2021.
Oh,
Anyway.
accident investigation.
Ugh.
Yeah, I hate wearing that mask. I can't. I got to put in my contacts if we go anywhere, and I got to wear a mask because my glasses are just fogged up constantly. Even in Florida, even in 80-degree weather, my glasses are nothing but moisture. I can't see out of them
I don't know why.
because of the way my face is. It's just the way that fits across my face. Doesn't matter if I pinch it close to the nose, I pull it low, I pull it high, I pull it up this way, pull it sideways. It doesn't make a difference. I hate wearing the thing. I hate it. But I'm told if I go in somewhere, I need to wear it. If I'm around people, I need to wear it. So I do. I mean, it's just doing. At no point do I go, it's gonna be my freedom's being infringed on. I just do it. It's not like they're coming to my house and taking something for. See, and that's what the next thing they're gonna do, they're gonna come take your guns. That's a whole nother. If they're at the door knocking and they're armed and they're coming in to take legally registered firearms, that's a whole nother story. I mean, I just stay on point with the one thing. I don't think that they ask that much. I really don't. I mean, it's simple. It's just a simple, stupid thing that we have to do. And that's not getting your vehicle drunk and drive. So it's just putting a mask on your face when you want to go in somewhere with people. I mean, when it really comes right down to it, it's
a simple task.
Yeah, it's simple. It's pretty simple. I mean, I don't think that there's I don't know. Out of all the things that infringe our rights, me having to wear a mask seems like a really, really weak reason to stand up and say, freedom. I'm not wearing a mask. I think there's so many much bigger issues that could be addressed. That could be the rallying cry for. Not freedom, I'm not going to wear my mask. It's kind of like this really poor effort on trying to help the American people stay from under the thumb of the government. And it's like, seriously, that's what you're going to stand on and make your whole case for we're getting all of our stuff stripped away from us. We're losing all these rights. The rich are getting richer. The poor are getting poorer. There's racial disparity in the country. There's economic disparity in the country. There's an economic divide that keeps on growing. I mean, all that stuff is going on. Yet the thing that most people want to say, freedom, I'm not wearing my mask. It's like, really? That's it? In the meantime, you're working your $15 an hour job that you've been doing for the last 10 years for a company to give a shit if you quit or not. And you're losing, your medical benefits are getting worse. Your retirement, there's no such thing as retirement anymore unless you're paying into it yourself. There's no company, not finance, but company supported retirement plan, completely company given by the company that you're working for. I mean, it just seems so minor. Yeah, we don't. We don't live in a germaphobe world. That's why I don't get shots, and that's why I don't take pills unless I really need them. Because I feel as if my body's antibodies can handle the majority of what's going on out there. But I'm still not going to go lay out in the sun for hours on end thinking if I can toughen up my skin enough and keep on exposing it to this radiation coming from the sun, I think I can beat this skin cancer thing they keep on talking about. I'm going to build up an immunity to it. There are people that do that. I mean, we see them down here. These people are tanned, brown leather. And it's like, holy cow, how long has that guy been laying in the sun and for how many years? And obviously he don't have skin cancer.
Well, we don't know how much he got cut off.
Yeah, we have no idea. But, I mean, I'm not going to expose myself unnecessarily to something that's potentially as hazardous as what's being said. Again, we're not going to germaphobe, wash my hands every 5 minutes, all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't really gone into, I think there was one or two exceptions that we've gone into an enclosed restaurant and eat since COVID. Is there any that there was one restaurant we went into. I can't remember where that was. We actually ate inside the restaurant.
The taco place.
Yes.
It wasn't busy.
Right.
There was very few people
in the villages. Right.
Yeah.
That was the only
No,
place.
Fort Myers.
No, when we went in the villages.
Okay, then we done it twice.
Okay, twice then.
Because we went to Fuzzy's Tacos a couple weeks ago.
63. 63 without the sun angle. That the Florida sun angle. I noticed down here 63 is a lot warmer than 63 up north. Yeah. Our sun angle here is crazy.
Plus the ground.
This shirt is definitely a light shirt. You definitely want to be a little bit higher than that. Defined benefit pensions are typically only offered by government agencies, slightly along with most of the unionized workers. Right. Yeah, that's. I mean, everybody's got their own idea about that, but I mean, I just don't see it myself personally. I just feel as if that the effort that's taken, that everybody takes on making the stand against what they feel as if they're being infringed on hard. I wish that would have carried over into something that more people could get involved. I mean, there's a divide on that. There's a definite divide on the people that think that, mask or no mask, red or blue, spy versus spy. I mean, it's you got that defined line, and I think that argument was pushed on both sides to keep everybody arguing about that stuff instead of something that's more. I mean, God forbid we all finally get on the same page and actually go fight for something we all believe in. I mean, whenever you look at, like I said, economic disparity, the line is so crazily, it's so crazy askew. I mean, the people that are getting rich are just, it's crazy the amount of money that, it's to the point of, they really don't care. You can tell that they're so detached from the rest of the world and the rest of the people in America that they really just don't care. They don't need to care. They've got so much money, they don't have to ever think about caring, and they don't even have to appear that they care. They can just do whatever they want. That kind of. And then you see these other people, it just, how can these people make money? I mean, if you think about, if you've looked at in the past, they talked about whenever everybody, when guys came back from war, the economy, of course, during the Depression, all the economy happened then, got really rough. Then we started getting into the industrial age and the money started coming around, and then people started buying more stuff, and then cost of living started going up. And then at some point, they started telling the guys, hey, listen, you've got to work on the weekends. Well, that was unheard of. I mean, there was a certain point you worked Monday through Friday, now none of this, now they, 3 shifts, and now they're having you work on weekends. And then it got to the point where the women had to start working And then all of a sudden the women had to start. And the reason that the women started working is so they could afford the nicer things that the parents had. The parents had these things, but for the people that, are growing up now and trying to do the same thing, they have to work harder to get those same things. And then it got to the point where the women and the men were both working so many hours. I mean, it just kept on getting worse to the point that everybody's working their butts off. I mean, who do you know? How many people out there do you honestly know that the one out of a 2-person household or a 4-person household with 2 kids, that one person goes to work and does all the work and the other one stays at home and takes care of the family? Family values, the family home, the cooking, cleaning, regardless what man or woman, it doesn't make a difference. I mean, it's almost unheard of. I mean, everybody's got some sort of a second income or something just so they could keep up with what is considered normal and to continue on with a lifestyle that everybody says you should have, or that everybody thought they should have. And it wasn't that way. Why? I mean, if they say, oh, you don't have to raise minimum wage because, this and that. Well, why are everybody working? Why is there more people working? Why is there, and why is it harder for them? Why are they struggling more to maintain that lifestyle that was maintained back in the, the 40s? That was just one person going to work Monday through Friday. That lifestyle is so far gone. Why? Why is it gone? What happened that all of a sudden we have to have 2 people working, and they're working their butts off, and their kids are being raised by childcare, and family values are causing those kids not to necessarily grow up correct, and they're thinking that they should be able to do what they want to do because their parents were never there to correct them and groom them into the people they need to be. So it just keeps on getting worse as far as the crime and all that stuff that's going on, and dependencies. It seems odd. I mean, it seems like such a simple thought for me that I don't know. I just don't get it. Yeah, it's, and the funny part is we shouldn't raise minimum wage because, it'll crash the economy. Well, no. You know what it'll do? It'll crash the rich people. It ain't going to crash the economy. I mean, if you got everybody making more money,
They're spending more
they're
money.
spending more money. And they're actually going to potentially be able to not have as many workers. And it's basically telling the queen bee, hey, listen, I know you like your honey, but we're going to take half of your bees away. And we're going to make these bees just keep on working the way that they are. Matter of fact, you're not going to get as much honey necessarily. I know that there's economic support for both for minimum wage and not minimum wage. Listen, this is the way I say it. Who says that we can't make a law that on a trial basis, let's go to $15 an hour for everybody in the country. The least you're going to make is $15 an hour if you work a full-time job. Let's do that for 3 years. Let's do it for 2 years. Let's just try it for 2 years and see how bad it gets. Let's see what happens. I think that everybody makes adjustments. If you've got enough tools, if you've got enough mental aptitude, I think everybody kind of will adapt and make changes according to what's happening in their life. I mean, it reminds me of dogs with 3 legs. Those dogs don't even know they have 3 legs. They, even if they had 4 legs and one of them got cut off, they just, okay, they don't look into it. They don't overthink it. They just make it work. And that's kind of the way I think we are, as far as people, humans, Americans, but the human race. If something changes drastically, sure, we're going to complain and moan about it, and we're not going to like it necessarily. But if we would just get over that whole emotion and just focus on the task at hand to making whatever the situation is work, sure, we might be able to make it better. But the fact that you have, 80% of the population oh, I wish it was the way it used to be, even though I just talked about the way it used to be. I think that the reason I talked about that, though, is in a direct comparison with people saying, well, you shouldn't have to pay more money. You know, the economic cost of households and all that stuff have grown on a proportionate scale. I don't think it's proportionate. But I think that I think if everybody just focused on, hey, listen, something it's changed. Okay, things are a little different now. We're just going to have to deal with it. We're just going to have to deal with the new way things are going to be done now. I think that that's something that I wish more people would do. Don't get me wrong. You can ask Heidi. I love to complain. Oh my God, if it's something new that I don't really care for. I mean, even when our phones update. I mean, this stupid keyboard that I have. The Swift keyboard that was just called Swift Key, and then it was Microsoft Swift Key, and now Swift Key Microsoft is using Google Talk for the talk function. It ruined the keyboard. Of course, again, you hear me, I'm bitching about it. Nonetheless, I just deal with it. You just got to kind of deal with it and make it work. But there'll be potentially now, because of that, that's not the keyboard to necessarily go with. Maybe I might start trying other keyboards. Maybe there's something better out there. Maybe somebody will come out with something better. I think that's what might happen also. If, like I said, raise the minimum wage, let it happen. If there's some negative effects to it, let's work with those. Because right now, these people, there's, our daughter, we have kids. So, I mean, our kids are young. And I know what they do to work, and I know what kind of money they get paid. And it's tough. It's tough. They're both working, that kind of thing. It's a two-work household with our grandson. They got car payments, they got a house payment, they're trying to make things work. And it's like, man, I think that there's help for them. I think that there might be a better way to help them out, to get it to where they can spend more time with their kid and raise their child, so that he's not being raised by, childcare or something, which he's not right now. But it's just, you just start thinking about that stuff and look back and think how hard it was for us when we were part-time. When I first started a job part-time, I think I was getting paid, I think it was $2.15, I think. An hour. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I remember when I got my first job, it was like $7 an hour. I thought that was incredible. I had been working at this place for a while, and I got my raise, and it was $7 an hour. I was like, man, am I going to be rolling in it? And to look back on that now, it's like, man, I can't imagine anybody working for that now. I can't see it. So, front and facing. You crazy. The guy's been off and on tonight, so figured I could be. Should I say hey, y'all? Love the vibe you two have. Cool. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, we got a lot of people that. We got our thumbs down back up. Cool. Oh. we were up to 7 thumbs down.
Then we went to 6.
Then we went to 6. Then we went to 5. But
we're
we're back up to 8. That's awesome. Inflating energy costs in the 70s and 80s messed up the economy. Well, I'll tell you what, the 80s, I remember being a very lucrative economy for us. 80s and 90s, Heidi and I, when we first started, we were rolling in the money. We had 7 cars. Our rent was $200 a month. We both had jobs that made lots of money.
Yeah.
We had everything going for us. Everything under the sun. Yeah. We'd go on trips. We did everything we wanted. Bought whatever we wanted. It didn't make a difference. So I don't know. I think that was pretty good. After I retired, I had to get a job to pay for medical insurance. $1,000 a month till we get the Medicare. That is a car payment. Yeah. Right. First job, $1.91 an hour. In Ontario, the only negative impact of our last big minimum wage increase was restaurants being more likely to close early on Mondays. I'll give you a thumbs up. Thanks. Appreciate it, Ed. there's something too. Yeah, might as well cure all the problems of the country now that I got talking about it. So here's the thing: why people talking about the post office is losing money? The post, hey, is there anybody here that has to have mail delivered on Saturday? Do we really need mail on Saturday? We don't get mail on Sunday, and we're doing just fine with that. So why don't they just cut Saturday out? Just give us mail Monday. You know what?
Cut another day
You
out.
cut another day out. I don't need mail on, let's say, Tuesday.
Raise the prices and provide a good service.
Yeah. Or
Be
cut.
like FedEx.
Listen.
Be like
I don't.
UPS.
I don't think raising. See, my thing is, listen, everybody here, if we have our money cut, if our budget's tight, what do? We quit eating out. Yeah. We quit buying stuff. Yeah. We quit going out. We quit using gas. We cut back what we do. So why don't you cut back your service? I have no problem with them. You know how much money they could save if they just quit delivering on Saturday and maybe don't deliver on, I don't know, Wednesday. Yeah. So you deliver Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. You got 4 days of mail there. Do we really need in our packages? Okay, if you need it on a Wednesday or a Saturday,
go pick it up.
Yeah, make it to where you got to pick it up. But more important, now they still have the transport in between building. But more importantly, just ship it a different method. You know, hey, I need it on Wednesday. It's post office. Can you wait till Thursday? Yeah, I guess I can wait. Or no, I can't wait. Okay, well, we're gonna have to ship it UPS then. Of course, the post office loses that business, but then again, UPS isn't the one that's in trouble. Maybe they will be at that point. Maybe they'll get more business. But nonetheless, cut your cost. And then once you start becoming profitable again, then think about bringing Wednesday back. Mm-hmm. But I don't need a Saturday delivery.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I need Prime delivery. Well, I'll tell you right now.
They're failing.
They're failing. When we first got Amazon Prime, I don't know how many years ago, it was $50 a year.
Yeah.
Now they charge $100 a year.
120.
120, right. But back when we first got Amazon Prime, if it said Prime, you got it in 2 days 2 days. That's it. Period. If it said Prime, you get it on 2 days. If you don't get it on 2 days, you call up and say, hello, Amazon. I ordered this and it's not here. It didn't make a difference if it was Saturday or if it was Sunday. It was 2 days, regardless. You get it in 2 days. Now, Sunday, of course.
For a while.
For a while there, they didn't do it at all because nobody was doing Sunday delivery. So you got it in 2 days. That's all there was to it, unless it was Sunday. Then all of a sudden they started adding Sunday. But then all of a sudden they started doing this smart post. And if I seen an order that was smart post, forget it. I wasn't getting it in 2 days. But if I called Amazon and said, hey, I didn't get my package in 2 days, there was times they would refund the entire order if you didn't get it on time. If I called them on the second day and say, hey, I didn't get this, they say, no problem. We'll just cancel it out. You won't owe anything on it. If it comes, it comes. If not, don't worry about it. We got stuff for free that way. Then Prime started to where you might get it a day early. You either get it 2 days or 1 day. Even though they said guaranteed 2 days, you get it 2. And then all of a sudden, that went to the wayside, and I don't know what's going on. I don't even know when I'm going to get our Prime packages. They get here when they get here. I know it's free shipping, but who cares? I'm paying taxes on the stuff anyways now. Used to be you got the stuff tax free. Which, when did that law change? When did the law? Well, I mean, of course they got warehouses that are in the state, but you're not actually buying from the state. You're buying from another state. That was mail order. That's a whole nother thing too. How can another state charge? How can a state charge a state tax for something that's sold in another state that is being shipped to you? I never understood. That's the stupidest thing ever. I really think that's crazy.
Oh, you made it to 12:30.
7 hours. Okay, we definitely got to get off here. We're gonna miss College State Prime in a few years. Yeah. Is there anyone else out there whose spell check makes look you like an idiot? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, we're gonna cut this out. We down to 55 people. 8 thumbs down. Thank you.
146.
Thank you.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, 146 up. Thanks for the 8 thumbs down. It's still an interaction. Still goes towards our analytics that we've had interaction. So that's awesome. Most likely that thumbs down will make it to where you are not going to be recommended our next video. However, most of the thumbs down we have are diehard subscribers. Don't know why, just are. So, adios everyone, and appreciate you guys listening to me rant for the last hour on stuff that had nothing to do with RVing other than my outlook on why we should be traveling the country and doing what we want to. I guess that's one of my driving motives for that. Maybe I should run for El Presidente.
No.
I could always do that. I'm not educated enough by no means to be able to
You can pull it off.
make any decisions. So that kind of makes me think I am qualified for the job.
Yeah.
Just get a whole bunch of experts around you. I usually can make a pretty good decision as long as I have all the facts and I got all the people telling me the truth about things.
Yeah.
And that's something that don't normally happen. So
See you, Bill.
see you, Bill.
See you, Ed.
Does he
Gavin.
record in his sleep? No, I don't record in my sleep.
Yeah, that's funny.
You just hear snoring most
Yes,
likely.
Brenda, we are not tan enough.
Yeah, we've been hiding away in the...
I've been actually starting putting tan lotion on because I don't want to be burned.
Oi. Okay, say goodbye.
Bye. Hope to see you out here.
See you guys.